Chapter 324. Inside the Northern Mountain Pass, the demonic qi that shrouded the entire Northern Mountain Pass had mostly dissipated. With Minister Dan and the peerless expert joining forces, they gradually gained the upper hand. However, even though Chu Gu was in a frenzy, the sky demon saber in his hand was still extremely powerful. The saber radiance soared thousands of feet into the sky, as if it was going to split the heavens and the earth. Nothing could stop it, and it was still difficult to determine the victor. No one was interested in the battle between Gu Fei and the four mysterious men. Compared to the battle between the peerless experts, Gu Fei's battle was child's play. No one interfered with the battle between Gu Fei and the four mysterious men. Gu Fei was hit by the arrow shot by the tall man with the demonic bow. The ghostly arrow sank into Gu Fei's body, as if countless evil spirits had followed the arrow and rushed into Gu Fei's body. It made Gu Fei feel as if thousands of evil spirits were chewing on his flesh and blood, destroying his consciousness. The pain almost made Gu Fei faint. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He could not faint. If he did, the four people behind him would definitely catch up to him and his life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, the mysterious essence of the divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined into his qi and blood seemed to be stimulated by the Xianxia ghost qi that rushed into Gu Fei's body. It automatically released a powerful sword qi that protected Gu Fei's organs and consciousness, allowing him to temporarily stay awake. Gu Fei unleashed the extreme 8 steps with all his might and rushed forward in the snow forest. He had no idea where he was going, nor did he know how long he had been running in the snow forest. He no longer cared about anything in the outside world. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was not to die. If he died, there would be nothing left. As long as he did not die, anything could live. The sun gradually set in the west. Gu Fei ran for his life in the snow forest for 6 to 10 hours, from noon to dusk, and from dusk until the stars appeared in the sky. 8th step extreme. Among the cultivators of the same level, there was absolutely no one who could match him. The four mysterious experts behind him were left far behind by Gu Fei. Under the erosion of the Xianxia ghost qi, Gu Fei's consciousness gradually began to become drowsy. He did not even know that he had rushed into a jungle. Finally, when he was exhausted, he collapsed in a patch of grass. Preposterous! That kid was struck by the netherworld black bone arrow, so how could he still run for so long? Within the snow forest, 4 figures were following the tracks that Gu Fei had left on the snow. They were moving at an incomparably fast speed on top of the thick snow. Boss Dongfang, your 9 nether black bone bow can't be an imitation, right? The 4 of them stopped under a big tree. The masked woman in white glanced at the bone bow in the hands of the tall man and said indifferently, "Bei Tangyu, do you want me to shoot an arrow at you?" The tall man said unhappily. As he spoke, he actually pulled the string of the black bone bow in his hands. It was as if a ferocious spirit was vaguely roaring within it. "All right, can the 2 of you work together peacefully for once? I don't care if you kill that kid or not. However, if that kid doesn't die, you won't have a good life." A middle-aged man in purple with a black saber on his back said impatiently. He was also masked and had a strand of silver on his forehead. Humph! The tall man that the masked woman called Boss Dongfang coldly snorted and put down the black bone bow in his hands. The tracks that Gu Fei had left behind on the snowy ground were very obvious. Therefore, these people were not in a hurry to chase after him. This was because Gu Fei had been struck by the netherworld black bone bow. Boss Dongfang was right. Ever since the netherworld black bone bow had been refined by that powerful ghost cultivator, no one had been able to escape with their lives from the netherworld black bone arrow. The netherworld black bone bow was not very famous in the cultivation world of the Tanglong continent. However, in the ghost palace of Plentiful City, it was an extraordinary ghost cultivator magic tool. Legend has it that when the netherworld black bone bow was refined, the powerful ghost cultivator did not hesitate to slaughter the people of an entire town. He extracted the souls of tens of thousands of people and smelted them into the ghost bow. Network. The souls of those people were smelted into the ghost bow. Not only did they never come back to life, they were also used to slaughter living beings day and night. Over time, the resentment, baleful energy, and death energy of the ghost bow gathered and became a murderous weapon. Only an expert at the 7th or 8th heaven of the transcending mortality realm could pull the bow and arrow. If it was an ordinary person or a cultivator at the awakening self realm, as long as they touched the black bone bow, their soul would be instantly extracted by the black bone bow and then devoured. The Dongfang clan used countless manpower and resources and paid a great price to obtain this netherworld blackbone bow. Let's continue. Before I see that brat's corpse, I will always feel uneasy. Another middle-aged man with white hair said. As he spoke, he pulled off the black cloth covering his face. The middle-aged man who was hit by Gu Fei's 2 palms and vomited blood was Bei Tang-yi, who had not been seen for a long time. That day outside the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland, Gu Fei fought with Bei Tang-ao and Bei Tang-yi. Although he was seriously injured, he also injured Bei Tang-yi, who was at the transcending mortality realm, with his martial arts battle skills. That battle could be said to be extremely dangerous and unbelievable. Gu Fei, with his awakening self-realm cultivation base, had injured Bei Tang-yi, who was at the transcending mortality realm. There was a huge gap between the two of them. Everyone who paid attention to that battle thought that the Supreme Mystery Sect had produced a disciple with unlimited potential. They were already in the depths of the snow forest, far away from Bailing Pass. They could no longer sense the fluctuations of energy coming from Bailing Pass, so there were definitely no outsiders here. The other 3 mysterious experts also pulled off the masks covering their faces. The tall Dongfang clan's eldest brother was a rugged man. Bei Tang-yu was a beautiful woman with a cold expression. She seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old. As for the middle-aged man with a black saber on his back and a strand of silver hair floating in front of his forehead, his appearance was not outstanding. His face was a bit pale, as if he had not seen the sun for a long time. Age didn't mean anything. In the cultivation world, the most unreliable thing was a cultivator's appearance. Often, a young man with white teeth and red lips was an old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Obviously, the Bei Tang clan and the Dongfang clan already knew that not only did Gu Fei not die in the virtual sky world, but he had also come out. The 2 experts of the Bei Tang clan, the eldest brother, and the middle-aged man with the saber continued to follow the traces left by Gu Fei. After walking for hundreds of miles, they noticed that the ice and snow around them gradually decreased. Vegetation began to appear on the ground, and some large stones could be seen everywhere on the snowy ground. The forest became lush. After chasing for more than 100 miles, the shadows of the ice and snow could no longer be seen. Bei Tang-yu and the others entered a dense forest where ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. What's going on? Dongfang clan's eldest brother and the others became cautious. Something's wrong. Bei Tang-yu glanced around, her cold face revealing a solemn expression. She faintly felt that there seemed to be something wrong in this forest. The 4 of them gradually slowed down, and the traces left by Gu Fei in the forest gradually decreased. If it weren't for the 9 nether black bone bow in Dongfang clan's eldest brother's hand, which could sense the mysterious Een ghost aura in the air, they would have long lost the direction in which Gu Fei escaped. We're not going south. There shouldn't be a forest here, the middle-aged man with the saber said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. That's right. They weren't going south. The area thousands of miles north of the northern Yan Empire was a world of ice and snow. It was impossible for a forest to appear. They seemed to have broken into a mysterious place. The weather here was pleasant, and there was no ice and snow. Birds and beasts could be seen everywhere in the forest. It seemed to be an oasis full of vitality. Bei Tang-yu and the others, however, couldn't feel happy. They had entered an unknown area, and they had no idea what unknown dangers there were. Do we still want to chase? The middle-aged man with the saber said. Entering a forest that shouldn't have appeared for no reason made him feel a little uneasy. Of course. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse, Bei Tang-yi said with a resolute tone, glancing at the middle-aged man with the saber. If they didn't take advantage of this great opportunity to kill Gu Fei, if Gu Fei didn't die, then their Bei Tang clan would be out of luck. Dongfang clan also had a reason to kill Gu Fei, so Dongfang clan's eldest brother also nodded. Only the higher-ups of Dongfang clan knew what happened in the virtual sky world. That brat must die. Dongfang clan's eldest brother was also one of the insiders. Hee. If you want to chase, I don't have any objections, but I can't accompany you, the middle-aged man with the saber suddenly said with a low chuckle. Dongfang clan's eldest brother and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Dongfang clan's eldest brother said with a sullen expression, Old hey, what do you mean? I don't mean anything. If you want to kill that brat, it's your 2 clans' business. It's not worthwhile for me to offend the master of this place, the middle-aged man with the saber said coldly. The middle-aged man with the saber seemed to have realized something, but he was just an outsider. He wasn't stupid enough to take risks for Dongfang clan and Beitang clan. What? The master of this place? Dongfang clan's eldest brother and Beitang, you couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, a crisp laughter came from the depths of the forest. In the dark night, it seemed so abrupt, and everyone was shocked. He's right. If you're tactful, you should leave immediately. The crisp and sweet-sounding voice rang out again. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be the voice of a young girl. We're looking for an injured friend. After we find him, we'll naturally leave. Beitang Yu said. Everyone immediately understood Beitang Yu's intention. That's right. We have no intention of offending the master of this place. Have you seen our friend? Dongfang clan's eldest brother said. Although he looked like a straightforward man, he was no less attentive than a woman. Chapter 325. Under the night sky, the northernmost city of northern Yen, Bailing City, was brightly lit. Cultivators were constantly entering and exiting the city gate. The atmosphere in Bailing City was oppressive. It was as if a storm was brewing, shrouding the entire city. Bailing City had not been so lively for many years. The battle during the day had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world of the Tanglong continent. Cultivators who received the news gathered at Bailing City from all directions. The news of a demon coming out from the far north demonic zone had not only killed all the guards at Bailing Pass, but also completely destroyed Bailing Pass. The news of him fighting with two peerless experts had already spread throughout the city. At night, the inns and restaurants in Bailing City were bustling with activity. A large number of cultivators had rushed into Bailing City, and almost all the inns in the city had been booked. Some of the big sects and forces even spent a lot of money and booked the entire inn. The happiest people in Bailing City were probably the innkeepers. It was easy to earn money from cultivators. After all, cultivators were pursuing the path of immortality. They did not care much about money. In the bustling eastern area of Bailing City, there was the largest, tallest, and best restaurant in the city. Every floor of the restaurant was fully occupied. Everyone was toasting and chatting about the past and present. The atmosphere was extremely lively. However, the most popular topic was the battle between the three peerless experts at Bailing Pass during the day. Elder Chen, have you heard? The demon from the other side of the abyss of immortals and demons is coming out. No way. I heard that the demons from the other side of the abyss of immortals and demons have an agreement with the cultivation world of the Central Plains. They are not allowed to come out at will. Would the demons from the far north demonic zone dare to break the agreement? Hee, didn't you see? The number of cultivators in the city is several times more than during the day. It seems that all the major forces of the cultivation world of the Central Plains are here. I'm afraid they are going to start a war with the demons from the far north demonic zone. It can't be. The ones who spoke were two middle-aged cultivators in green robes. Most of the people outside the hall were cultivators. Although they spoke very softly, many people still heard them. Miss, is what they said true? If you bring this servant along during the day, this servant can also experience those so-called peerless experts. In the private room, a green-clothed woman was drinking by herself. Beside her stood a young maid. This little maid was wearing a light green dress. She looked very cute, especially her pair of black eyes, which were full of spirituality, like two shiny black gems. However, she did not seem to be human. She had a pair of long furry ears. Those were the ears of a beast. She was a demon that could already transform. If others were to see that someone was actually able to order around a greater demon that had taken human form as a maidservant, it would surely cause them to be extremely dumbstruck and shocked. One must know that a demon that could take human form could already be called a great demon. This kind of great demon's strength was extremely terrifying, and it was sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the human peerless experts of the void-resisting realm. Cultivators of the royal void realm among the humans were peerless experts who could soar into the sky without the help of any external objects. They were people who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world's pyramid. If I were to bring you along, then the world would really be in chaos. The mysterious woman said. On her right shoulder was a fist-sized purple beast. It was the three-eyed sable. This three-eyed sable was currently holding a pigeon egg-sized, fiery red crystal in its claws and chewing on it. Crunch! Crunch! The incomparably hard crystal was actually chewed off by the little beast in small bites and swallowed into its stomach. In just a short while, the pigeon egg-sized fiery red crystal was more than half eaten by the little beast. Unfortunately, this servant came a bit too late. The little maid said with disappointment. It's not too late. Something seems to have happened to that demon Chu Gu. He has fallen into madness and fled into the depths of the snow forest. If you want to find someone to fight with, you should still be able to find him. The green-clothed woman said indifferently. Network. Really? Then I'm going. When the little maid heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. She seemed to be extremely excited. Then, the space distorted and the little maid disappeared from the private room. This little girl's ability to control the void is becoming more and more proficient. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to let her play with those experts. The green-clothed woman said. Even in the private room, her face was still a blur. She still used her magic power to conceal her true appearance. At this time, she suddenly put down the wine jug in her hand. The faint conversation in the private room next door had attracted her attention. In the private room next door, someone had used a small spell to block out sound. However, this small spell was completely useless against the green-clothed woman. As long as she wanted to, she would definitely be able to hear everyone in the private room. Why haven't Uncle and the others returned yet? Could it be that even the four of them couldn't kill that brat Gu Fei? A voice sounded from the private room next door. Brother, don't worry. With Uncle and the others here, even if that brat has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be difficult for him to escape with his life. Another voice sounded, as if comforting the person who had just spoken. The green-clothed woman could hear that although the tone of the second person was calm, it was also slightly nervous. What's going on with you two brothers? My aunt is the person in my Beitang clan who has the highest hope of breaking through to the void-controlling realm in the past 100 years. With her cultivation, could it be that she's still able to let that kid escape? Another person spoke out. Beitang Ao, you should know that if that person doesn't die, our 2 families won't have a good life. The first person who spoke seemed to be a little displeased with the other person's disapproval. Hee, Dongfang Chen, you 2 brothers seem to have formed an irreconcilable enmity with that brat. When he comes back, I'm afraid the first thing he will do is to settle the score with you. It's not my turn yet. Beitang Ao said with a sneer. If it wasn't for the Dongfang brothers adding fuel to the fire, in fact, the enmity between Beitang Ao and his nephew and Gu Fei was not irreconcilable, and it would not have become so irreconcilable. The 3 young cultivators in the private room next door were the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao. What do you mean by that? Dongfang Chen said in a deep voice. His tone was frighteningly cold. He seemed to have been angered by Beitang Ao's words. All right, all of you talk less. Right now, we should unite and solve this big problem in front of us. Dongfang Long advised. Humph. Beitang Ao sneered and no longer spoke. You. Dongfang Chen was furious. This Beitang Ao was looking down on others too much. Everyone's strength was about the same, but Beitang Ao was as arrogant as his name suggested. This made Dongfang Chen very unhappy. Brother. Dongfang Long said again. I know. I won't lower myself to the same level as some people. Dongfang Chen said. The people in the private room next door seemed to be very unhappy. Everyone was silent. After a while, the 3 young cultivators left the restaurant on bad terms. The human world is really complicated. You and I are deceiving each other. It's not like us demon race, where everything is based on strength. It's much simpler. The green-robed woman reached out her hand and touched the small head of the purple marten on her shoulder and lightly said. At this time, the 3-eyed marten had already chewed all the fiery red crystal in its claws. Its eyes were half closed, and it leaned comfortably on the neck of the green-robed woman. It was certainly not a coincidence that the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao came to Bailing City. It could even be said that they had been preparing for this assassination for several months. It turned out that half a year ago, the head of Taishian's sect, Daoist Shintian, and several elders of the sect, who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs, used the primordial spirit lamp left by Gu Fei as a guide. They used the 3-realm 6-path soul-searching technique and learned that not only was Gu Fei not trapped in the virtual sky world, but he had also come out. In the past 2 or 3 years, Gu Fei's primordial spirit lamp had not been extinguished, which had become a worry for Dongfang Chen. If he hadn't stopped them in the space passage, Gu Fei would not have been trapped in the virtual sky world. As long as Gu Fei's primordial spirit lamp was not extinguished, he could not have a moment of peace. Among his fellow disciples, eldest senior brother Li Lingfeng and the head's disciple Ziyu, as well as some disciples from other branches who were originally inferior to him, had already broken through the shackles of the self-awakening realm, successfully condensed their core of the way, and broke through to the transcending mortality realm. Dongfang Chen, on the other hand, was restless. It was difficult for him to devote all his attention to cultivation, and it was difficult for his cultivation to advance. In the past 2 or 3 years, he had watched his fellow disciples successfully reach the core formation realm, but he himself was blocked at the last hurdle of the self-awakening realm. This made Dongfang Chen very ashamed. If Gu Fei did not die, his worry would not go away. His cultivation would probably always be shackled at the self-awakening realm, unable to advance even an inch. When he learned that Daoist Shen Tian had sent Dan Qingzi with the primordial spirit lamp to go down the mountain to find Gu Fei, Dongfang Chen immediately took action. He absolutely could not let Gu Fei return to Taishien's sect. If Gu Fei returned to Taishien's sect alive, he would die without a burial place. The crime of murdering a fellow disciple was enough for him to pay with his own life, and it would also bring shame to the Dongfang family. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen. That was how the 4 mysterious experts had ambushed Gu Fei and killed him outside Bailing Pass. However, the 4 experts of the older generation were now in big trouble. In order to chase after Gu Fei, they inadvertently broke into a jungle that was impossible to appear in the snow-covered northern region. Ask the owner of this place to come out and talk. Bei Tangyu's eyes shone brightly, sweeping in all directions, but she could not find any trace of the mysterious girl in the forest. I know where the friend you are looking for is. In the forest, it suddenly became incomparably quiet. Other than the voices of the crowd, there was no other sound. Thank you so much, Boss Dongfang said. They didn't expect things to be so simple. But the mysterious girl in the forest seemed to be a little hesitant. When Boss Dongfang and the others heard this, their hearts jumped. Bei Tangyu quickly said, But what? But just now, I seem to hear you saying that you wanted to kill the friend you were talking about. I am very curious, since it is your friend, why do you want to kill him? The mysterious girl's clear voice sounded in the forest. Chapter 326. You want to deceive me? I'm not that easy to deceive. In the darkness of the night, the girl's clear and melodious voice resounded from within the forest. She seemed to be angry. Please don't misunderstand, Dongfang first brother hastily said. At the same time, he signaled to the 3 people standing beside him with his eyes. However, Bei Tangyu and the others shook their heads. It was difficult for them to detect the location of the mysterious girl in the forest. The mysterious girl's voice seemed to come from all directions. It was erratic, but it was clearly transmitted to the 4 people's ears. It was as if she was speaking right next to their ears. This was obviously a profound sound technique. The mysterious girl didn't want Dongfang first brother and the others to know where she was. There was no doubt that she was secretly watching Bei Tangyu and the others' every move. I didn't misunderstand. The bow in your hand is enough to explain everything, the girl said. I don't welcome you here. You should leave quickly or else. Or else what? Bei Tangyu coldly said. She was a proud person and couldn't tolerate others threatening her. Hand over that boy and we will naturally leave. Dongfang first brother couldn't help but tighten his grip on the 9 secret black bone bow. He vigilantly observed the surrounding movements. The Bei Tang and Dongfang families didn't want to leave because this matter involved too many people. If they didn't handle it well, it would bring great trouble to their families. They couldn't feel at ease until they saw Gu Fei's corpse. Bei Tangyu and the others were also on guard. The middle-aged man with the black saber on his back had already stretched his right hand to his back and grasped the hilt of the black saber. He could unsheath the saber at any time. Very good. Since you don't want to leave, then you can play with my pet. As soon as the girl finished speaking, a whistling sound resounded in the forest. This whistling sound seemed to follow a certain rhythm. It was sharp, but not ear-piercing. Listening to it gave people a comfortable feeling. Roar! Roar! As the whistle rang out, a deafening roar immediately rang out in the originally quiet forest. The roar was so close that it sounded like it was about to explode. An intense baleful aura suddenly erupted from all directions, sweeping towards Bei Tangyu and the others. They seemed to have been surrounded by countless ferocious beasts. Sensing the aura of the ferocious beast that suddenly appeared, everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were extremely shocked. They were unable to understand how the young woman in the dock was able to do all this. Why was she able to hide so many fierce beasts in the nearby forest, but they couldn't sense any of them at all? This seemed to be an impossible thing. The surrounding beasts seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Pang! A golden light suddenly shot out from the forest in front of them. A giant golden wolf with wings on its back rushed out. The wolf's body was about 2 zhang long and nearly 1 zhang tall. Its entire body was flashing with a golden light, and a pair of golden wings that were about 4 to 5 zhang long spread out, stirring up gusts of wind. The golden fur flickered with a sparkling luster, as if it was cast out of gold. A bizarre energy fluctuation flowed on it, and a terrifying ferocious might spread out from the giant wolf's body. After the golden divine wolf rushed out, its pair of ferocious and flickering bloody eyes never left Beitang and the others. Danger shrouded them. Humph! Beitang sneered. Then he took a step forward and directly threw a punch forward. A golden spiritual light surged out from his fist and rushed towards the golden divine wolf. At the moment when Beitang threw his punch, the grass and trees beside him were instantly crushed by the powerful force. Although everyone was unwilling to fight with the mysterious young woman who had not shown herself since the beginning, the current situation didn't allow them to do nothing. Awoo! The golden divine wolf let out a long howl towards the sky, then it turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, avoiding Beitang golden fist. The forest below was destroyed in an instant, and branches and leaves fluttered in the air. The golden divine wolf in the sky opened its mouth and fiercely spouted a dazzling golden light towards Beitang below. The golden light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. When Boss Dongfang and the others saw this, they were immediately startled. Quickly disperse! Swish! 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 Boss Dongfang, Beitang, and the middle-aged man with a blade on his back simultaneously rushed to the side. Roar! Beitang roared in anger. He didn't dodge. Instead, he took a step forward and threw his fists upwards to meet the golden light that was bombarding down from the sky. Boundless energy fluctuations were emitted from Beitang 2 fists. Using the 5 elemental divine ability, he aroused the power of the metal element among the 5 elements. The power of the metal element that was drifting in the world rapidly converged towards Beitang fists. Beitang fists seemed to have turned into 2 dazzling golden suns, illuminating the heaven and earth. The surrounding forest was unceasingly smashed by the mighty and terrifying energy. Boom! With a loud sound, a dazzling golden light burst out from the forest. The forest shook violently, and a wave of energy swept out from the center where the 2 terrifying energies collided. The powerful energy fluctuation wreaked havoc in the forest, and a large area of forest was instantly destroyed. Leaves fluttered in the air, and wood chips filled the sky. Under the cover of the burst of golden light, Beitang and the others, who were a step ahead to dodge, saw the terrifying figures in the nearby forest. However, the nearby vicious beasts didn't seem to have any intention to attack them. The young woman in the dark was controlling the forest. This wasn't good. The initiative was completely in the hands of the mysterious young woman in the dark. Rumble! The ground under Beitang feet shook violently. The soil cracked and collapsed downwards, and a huge pit appeared in the forest. The golden divine wolf was blasted into the sky. Everyone be careful! Dongfang Big Brother shouted loudly. At the same time, a formidable magical power fluctuation gushed out from his body, and an ancient bronze battle armor appeared on his body. Hand over that person, I don't want to hurt you, Dongfang Big Brother shouted in a deep voice. He knew that the mysterious young woman in the dock was watching their every move. The feeling of being spied on in the dark was very bad. Humph! Boasting shamelessly, do you think that you can hurt me just because you have that ghastly big bow in your hand? The young woman's voice resounded again, and her words were filled with disdain. Awoo! At this time, a world-shaking wolf howl resounded from the sky. A terrifying energy fluctuation came down from the sky, shaking the heaven and earth. The golden divine wolf seemed to be an ominous beast of metal element, and it could manipulate the power of metal element. The huge divine wolf was emitting a dazzling golden light. The divine wolf turned into a golden rainbow and pounced towards Beitang who had just walked out of the big pit. Even Beitang and the other experts were startled by its fiendish aura. This divine wolf wasn't simple. If it hadn't torn apart thousands of living beings, it wouldn't have been able to form such a fiendish aura. At this time, Dongfeng Big Brother, who was standing on the top of the tree, pulled the 9 nether black bone bough in his hand. Black mist curled up around it, and endless profound ghost energy erupted from the black bone bough. As the 9 nether black bone bough was gradually pulled, the nearby spiritual energy began to crazily converge towards the 9 nether black bone bough, and it was quickly transformed into profound ghost energy. The spiritual energy here. At this time, everyone felt that the spiritual energy in this part of the forest seemed to be denser compared to other places. The spiritual energy converging towards the 9 nether black bone bough had condensed into a visible spiritual energy flow. A forest had appeared in the world of ice and snow in the north, and the nearby spiritual energy was so dense. Could it be that a spiritual vein was being nurtured under the ground here? Endless spiritual energy converged towards the 9 nether black bone bough, and was transformed into endless profound ghost energy. A black arrow condensed on the bowstring. Black mist lingered around Dongfeng Big Brother's body, and it seemed as if there were thousands of ghosts and evil spirits faintly appearing. The ghostly shadows collided, and the entire 9 nether black bone bough emitted a jet-black radiance. The pitch-black bone body emitted a frightening fluctuation that caused one's heart to palpitate. At this time, Bei Tangyi's loud shout came from the side. The golden divine wolf had already descended from the sky like a golden meteor, and fiercely pounced towards Bei Tangyi. Die! Bei Tangyi threw a wild punch towards the golden divine wolf that was pouncing down from the sky. The wind was vast and mighty, and the golden radiance was like a wave that soared into the sky. The imposing manner was vigorous and unstoppable. The golden divine wolf that was pouncing down fiercely flapped its wings forward. Streaks of sharp golden radiance immediately shot out, and collided with Bei Tangyi's vast fist energy with a loud rumble. A ball of golden radiance like the scorching sun burst out in the sky, and illuminated the entire mountain forest in a golden color. Bei Tangyi's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and at the same time, he shattered the ground. His figure transformed into a streak of golden light, and directly pounced towards the golden divine wolf that was flying backwards in the sky. His right arm was like a heavenly blade, and a several-meter-long golden radiance swept across the sky diagonally towards the golden divine wolf. "Awoo!" The golden divine wolf let out a long howl, and dodged the several-meter-long golden radiance with lightning speed. A pair of golden and dazzling claws fiercely clawed towards Bei Tangyi's chest. Bei Tangyi didn't dodge, and directly chopped towards the wolf's head with a knife hand. Screech! The golden divine wolf's sharp claws instantly tore the clothes in front of Bei Tangyi's chest to shreds, and Bei Tangyi's knife hand also blasted on the wolf's head without any fuss, and actually emitted the sound of metal colliding. Bei Tangyi only felt that his knife hand had chopped on a piece of godly steel, and was unable to cause any substantial damage to the golden divine wolf. The golden divine wolf's claw didn't injure Bei Tangyi at all. The golden divine wolf and Bei Tangyi both flew backwards. Golden wolf and Bei Tangyi flew backwards. Bei Tangyi didn't have the ability to fly, so he slowly descended from the sky. That golden divine wolf was very extraordinary, and it seemed to be a mutated species. It was actually able to fight endlessly with a transcending mortality realm expert, and it didn't even fall into a disadvantageous position. What made Bei Tangyi, Boss Dongfeng, and the others feel a chill in their hearts was that there seemed to be a lot of vicious beasts like the golden divine wolf in the surroundings. If those vicious beasts in the vicinity were to swarm them together, Boss Dongfeng and the others could only escape. So, Boss Dongfeng shot an arrow, but he didn't shoot in a certain direction. Instead, the ghost arrow, which was shrouded in black energy, soared into the sky. At this moment, a purple figure appeared beside a figure that was lying in the grass a few hundred meters away from Bei Tangyi and the others. Chapter 327. Under the moonlit night, in the forest, a golden beast silhouette was fighting against Bei Tangyi. The winged golden divine wolf was incomparably valiant. Its body, which seemed to be cast from gold, was emitting waves of incomparably fierce baleful aura. The golden battle wolf could also control the power of metal between heaven and earth. Its physical body was extremely powerful, and as it constantly bombarded Bei Tangyi, a large area of the forest was constantly being destroyed by the powerful explosion. The golden light illuminated the heaven and earth. Bei Tangyi and the middle-aged man with a black saber on his back were standing on top of a tree. They nervously swept their eyes over their surroundings. The shadows of the beasts in the forest were emitting powerful fluctuations, which made them feel uneasy. The whistle only rang for a while before it stopped. The shadows of the beasts in the nearby forest didn't attack Beitangyu and the others, as if they were waiting for an order. At this time, the tall and big boss Dongfang had already pulled open the 9 nether black bone bough. The spiritual qi in the surroundings was vast and mighty, unceasingly converging towards the man and the bough standing on top of the tree. The spiritual qi here seemed to be very dense. The spiritual qi that was converging towards the man and the bough had even formed a visible spiritual qi flow. When the endless spiritual qi converged on the 9 nether black bone bough, it was instantly transformed into profound ghost qi. Around Boss Dongfang's body, ghost qi lingered, gloomy and terrifying, as if he had turned into a ghost domain. The endless profound ghost qi condensed into a ghost arrow with black qi lingering around it. Boss Dongfang let go of the arrow. Whoosh! The ghost arrow soared into the sky, emitting a dreadful whistling sound like the wailing of ghosts. It flew towards the southeast corner, leaving behind a black shadow in the void. Although Boss Dongfang didn't know the exact location of the girl in the dark, the profound ghost arrow was able to sense the ghost qi on Gu Fei's body. Boss Dongfang didn't want to make a move against the mysterious girl in the dark. His arrow wasn't used to deal with the mysterious girl, but to kill Gu Fei. A purple figure appeared next to Gu Fei, who had fainted in the grass when eldest brother Dongfang shot the arrow. Just then, a sharp ear-piercing sound that sounded like the howls of thousands of ferocious spirits rang out from the sky. What is that? The purple figure hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. The moonlight shone on this person's face. Her skin was creamy white, her eyes were like autumn water, her nose was straight, and her lips were red and moist. This was a young girl dressed in purple, so beautiful that it was suffocating. She was slender and elegant, her dress swaying gently in the night wind, and 2 purple hair ribbons hanging down her back. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. A trace of astonishment flashed in her limpid eyes. She saw an arrow wrapped in black qi flying towards the young girl. Humph! Those people are quite capable to be able to detect my position. A crafty smile appeared on the young girl's beautiful face. Actually, the purple-robed girl did not know that Boss Dongfang's arrow's target was not her. Gu Fei's life was not fated to end. If the purple-robed girl had not been by his side, he would not have been able to avoid Boss Dongfang's profound ghost arrow in his unconscious state. Even a peerless cultivator of the Imperial Void Realm would not be able to withstand 2 arrows in a row. The profound ghost arrow was extremely fast. In an instant, it had flown close to the young girl. An eerie and terrifying aura rushed towards them, blowing the young girl's beautiful hair like a waterfall. The purple-clothed girl pointed a finger and a golden light immediately shot out from her slender jade-like finger. Bang! A muffled sound rang out and the golden light instantly collided with the profound ghost arrow that was shot out. The profound ghost arrow exploded in an instant. The terrifying profound ghost qi, in an instant, condensed into thousands of faint and illusory arrow silhouettes and shot towards the purple-robed girl and Gu Fei. One arrow silhouette had split into thousands of arrow silhouettes. This Boss Dongfang was quite impressive. The arrows that he had shot were not simply energy arrows that contained powerful profound ghost qi. Without a doubt, this arrow had been infused with his arrow will. Damn it! The purple-robed girl frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed across her face. Then she formed a seal with her hand and a large green net flew out from her body. It instantly unfolded and wrapped upwards. The large net shrouded the heavens and the earth and emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. Rays of dark green light shot out from the net. The thousands of profound ghost arrows shot onto the large net and exploded in an instant, turning back into a dark and eerie profound ghost qi. The Xian ghost qi was swept away by the emerald green light that surged out of the big net, and it immediately dissipated in the void. The thousands of faint and illusory profound arrow shadows were all caught by the dark green net that was spread out, and then they were refined by the dark green light in the net. Outrageous! If I don't show them what I'm made of, they will think that I'm a pushover. The purple-robed girl waved her hand and the large net immediately shrunk and flew back into her hand. After keeping the large net, the purple-robed girl took out a purple jade whistle and blew it. Roar! Roar! When the fierce beasts in the forest heard the whistle, they immediately roared. The sound was deafening, and terrifying beast shadows rushed out from all directions. Not good. Beitangyu and the others were shocked. Roar! A furious roar came from behind Beitangyu. A huge black ape rushed over from the distance and slapped the tree trunk that Bei Tangyu was standing on. Bang! The sound of wood splashing was heard. The large tree that needed several people to wrap their arms around was broken by the black ape's slap and fell down from the sky. Rumble! The large tree smashed into the forest, causing the ground to tremble. Branches and leaves fluttered in the air and the forest became chaotic. Swish! Bei Tangyu leaped to the top of another big tree the moment the tree fell. This black ape had extraordinary strength. Even Bei Tangyu was secretly startled. It must be known that the black ape only used the strength of its body to break the tree. The middle-aged man with the black saber on his back had his right hand fixed on the saber hilt the moment the fierce beasts appeared. At this time, a big golden bird was staring at him. This big bird looked like the legendary divine beast, the golden-winged roc. It had golden feathers, golden claws, and even its eyes seemed to be golden. Of course, if it really was a golden-winged roc, Bei Tangyu and the others would have already been torn to pieces. The huge golden bird flew like a bolt of golden lightning, moving quickly in the sky. Shwa! The big golden bird instantly approached the middle-aged man and a pair of sharp claws directly grabbed the top of his head. The claws looked like they were cast from gold and were suffused with a layer of golden light. If the claws hit him, it would definitely leave a few bloody holes on the top of the middle-aged man's head. Evil beast! The middle-aged man cursed and quickly dodged to the side. Clang! The black saber was instantly unsheathed and slashed towards the flying big golden bird. Pang! The air in front of the middle-aged man instantly exploded. A black saber light rushed out from his hand for hundreds of feet, as if it wanted to split the world into two halves. Under the black saber light, the trees collapsed one after another. Gwa! The big golden bird let out a cry and its flying speed suddenly increased to the limit. It rushed out from under the middle-aged man's terrifying saber light. Boom! The black saber light slashed down on the forest below. The earth shook, the soil suddenly rushed into the air, and the trees collapsed one after another. A hundreds of feet-long saber mark appeared in the forest. A few golden feathers floated down from the sky. The big golden bird seemed to be frightened by the middle-aged man's heaven-shaking saber light and fled far away. Hurry up and leave! At this time, everyone heard the anxious voice of Dongfang Big Brother. Right at this moment, a few incomparably powerful and ferocious auras surged out from the depths of the forest. Boom! 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 It was as if a huge creature was rushing out from the depths of the forest, causing the entire forest to shake. Everyone's expression changed. These fierce beasts were already difficult for them to deal with. If a few more king of fierce beasts came, then they would not be able to leave this place. Swish! 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 Silhouettes flashed. Dongfang Big Brother and the others hastily rushed back the way they came. Bei Tangyi's cultivation was obviously the weakest among the four. He was entangled by the golden battle wolf and the single-horned snake, and it was difficult for him to get away. Upon seeing this, Bei Tangyu immediately rushed down from the tree. She swept away the single-horned snake with a kick and blasted away the golden battle wolf with a punch. Then, she grabbed Bei Tangyi and rushed out. Under the moonlit night, the four human cultivators were running on top of the trees in the forest as fast as the wind and lightning. Countless terrifying beast shadows were chasing from behind. The beast roars shook the entire forest. The other birds and beasts in the forest were frightened and fled in panic. Wherever they passed, the forest was in chaos. At this time, several terrifying beast shadows arrived near the purple-robed girl. They were hidden in the shadows of the forest. Each beast shadow was emitting a fiendish aura that could make one's heart palpitate. This was the frightening fiendish aura that could only be formed by slaughtering thousands of creatures. In this forest, there were obviously several terrifying vicious beast kings. And these vicious beast kings seemed to have been summoned by the purple-robed girl's whistle. The purple-robed girl stopped whistling. Then, she turned her head to look at Gu Fei who had fainted in the underbrush. She saw that Gu Fei's body was shrouded in a black aura. His skin had turned into a purple-black color. If one looked carefully, they could see that there seemed to be something moving under Gu Fei's skin. Faint and illusory ghost shadows constantly appeared on Gu Fei's skin. His body was emitting a gloomy aura. Tiny black ice particles were forming around his body. It's hard to imagine that a person could not die even after thousands of ghosts and spirits rushed into his body. I have to take him back and study him. The purple-robed girl touched her chin and muttered to herself. After pondering for a moment, She whistled to summon the golden bird. Then, she jumped on the bird's back. The golden bird grabbed Gu Fei, who was lying in the underbrush. It flapped its golden wings and soared into the sky, flying toward the depths of the forest. The terrifying beast shadows that were hidden in the shadows of the forest also quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 328. After Bei Tang Yu and the rest ran for a few dozen miles, they felt that the surrounding temperature was dropping rapidly. Ice and snow gradually appeared in their line of sight, and the countless beasts that were chasing them no longer chased them. They seemed to be roaring as they retreated. And they rushed out of the forest and entered the snowy forest. After running for a few dozen miles, they finally stopped on a snowy slope. What's going on? Why is there such a place here, and we didn't even know about it beforehand? The blade-carrying middle-aged man said with lingering fear. I think that there should be a spiritual vein under the ground there. Bei Tangyu said. Spiritual vein? Everyone was shocked as they looked at Bei Tangyu in disbelief. But thinking about it, it made sense. In the northern part of the Northern Wei Empire that was covered in snow, there was a forest that could only be found in a warm climate. Thinking about this, the eyes of Dongfang first and the rest lit up. Spiritual veins. Places with spiritual veins were all spiritual lands with abundant spiritual energy. Cultivating in such a place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Everyone knew what a spiritual land meant to an entire clan or sect. One had to know that spiritual lands with spiritual veins in the Tanglong continent had long been occupied by the major powers. Some of the highest-grade spiritual lands even had caves opened up in them. Spiritual lands or caves were the foundation of a sect, a family, or a power. Only with a foundation could one develop. Furthermore, cultivating in a spiritual land or cave with abundant spiritual energy was definitely faster than cultivating in other places. As a result, the sects and forces with spiritual lands or grotto heavens had an absolute advantage over those without. Cultivators who came from spiritual lands or grotto heavens were often stronger than their peers. Let's go back and think about it. Dongfang first looked at the other three and said. Although his tone was calm, it was difficult to conceal the excitement in his heart. There was no power that would not be tempted by a newly discovered spiritual land. All right. Bei Tangyu and the rest nodded their heads and quickly disappeared into the snowy forest. At this time, what they needed to do was to send this news back to their families. The situation had already developed beyond their control, but there was no doubt that the Dongfang and Beitang families, as well as the forces behind the blade-carrying middle-aged man, would all send their true experts here. With the appearance of the spiritual land and Chu Gu slaughtering his way out of the far north demonic domain, it was destined that the Northern Wei Kingdom would no longer be peaceful. The truly powerful experts would gather in the northern reaches, and the competition between them would be incomparably intense. However, everything that was about to happen seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei for the time being. Gu Fei, who had fallen into a coma, was in a daze. Sometimes, he felt that he was riding on the clouds and roaming in front of the Nine Heavens Palace. Sometimes, he felt that he had fallen into an abyss. He was surrounded by ghosts and ghosts, as if there were countless devils and ghosts wandering around him, as if they wanted to swarm him and tear him to pieces. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt that his consciousness seemed to have returned. There seemed to be a mysterious force that pulled his wandering divine sense back. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He hurriedly closed his eyes. He knew that this was because he had not seen light for a long time, and his eyes were stimulated by the light. After his eyes adapted for a while, Gu Fei could see a blurry scene in front of him. A slender figure appeared in his eyes. You're finally awake. It seems that my method was effective. A crisp voice sounded in Gu Fei's ears. It was like the song of a lark, pleasing to the ears. Gu Fei could hear the joy in the girl's voice. He finally saw the person in front of him clearly. It was a beautiful girl dressed in purple. Her features were exquisite to the extreme. She didn't seem to be very old, not even 20 years old. However, in the eyes of cultivators, being young or old meant nothing. Only having great strength was the most practical. Who are you? Why am I here? Gu Fei's voice was hoarse. It was as if he was walking in the desert and was extremely thirsty. Hee. My name is Yenner. This is the secret realm of the Danding. When the girl saw that Gu Fei had regained consciousness, she seemed to be very happy. It was as if she had done something very interesting. Secret realm of the Danding? Where is this place? I've never heard of it. Gu Fei quickly searched his mind. However, he couldn't remember such a place in the Tanglong continent. Hee. I already said it's a secret realm. If everyone knew about it, it wouldn't be a secret realm. The girl dressed in purple, Yenner, said as she sat on a chair at the side. When Gu Fei saw the chair she was sitting on, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was because he felt that the chair that the girl dressed in purple, Yenner, was sitting on, was actually carved out of the highest grade purple jade. The entire purple jade chair was flowing with a faint layer of purple light. It seemed to contain an endless amount of spiritual energy. It was very extraordinary. Gu Fei looked around again. He felt that the place he was in seemed to be a cave that was built out of jade. As far as his eyes could see, there were all kinds of jade that were flowing with a crystal-clear light. The space wasn't big. It was only 5 or 6 feet in circumference. However, the walls seemed to be built out of a whole piece of white jade. Moreover, there were no cracks on the white jade walls. It was so smooth that one could see one's reflection. The jade chair, the jade table, and the bookshelf by the wall were all made out of the highest grade jade. Only in the middle of the room, there was a huge bronze cauldron that was more than 10 feet tall. In the entire room, it seemed that the bronze cauldron, which was still emitting traces of green smoke, was the only thing that wasn't made out of jade. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim at the generosity of the owner of this place. The highest grade jade usually contains spiritual energy. This was common knowledge in the world of cultivation. Jade that contained spiritual energy was very rare. However, the room in front of him seemed to be built entirely out of jade that contained spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the entire room was very abundant. Sometimes, one could even use the naked eye to catch traces of spiritual light that were emitted from the spiritual energy. Now it's my turn to ask you. Who are you? Why are those guys chasing after you? The clear and melodious voice of the purple-clothed girl, Yenner, rang in Gu Fei's ears, causing him to come back to his senses. My name is Gu Fei. It's a long story. I have a grudge against those people. Gu Fei said. In front of this innocent girl, he didn't want to lie. Then I'll call you Old Gu. Yenner smiled. Gu Fei only felt that his eyes lit up. This purple-clothed girl named Yenner was like a little fairy that didn't eat the food of the mortal world. When she smiled, it was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. It was breathtaking. At least, that was what Gu Fei thought. However, he didn't have the slightest bit of blasphemy in his heart. Old Gu. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and asked, Am I very old? Hee, you're not old. In fact, you're very old. Do you want to see what you look like now? The purple-clothed girl's face revealed a sly smile. Ah! Upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He only now realized that he didn't seem to notice anything strange about his body after he woke up. At this time, when the purple-clothed girl, Yenner, said this, his whole body became cold. He felt that he couldn't see inside his body. His divine sense seemed to be completely imprisoned by some kind of power. What's going on? He hurriedly looked at his body, and when his gaze landed on his arm, he was shocked. The skin on his arm was shriveled like the skin of an orange that had lost all of its moisture. It was wrinkled and shriveled. Not only his arms, but even his body was in the same condition. He was like an old man who was about to die. His body seemed to have aged to the extreme. At this time, the purple-clothed girl, Yenner, handed over a bronze mirror. How could this be? When Gu Fei saw his reflection in the mirror, his heart was shocked to the extreme. He was so excited that he almost fainted again. Gu Fei couldn't believe it. His reflection in the mirror was actually a white-haired old man. The wrinkles on his face were like ravines, filled with the traces of time. It was as if hundreds of years of his lifespan had been taken away, and he had become a skinny old man. No wonder the purple-clothed girl called him Old Gu. It turned out that he was really old, the kind that couldn't be any older. Why is this happening? Gu Fei excitedly asked Yenner. This girl in front of him definitely knew what had happened to his body. He wanted to know the reason. Only by knowing the reason could he solve the problem. Yenner said, There are countless evil spirits rushing into your body. If I didn't use the 18 soul-suppressing nails to suppress the evil spirits in your body, your blood would have been devoured by the evil spirits in your body. Your blood would have dried up and you would have died. That arrow. Gu Fei recalled that he had been struck by the arrow shot by the man with the ghost bow. What a vicious fellow. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. Gu Fei had never wanted to take revenge on a single person, or a group of people. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill his way to the Dongfang and Beitang families and completely erase these two cultivation worlds from this world. The people of the Dongfang and Beitang clans had repeatedly tried to harm him, causing Gu Fei's anger to soar to the 9 heavens. The hatred in his heart was so great that his eyes had turned red. You look so scary. Yen'er couldn't help being alarmed when she saw Gu Fei's current appearance. I'm sorry. Gu Fei realized he had lost control and slowly calmed down. But he swore to himself that he would definitely take revenge for this. Only then did Gu Fei realize that his body was actually pierced by 18 pitch-black iron nails. Each iron nail was the size of a chopstick and was deeply embedded in his body. Only a very short section of it was exposed outside his body. Gu Fei felt as if his body had become numb. He couldn't feel any pain, and he didn't even know what 18 soul-suppressing nails were. It was clear that the 18 soul-suppressing nails had suppressed the evil power of the profound Yin ghost arrow, but at the same time, they had also completely sealed his divine sense. Actually, you don't need to be too sad. You still have a chance to recover. Yen'er said. Chapter 329. Danding School was a sect that had long disappeared from the world of cultivation. It was a branch of Taoism. Legend had it that after the Great War between Taoists and demons 1,000 years ago, Danding School began to decline until it completely disappeared from the world of cultivation. From then on, Danding School became history. No one knew that Danding School would discover a spiritual land in the Northern Land. Later on, they moved to the Northern Land and established a Danding paradise. Danding School became a secluded sect. During his conversation with Yen'er, Gu Fei learned some things about Danding School. Danding School was a sect that entered the Tao through pill cauldrons. This sect was best at alchemy. Using elixirs, they refined miraculous elixirs that could help cultivators increase their cultivation and help them break through the shackles of cultivation. Elixirs could allow people to be reborn. It could allow those who could not cultivate to enter the ranks of immortal cultivators. It could allow the stupid to become smart, and it could allow the dying to be reborn. The Tao of Pill Cauldron was a heaven-defying technique. Elixirs and elixirs could make the impossible possible. According to Yen'er, she was already the last successor of the Pill Cauldron Gate, and also the owner of the Pill Cauldron Heavenly Abode. Her cultivation shocked Gu Fei as she was about to break her core and condense her nascent soul. Moreover, Yen'er's real age was only in her early 20s. Due to the help of the elixirs left behind by her master, her cultivation base had increased very quickly. However, the result of this increase in cultivation base was that her realm was not very stable. Apart from Yen'er, there was no one else in Danding Paradise. On this day, after Gu Fei took a qi-gathering pill refined by Yen'er, he immediately felt relaxed. He could even feel the qi-gathering pill turning into a stream of heat in his dantian and flowing throughout his body. The spiritual energy transformed from the qi-gathering pill was nourishing his old body. However, Gu Fei's body was like a leaking ball. Before long, the spiritual energy transformed from the qi-gathering pill would be devoured by the countless souls imprisoned in his body. The 9 nether blackbone bow was definitely an incomparably evil and terrifying ghostly weapon. Even though Gu Fei's life force was incomparably vigorous, and he had the essence of the divine weapon refined into his blood and qi, the blood and qi in his body were still drying up day by day. The evil spirits and ghostly aura were devouring his life force, causing his life force to fade away at every moment. The qi-gathering pill could only replenish the lost life force in Gu Fei's body, so that Gu Fei could continue to live, and not die of his blood and qi being devoured by the Yin spirits and ghost qi. Actually, this was also a risky move. Gu Fei taking the qi-gathering pill was undoubtedly equivalent to using the spiritual energy of the pill to feed the ownerless spirits in his body. Those ownerless Yin souls would continue to devour the spirit qi transformed from the qi-gathering pills, and the Yin soul ghost qi would gradually become stronger. When the 18 soul-subduing nails on Gu Fei's body could no longer suppress those Yin souls, there would only be one outcome for Gu Fei, and that was death. It was a beautiful morning, and Yen'er had already run off to God knows where. Gu Fei walked out of the immortal's cave. His body was trembling, and he looked exactly like an old man whose body was in decline. With a head full of white hair, wrinkled skin, and emaciated body, Gu Fei's body no longer had that exuberant life force. His body was like a withered old tree that had lost its vitality, and it looked like it would collapse at any time. Gu Fei already knew that the Danding School's Immortals Cave was built in the belly of a jade mountain. Below the jade mountain was a spirit vein, and around the jade mountain, there was a chi-gathering array laid by the Danding School. The chi-gathering array could not only gather the spirit chi from all directions, but it could also restrain the spirit chi emitted by the jade mountain's spirit vein, preventing it from spreading. This is really a good place. Gu Fei stood outside the entrance of the Immortals Cave and looked around. He didn't even breathe, but was inhaling and exhaling the spirit chi. The spirit chi here was really too thick, and he could even see the colorful green lights floating between the flowers and trees. Gu Fei soon discovered that the other places on the mountain seemed to have been reclaimed into a square of spiritual fields, and the spiritual fields were planted with spiritual herbs. Purple gold ginseng, fire dragon grass, scarlet fruit. Gu Fei recognized a few spiritual herbs, but he had never seen most of the spiritual herbs planted in the spiritual fields. Even in the ancient books that he had read in the sect, there were no relevant records about them. Every spiritual herb was surrounded by spirit chi, and under the nourishment of sufficient spirit chi, each spiritual herb was extraordinary, and seemed to have matured for hundreds of years. Gu Fei sat in front of the Immortals Cave and looked up at the rising sun. He couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions in his heart. A few days ago, he was still a young expert with extremely lofty ideals. He was thinking about how to revitalize the Green Spirit Peak, and how to pass on the Green Spirit Peak's orthodoxy. But now, with his deteriorating body, it was difficult for him to even walk down the mountain. Gu Fei thought a lot, looking back on the path of his growth until now. He was bullied on Taishan Mountain, and then he was proud at the 9 Vein Trials. Then he went to the virtual sky world, and then he escaped from the Devil's Territory in the far north. It seemed that he never really stopped to rest. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt a little tired, not physically, but mentally. The path of the strong was not easy to walk. It was full of thorns and bumps, and one careless mistake could lead to injury or even death. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, the floating clouds in the sky, and the red-crowned cranes and spiritual birds soaring in the sky, Gu Fei felt an unprecedented peace in his heart. There was no fighting here, no mutual deception, no intrigue, and no need to always be on guard against the attacks of enemies hiding in the dark. This was a pure land, a paradise outside of the world. He didn't know how long he sat on the white jade steps in front of the cave. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure flash on the bamboo path at the foot of the mountain. A purple figure walked out of the bamboo forest. "You look good today." Soon, Yan arrived in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei stretched lazily, then stood up and said, "Have you found a way to cure me?" Gu Fei was very direct. Hee, it's not difficult to cure you, but... Yan wanted to say something but stopped. A trace of imperceptible cunning flashed in her black jewel-like eyes. Gu Fei could no longer keep calm. He hurriedly asked, "But what? What are your concerns? Just say it." Gu Fei was always thinking about how to revitalize his deteriorating body. However, he knew that unless he could dispel the Yin and ghost aura in his body, there might be a glimmer of hope. Hee, why are you in such a hurry? I will definitely cure you. Don't worry. Yan patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said. In fact, she was already calculating in her heart. Then when do we start? Gu Fei was very anxious. He couldn't wait to get out of his current predicament. His deteriorating body had almost made him lose the will to fight. When do you want to start? Yan looked at Gu Fei and asked with a smile. Of course, the sooner the better. Gu Fei said. Yan rubbed her chin and took a few steps. She pondered for a moment and said, I'll say this in advance. That method is a bit extreme. If you can't stand it, I can stand it. As long as it can revitalize my body, I can stand anything. Gu Fei said firmly as he looked at Yan. You said it. Don't scold me when the time comes. Yan said with a serious face, which was rare for her. She looked at Gu Fei and said. In fact, her heart was already blooming with joy. She was even fantasizing about Gu Fei's interesting look in her little head. I know. My great-aunt, I can't thank you enough. Why would I scold you? Gu Fei quickly promised Yan. All right then. Come with me. Yan said and walked down the mountain. Hey, wait a minute. How can I keep up with you in this state? Gu Fei said awkwardly. His body was now extremely weak. He panted after taking a few steps. If he were to accidentally roll down the white jade steps, it would be too embarrassing. Oh, that's easy, Yan'er said and walked to Gu Fei's side. She reached out and grabbed Gu Fei's right arm. Then, she went down the mountain. Gu Fei felt a force coming from Yan'er's hand and enveloping him. His feet didn't seem to touch the ground at all. He floated down the mountain like a cloud. Soon, Yan'er brought Gu Fei from the Cauldron Cave Mansion to the foot of the mountain. They passed through the bamboo forest and crossed a small bridge. Yan'er and Gu Fei headed towards a valley in the Cauldron Cave Mansion. The scenery in the Cauldron Cave Mansion was beautiful. Every mountain peak and forest was beautiful. Under the small bridge, there was a spirit spring that flowed out and converged into a small stream. Spirit fields were distributed between the mountain stream and the bamboo forest. They could be seen everywhere. The surroundings were full of vitality. The unique fragrance of spirit medicine entered Gu Fei's nose from time to time, making him feel refreshed. Walking into the valley, Gu Fei found that this small valley was a completely different scene. There were no spirit fields planted with spirit medicine, nor was there any emerald green vegetation. It was as if they had entered another space. The small valley wasn't big, but it was barren. Gu Fei felt that the temperature in the small valley was much higher than outside the valley. Rocks could be seen everywhere on the ground. Yan'er brought Gu Fei directly into the depths of the small valley. There, Gu Fei finally understood why there was such a barren land in the Cauldron Cave Mansion. In the depths of the valley, there was a high platform made of white jade. On the high platform, there was an ancient bronze cauldron. The ancient cauldron was more than 6 meters tall. There were ancient patterns carved on it. The entire ancient cauldron emitted a simple and ancient aura. Yan'er brought Gu Fei up the white jade high platform to the front of the ancient bronze cauldron. She waved her hand and the ancient cauldron's lid immediately flew up. Chapter 330. Plop. With a sound, Gu Fei fell into the water. Gu Fei, whose body had deteriorated to the point where he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, immediately swallowed a few mouthfuls of cold water from the ancient cauldron. He only felt a strong medicinal smell rush to his head, making him want to vomit. He immediately stood up from the water, shocked and angry. He never thought that Yan'er would throw him into the ancient bronze cauldron. "Let me out!" Gu Fei shouted. His voice reverberated back and forth in the ancient bronze cauldron, making his ears buzz and a feeling of dizziness. He was too weak now. He was afraid that even a child could beat him to the ground. Hee. Didn't you say that if I can cure you, you can endure any pain? Yan'er's proud voice came from outside the ancient cauldron. What do you mean by this? Gu Fei quickly calmed down. If she wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. She could just kill him directly. Although he didn't know why Yan'er locked him in the ancient bronze cauldron, he thought that she didn't have any evil intentions. Well, it doesn't mean anything. You can soak in this Chaos Dan cauldron for 2 or 3 days. Not everyone has such treatment. Haha. Yan'er said. Soak for 2 or 3 days? Gu Fei's face turned green. That's it. I'm leaving. Yan'er said. Then, Gu Fei heard Yan'er's footsteps getting farther away. Hey, don't go. What will I do if you leave? There's nothing to eat here. If I starve for 2 or 3 days, I'll die. Gu Fei hurriedly shouted. In his current condition, he didn't have any qi gathering pills with him. If he soaked in this Chaos Dan cauldron for 2 or 3 days, he might really die. I won't die. If you're hungry, drink the spiritual liquid in the cauldron. Yan'er's voice came from afar. Gu Fei couldn't help but panic. He shouted repeatedly, but it was quiet outside. There was no sound. Yan'er seemed to have really left. This crazy girl. Gu Fei couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He looked around and found that the interior of the ancient cauldron was dim. Only a few rays of light shone through the vent holes on the lid of the ancient cauldron. The space inside the ancient cauldron was about 1 zhang in circumference. As Gu Fei stood in the waist-deep water, he realized that the water inside the cauldron was not as simple as ordinary water. Through the light coming in through the vent on the lid of the ancient cauldron, Gu Fei discovered that it was a dark green liquid, in which a large number of plant roots or leaves were floating. Amidst the strong medicinal smell, Gu Fei felt a very strong spiritual energy. Just now, when he was thrown into the ancient cauldron by Yan Er, Gu Fei drank a few mouthfuls of the dark green liquid in a panic. Could this be the spiritual liquid? At this time, Gu Fei felt that his body was gradually becoming hot. He didn't know if it was because he drank a few mouthfuls of the liquid in the cauldron. The skin on his hands gradually became red, as if there was a hot current running around his body. It was the complete opposite of the ghostly aura that was sealed by the 18 soul-subduing nails. Could it be the spiritual herbs in the cauldron? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. He then sat cross-legged in the ancient cauldron. Only his head was exposed above the dark green liquid. He tried to circulate his Xianxia, guiding the spiritual herbs in the cauldron to permeate into his body. Gu Fei's Xianxia was different from ordinary cultivators. His strength came from his body. As long as there was spiritual energy in his body, he could circulate his Xianxia. As time passed, Gu Fei gradually entered a deep meditative state. The medicinal energy in the surrounding liquid began to seep into Gu Fei's body through the pores of Gu Fei's body. The top of Gu Fei's head gradually emitted steam, and his face gradually turned red. In one of the rooms in the Cauldron Immortal's cave, Yan Er was sitting on a purple jade chair. In her hand was the storage bag from Gu Fei's body. To be more accurate, it was an unremarkable little black bag. The bag was a little old, but it wasn't sealed by spiritual energy. Even an ordinary person could open it. This guy actually didn't seal the magic treasure bag. He saved me a lot of effort. I want to see what's inside, Yan Er said as she opened the bag. The moment the bag was opened, Yan Er felt a wave of spiritual energy rush towards her. But she immediately frowned. This was because the spiritual energy was mixed with a fiendish aura. This was the aura of devil qi. Yan Er was very clear. The Cauldron Immortal's cave was not far from the abyss of immortals and demons. Moreover, she often went to the abyss of immortals and demons to pick herbs. The abyss of immortals and demons was close to the Northern Wei Empire. Immortal spiritual energy was extremely chaotic and unstable, making it difficult for cultivators to absorb and use. However, it was still immortal spiritual energy. Places where immortal spiritual energy gathered could often breed rare spiritual herbs and even heavenly treasures. Yan Er had walked on the ancient stone bridge before, and had seen the surging demonic energy on the other side. What's going on? Yan Er was a little surprised. However, following that, Yan Er's gaze stopped at a corner of the storage bag. She could no longer move her gaze away. Her face froze for a moment, and then gradually revealed an expression of surprise and joy. Unbelievable, such a thing actually exists in this world. Yan Er's voice trembled. She seemed to be very excited. Then, she reached into Gu Fei's storage bag and carefully took out 3 stalks of grass. They were not ordinary grass, but immortal grass that was surrounded by 9 colored lights. The immortal grass did not seem to have any color, as if it was transparent. However, there were 9 colored lights flowing on top of it. Longevity grass. It really is the longevity grass. It's exactly as described in the ancient records. 9 colored lights. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when an immortal grass matures. Yan Er muttered to herself. The Danding sect was a sect that cultivated alchemy. There were countless records of all kinds of spiritual essence in the sect. Yan Er was the last descendant of the Danding sect. Of course, she knew about the 9-colored longevity grass. If a mortal consumes it, they will live for 200 years. Moreover, they will be immune to all kinds of diseases. If they consume it, they will be able to solidify their soul and extend their lifespan by 200 years. Yan Er muttered to herself as she looked at the 3 stalks of 9-colored grass in her hands. The reason why she had her current cultivation base was completely due to the help of the medicinal pills. Of course, it was also related to her talent. However, there was a fatal flaw in the cultivation base that relied on medicinal pills. That was that the state of mind could not keep up with the cultivation base. Although Yan Er was at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm, her state of mind was not proportional to her cultivation base. The power of the 9th heavenly layer had to be controlled by the state of mind of the 9th heavenly layer. Yan Er was very clear about her own situation. The reason why she did not dare to take that step was because she was afraid that she would follow in the footsteps of the seniors of the Danding sect. She was afraid that her Tao core would shatter and her soul would dissipate. For cultivators, Breaking through from the transcending mortality realm to the ascending void realm was not a guaranteed success. There was no danger involved. In fact, the situation was the exact opposite. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the risk one would have to face when breaking through to the next realm. For cultivators at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm, if their Tao core was shattered but they could not condense their nascent soul, it meant that they had failed to break through. There was only one outcome for those who failed to break through, and that was death. The terrifying power that erupted from the shattering of the Tao core could not condense a nascent soul. Once that power went out of control, it would destroy the cultivator's physical body and primordial spirit in an instant. Those who were lucky might be able to return to the heavenly Tao and be reincarnated as a human. Those who were unlucky would have their souls scattered and their life imprints completely erased. The longevity grass had another effect, which was to condense the spirit and solidify the soul. It could eliminate the hidden dangers left behind by consuming spiritual pills to increase one's cultivation base. This was what Yen urgently needed now. With the longevity grass, she could try to take that step. I didn't expect that kid to have such a spiritual herb of heaven and earth. Where did he get it from? Yen was shocked and couldn't help but be astonished. The longevity grass was a legendary item. For thousands of years, the cultivators of the Danding sect had walked through the endless mountains and rivers of the Tanglong continent, but they had not even seen the shadow of the longevity grass. One could imagine that it was not easy to obtain this kind of spiritual herb of heaven and earth. And it seems like there is a need to find out where this kid came from. Yen thought to herself. However, the longevity grass was in her hands now. It was impossible for her to hand it over. She was already thinking about how to take the longevity grass for herself. Kill Gu Fei? That doesn't seem possible. I have no enmity with him. How can I kill him for no reason? Yenner shook her head. Actually, she had always been cultivating in the Danding cave and rarely went out. She had never killed anyone before. Otherwise, Boss Dongfeng, Bei Tangyu, and the others who broke into the outer area of the Danding cave would have been torn into pieces by the countless ferocious beasts she controlled. How could they escape so easily? Actually, with Yen Er's cultivation base at the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm, it was easy for her to kill Boss Dongfeng and the others. Sigh. So annoying. How can I get the longevity grass from that kid legitimately? Yen Er stood up from the purple jade chair irritably. I got it. After I cure him, this longevity grass will be my reward. Haha. Yen laughed happily. She then carried the 3 9-colored longevity grass and walked into the depths of the cave. The depths of the cave was connected to the underground spiritual vein. It was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Danding cave. The ancestors of the Danding sect had opened up a medicinal herb field there. The real heaven and earth spiritual essence was planted in the medicinal herb field in the depths of the cave. Yen moved the 3 9-color longevity grasses into the medicine field. Spots of spiritual light immediately gathered toward the 9-color longevity grasses. The 9-color glow that lingered around the 9-color longevity grasses became brighter. There's a 9-leaf mysterious ginseng. Alright, this is mine too. Yen took out the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng from Gu Fei's storage bag and planted it in the medicinal herb field. Mysterious sky vine, Zhuxian fruit, Yin Yang lotus. These are all mine. Yen murmured to herself. She kept taking out heaven and earth spiritual essence from Gu Fei's storage bag and planted them in the medicinal herb field. Chapter 331. Over the past few days, peerless experts had started to appear in the northern region of the Northern Wei Empire. People would occasionally see divine rainbows flying across the sky. There were more and more cultivators in Bailing City. There was a rumor circulating among the cultivators that someone had discovered a spirit vein in the northern lands. It was a spirit land that had yet to be developed. This wasn't a baseless rumor. The appearance of peerless experts in the northern lands was a very good proof. Guest Cloud Inn was one of the best inns in the northern mountain city. However, in the northern mountain city where cultivators gathered, this place seemed a bit deserted. This inn had been completely booked by a cultivation family from the east. The cultivators who entered and left the inn were only disciples of this family or cultivators who were on good terms with this family. There was once a cultivator who was dissatisfied with the fact that the people of this clan occupied this inn all by themselves and came to cause trouble. However,
He was thrown out of the inn by an old man who looked like an old servant and wore a small green robe. After the old man showed off his skills, no one doubted the strength of this family from the east anymore, and no one came to cause trouble. In a courtyard at the back of the inn, the accumulated snow had already been cleared away. There were some cold-resistant plants planted in the courtyard, and they were still green. The courtyard wasn't big, but everything that should be there could be seen here. There was a pavilion in the fake mountain. The pavilion was covered in a thick layer of snow, and a few icicles could be seen hanging down from the roof. There was a pond next to the pavilion, but strangely, the water in the pond wasn't frozen in the cold northern lands. One could even see the figures of koi fishes swimming in the water. There were 4 people sitting at the stone table in the pavilion, 3 men and 1 woman. Boss Dongfang, which senior from the Dongfang family came to the northern lands? A middle-aged man with silver hair and a black blade on his back asked. Boss Dongfang wasn't really the boss of the Dongfang family. It was just a title. There were many people in the Dongfang family who were stronger than Boss Dongfang. In terms of strength, Boss Dongfang would be called Boss Dongfang in the Dongfang family. However, it had to be said that Boss Dongfang was an expert with great potential in the Dongfang family. With his cultivation at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm, Boss Dongfang was highly regarded by the upper echelons of the family. This is not something I can know. Eldest brother Dongfang replied calmly. Even though he was a disciple with great potential, he had yet to truly step into the core of the Dongfang family. Old Black, it seems like your Saber Emperor's bloodline is determined to obtain that spiritual land. Eldest brother Dongfang suddenly looked at the middle-aged man with a profound gaze. Humph. I wonder which bastard leaked the news, causing all the major powers to want a piece of the pie. The middle-aged man whom Boss Dongfang had addressed as Old Black said in a deep voice. His gaze inadvertently swept over the white-clothed woman beside him. Song Wentian, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you suspect that we leaked the news? Song Wentian's gaze didn't escape the white-clothed woman's notice. She immediately glared at Song Wentian and shouted. Did I say you guys? The middle-aged man with the saber on his back, Song Wentian, frowned and said unhappily, although my Saber Emperor's bloodline does not have many people like you, I, Black Saber Song Wentian, am not a pushover. The atmosphere in the pavilion immediately became tense as the two of them confronted each other with equal harshness. All right, both of you should speak less. None of us wish to see such a thing happen. Eldest brother Dongfang said. He was also extremely gloomy. Originally, this was a matter between the 3 clans. Now, all the major powers of the Tenglong continent had interfered. Song Wentian and Beitang Yu of the Beitang clan seemed to dislike each other. Whenever they were together, they would mock and ridicule each other. There were a few times when the two of them almost started fighting. After hearing eldest brother Dongfang's words, everyone in the pavilion had a bad premonition. For the sake of a spiritual land, all the major powers would be unscrupulous. Fighting was unavoidable. It was currently noon. The weather today was very good. The sun was shining brightly. However, the sunlight didn't seem to be able to dispel the cold that enveloped the northern region. Suddenly, eldest brother Dongfang sensed something and immediately left the pavilion. When he walked out of the courtyard, Beitang Yu and the others couldn't help but feel surprised. However, immediately after, Beitang Yu and Beitang Yi also received a message from their clan. They hurriedly left the inn, leaving only the Saber Emperor's successor, Song Wentian, in the pavilion. Humph. They are all a bunch of old and cunning fellows. Song Wentian sneered. Then, he stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, a mysterious figure silently appeared in the pavilion without any warning. Song Wentian almost jumped in fright. His right hand instinctively grabbed the hilt of the saber behind him. When did you become so timid? The person who came said indifferently. The mysterious person who suddenly appeared in front of Song Wentian seemed to be shrouded in a hazy white mist. It gave people the feeling that they were looking at flowers through the mist. When Song Wentian heard this, the fear in his heart immediately disappeared. He calmed himself down and bowed to the person. Disciple Song Wentian greets martial uncle. The person directly sat down beside the stone table and said indifferently, the information you sent back seems to be wrong. I went to take a look, but I didn't find any spiritual land. Although the person Song Wentian called martial uncle spoke in a calm tone, he unintentionally revealed a sharp aura that was like the edge of a blade. It made Song Wentian feel as if a divine weapon was pressed against his throat.
How is this possible? Song Wentian was shocked. His voice trembled. This martial uncle was not a kind person. If he misunderstood that Song Wentian had lied to him, the consequences would be dire. When he thought of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Song Wentian's forehead. That's not impossible. According to the information you sent back, that place isn't an ownerless land. I'm afraid that someone used their power to hide that spiritual land. That person's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Just now, Big Brother Dongfang and Beitang Yu left in a hurry.
Song Wentian said carefully.
Yes. I think those old fellows went to ask them questions. You have to be careful. This is a very special time. Even I don't know how many old fellows have come to the northern lands. If you offend those old fellows, even I won't be able to save you.
The mysterious person said.
Thank you for the reminder, martial uncle. Song Wentian replied respectfully. The mysterious person did not say anything else. His figure immediately disappeared from the pavilion. Just like when he had first appeared, he had left without a sound. Song Wentian wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. His entire body seemed to collapse as he slumped onto the stone bench. This martial uncle of his was a temperamental person. Every time he saw him, he would have to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Just as the mysterious person left, a blurry figure charged out from another courtyard behind the inn.
He stood high up in the sky and looked in all directions with a pair of eyes. I seemed to sense the old saber monster's aura.
The person scanned his surroundings but did not find any trace of the mysterious person. He then rushed down to the courtyard below. A faint and illusory figure stood in the sea of clouds in the distance, watching the scene coldly. I didn't think that the old saber monster and Dongfang Lai would also come to Bailing City. The person murmured to himself. Then, his figure disappeared into the sea of clouds. The bitter cold northern lands was no longer peaceful. Bailing City was no longer deserted. At this moment, the entire northern lands was filled with turbulent undercurrents. Many great figures had turned their attention to this place. The Pill Cauldron's paradise was isolated from the rest of the world.
Although countless cultivators from the northern lands had entered and there was no lack of peerless experts among them, it was difficult for them to break the peace of the Pill Cauldron's paradise. The forest that Beitang Yu and the others had inadvertently entered seemed to have disappeared from the world. The Dongfang family, the Beitang family, and the Saber Emperor's bloodline had sent many experts into the depths of the snow forest. However, they could no longer find the forest that was filled with roaring beasts. Some people began to doubt the reliability of the spiritual land. However, the people from the Dongfang family and the Beitang family knew that the spiritual land definitely existed. Eldest brother Dongfang, Beitang Yu, and the others would never dare to lie to the higher-ups of their families. The more they could not find the spiritual land, the more shocked the experts from the three families became. The spiritual land had an owner. It was obvious that someone with great power had hidden the spiritual land. Forcefully concealing an entire spiritual land, this sort of method was too terrifying. No one knew that the person who had hidden the spiritual land was not an expert with great power as the experts from the Beitang family and the Dongfang family had imagined.
There was a terrifying formation guarding the periphery of the Pill Cauldron paradise.
Even a demigod would not be able to break through the formation.
If the owner did not activate the formation, no one could enter the Pill Cauldron paradise. Gu Fei, eldest brother Dongfang, and the others who had been chasing him could be said to be very lucky. The successor of the Pill Cauldron school, Yan had only stopped the operation of the formation for fun. That was why they could enter the periphery of the Pill Cauldron paradise. When Yan activated the formation again, no one could find the Pill Cauldron paradise. Even if eldest brother Dongfang and the others had left marks along the way, it was still useless. The scenery of the Pill Cauldron paradise was picturesque. It was like a paradise. However, not every place in the Pill Cauldron paradise had such a relaxing and joyful scene. In a corner of the Pill Cauldron paradise, there was a small barren valley. Within the valley, there was nothing but rocks that were not covered by vegetation. In the depths of the valley, there was a high platform made of white jade. In the sky, there were mysterious runes engraved on it. An ancient bronze cauldron stood on the white jade platform. At this time, the top of the ancient bronze cauldron on the high platform was emitting wisps of hot air. It seemed that something was being refined in the cauldron. However, There was no flame under the cauldron. The hot air seemed to be coming from the ancient bronze cauldron. Chapter 332. Time passed by, and the valley was very quiet. There was no sound. Deep in the valley, on the white jade platform, an ancient bronze cauldron was gradually covered by a layer of hazy light. A strong spiritual fluctuation came out of the ancient cauldron, and a fiery aura spread out on the white jade platform. The surrounding temperature was gradually rising. The ancient bronze cauldron on the white jade platform, although it was also a rare treasure, it was not a treasure that had a spirit, and could not automatically refine elixirs. The reason why the ancient cauldron was abnormal was because of the person trapped in it. That person was Gu Fei, who was thrown into the ancient bronze cauldron by Yen Er. Unknowingly, Gu Fei had already spent 2 days and 2 nights in the ancient bronze cauldron. During this time, Gu Fei was always in a deep state of meditation, and the mysterious arts in his body were constantly running. His body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the huge amount of spiritual energy contained in the spiritual liquid in the cauldron. His consciousness was in a state of half awake and half dreaming. He could only vaguely sense what was happening in the outside world. This kind of feeling was very unreal, as if he was in the clouds and fog, and could not be accurate. The spiritual energy in the ancient bronze cauldron was rising, and the rays of light were circling around Gu Fei's body. The ancient martial arts cultivation method was indeed extraordinary. Even if his body was extremely weak, Gu Fei could still use a little essence in his body to guide the spiritual energy in the cauldron into his body to expel the yin and ghost qi in his body. For 2 days, he used the spiritual energy in the cauldron to nourish his weak body and gradually wear down the yin and ghost qi in his body. This method seemed to be effective, and he succeeded in expelling a small part of the mysterious yin and ghost qi. Gu Fei found that although this method was effective, the speed of expelling the yin and ghost qi was extremely slow. At this current speed, it would probably take more than 100 years to completely expel the yin and ghost qi in his body. In the ancient bronze cauldron, the spiritual liquid concocted by Yen Er was full of spiritual qi. Moreover, most of the spiritual herbs dissolved in the spiritual liquid were extremely dry and hot. They gathered together to form a strong yang qi, which happened to restrain the Xianyin ghost qi in Gu Fei's body. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gu Fei showed no sign of stopping inside the bronze cauldron. The spiritual waves from the cauldron seemed to be even stronger than before. On the white jade platform, there was a blazing aura. At this time, a wave of magic power suddenly came from the entrance of the valley. Someone was opening the seal at the entrance of the valley. Then, a purple figure walked in from outside the valley as if he had passed through a transparent water curtain. That violet-colored figure moved gracefully like a fleeting shadow, nimble like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, and she approached gracefully like a celestial maiden that had walked out from a painting. There were all sorts of restrictions set up in the valley. If one wasn't someone from the Pill Cauldron School, it would be impossible for them to enter. The person who had just entered was the only successor of the Pill Cauldron School, Yen Er. Once she entered the valley, she walked straight into the depths of the valley. As she approached the white jade platform, she suddenly paused and a strange expression appeared on her face. She had sensed something strange on the platform. Yen Er's beautiful face revealed a hint of astonishment as she walked onto the white jade platform. She stared at the steaming ancient bronze cauldron and mumbled to herself, "I didn't expect him to have such a trick up his sleeve. His body is like rotten wood, but he can still attract spiritual qi into his body. Hee, that's good too. It saves me a lot of effort." As Yen Er spoke, she sat down cross-legged in front of the ancient bronze cauldron and began to form a spell with her hands. Waves of magic power rippled out from Yen Er's hands. Then, Yen Er sent rays of light condensed from her magic power towards the ancient bronze cauldron in front of her. The magical light entered the body of the cauldron. Then, the mysterious runes on the ancient bronze cauldron began to light up. Yen Er seemed to be activating the ancient bronze cauldron. As the rays of light condensed from magic power entered the body of the cauldron, an immeasurably ancient aura began to emit from the ancient cauldron. The surface of the ancient cauldron was covered with runes which formed into countless magic formations that were branded onto the cauldron's body. This magic formation was neither an offensive nor a defensive magic formation. It was a magic formation used for alchemy. Yen Er was activating the alchemy magic formation on the ancient cauldron and releasing the power of alchemy fire. The ancient bronze cauldron began to emit waves of powerful energy. The runes on the cauldron's body began to appear and the spiritual qi around the white jade platform began to gather towards the ancient bronze cauldron. The alchemy magic formation began to gather the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth and turned it into alchemy fire. Wisps of fire energy began to emerge from the cauldron's body like tiny fire snakes swimming around the cauldron's body. The alchemy magic formation did not release the alchemy fire outwards. Instead, it burned towards the inside of the cauldron. Rumble! The ancient bronze cauldron began to vibrate. Then, it left the ground and floated above the white jade platform. Slowly it began to rotate. Yen, who was sitting cross-legged on the white jade platform, had a grave expression on her face. She stared at the ancient bronze cauldron in the sky and shot out rays of light. As more and more magic formations were activated, the entire ancient bronze cauldron began to flow with fiery red fire energy. It was not an ordinary fire. Instead, it was the alchemy magic formation on the ancient bronze cauldron. It condensed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and transformed it into alchemy fire. It was the Taoist true fire. This small mountain valley was actually where the Pill Cauldron School concocted pills. The reason why it was completely barren without any plants was because the people of the Pill Cauldron School concocted pills here. The heat released by the people of the Pill Cauldron School had turned this place into a wasteland. As the alchemy magic formation on the body of the ancient bronze cauldron was gradually activated, wisps of fire energy began to seep into the cauldron from the outside. The dark green spiritual liquid in the cauldron began to be evaporated by the fire energy and turned into spiritual mist. As more and more alchemy magic formations were activated, the temperature in the ancient bronze cauldron began to rise rapidly. Gu Fei, who was in a deep meditative state, seemed to feel something strange around him.
What's going on?
Very quickly, Gu Fei woke up from his meditative state. All he saw was a blurry mist in front of him. Waves of heat surged from all directions, making him feel like he was in a furnace. In reality, he really was in a furnace.
Yen. What are you doing?
Gu Fei shouted. He felt that something was wrong. The surrounding temperature was still rising rapidly. The high temperature in the cauldron made him feel pain all over his body. His skin felt like it was about to split open. Outside the ancient bronze cauldron, Yen did not answer. In reality, at this moment, she could not speak at all. Yen's entire body was filled with spiritual energy. Her movements of summoning spiritual energy became slower and slower. She even felt a wave of exhaustion. She really wanted to stop. However, she could not stop. This was a critical moment. If she stopped, all her previous efforts would be wasted and she would have to start all over again. I still need 10 more alchemy magic formations. Yen clenched her teeth and continued to summon spiritual energy. At this moment, she was sweating profusely. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down her face and dripped onto the ground. Although she was activating the simplest alchemy fire magic formation on the ancient bronze cauldron, it was still extremely taxing. Wah! Gu Fei's scream came from within the cauldron. He felt as if he had jumped into a volcano. His entire body felt like it was surrounded by magma. The spiritual liquid in the cauldron was boiling. It constantly evaporated due to the high temperature and turned into a spiritual mist.
What was terrifying was that the temperature of the spiritual mist seemed to be even more terrifying than the heat that was surging in from all directions. The ancient bronze cauldron emitted an unfathomable force that bound the spiritual mist that was evaporated from the spiritual liquid inside the ancient cauldron.
It just happened to envelop Gu Fei. An unfathomable force seemed to be pressing down on Gu Fei. The spiritual mist outside his body drilled into his pores through his body. The spiritual mist formed by the alchemy fire contained pure spiritual energy. However, at the same time, it also contained a terrifying heat. Gu Fei felt as if traces of magma had drilled into his body. From top to bottom, his meridians, his flesh, and even his bones, there were countless fire snakes slithering about. His entire body, from the inside out, was being mercilessly burned. The terrifying pain stimulated Gu Fei's sensitive nerves, causing him to scream and almost have a mental breakdown. Arg! So painful. Stop right now. Gu Fei screamed. Even though his mind was as firm as iron, he could not endure the pain in his body. Good. It's finally done. Yen used the last spiritual technique and shot out the last ray of spiritual light condensed from her spiritual energy. She activated the last alchemy array. Bang! The entire ancient bronze cauldron was immediately covered in a ball of fire. The alchemy array began to operate. Spiritual energy from all directions converged and turned into raging flames. The entire cauldron turned into a huge fireball in the blink of an eye. When Yen heard the inhuman screams coming from the ancient bronze cauldron, she could not help but frown.
She thought to herself, didn't this guy say that he could endure any pain?
Yen sat paralyzed on the ground and took out a jade bottle from her body. She poured out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Very soon, her pale complexion, which was slightly pale due to the large amount of magic power she had consumed, began to turn rosy. Hee, you can enjoy yourself in there. I will come back in 3 days. If you are still alive by then, you will have a chance to recover. As she spoke, Yen stood up from the ground and walked down the white jade platform. Poor Gu Fei. He was refined by Yen like a spiritual medicine for alchemy.
What was more frightening was that the ancient bronze cauldron produced a great force that bound him to the center of the ancient cauldron.
Gu Fei, who was wrapped in layers of spiritual fog, could not die even if he wanted to.
It was as if he was being roasted on a fire.
He was enduring an inhuman pain that was 100 times worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Inside the ancient bronze cauldron, the spiritual mist surged violently. The spiritual mist constantly seeped into Gu Fei's body through his pores. Gu Fei only felt that his entire body, inside and out, was burning with raging flames. He could even smell the smell of burning.
Ah! Ah!
He screamed until he was hoarse. In the end, he could no longer scream.
His throat could only make a few sounds of ah, ah, humph, humph.
The endless pain he was enduring was not without its benefits. More than half of the ghostly aura that was sealed by the 18 soul-suppressing nails in his body had been dispelled. Using this extreme method to dispel the ghostly aura in his body, although it caused Gu Fei to suffer unprecedented pain, it seemed to be very effective. It was many times faster than the speed at which he dispelled the ghostly aura himself. The ghostly aura in his flesh and blood was gradually dispelled. However, the ghostly aura entwined in his bone marrow showed no signs of dissipating. However, Gu Fei's body clearly changed. Chapter 333. As night fell, Bailing City was still bustling with activity. Cultivators from all over the world gathered in Bailing City. Some of them came for a reason, while others came just to watch the fun. In short, all the cultivators that rushed into Bailing City had various reasons. In the north, other than the snow forest, there were also endless snow-capped mountains. There were no lack of terrifying beasts living in the mountains. It was not a good place to be. Even transcending mortality realm cultivators did not dare to walk into the depths of the snow-capped mountains alone in the dark. On this night with a bright moon and few stars, under the moonlight, 3 figures quickly walked on the thick snow. They did not even leave any footprints wherever they went. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was the legendary lightness technique of stepping on snow without a trace. The cold wind whistled, blowing off the snow on the trees from time to time. From time to time, there were mournful roars of beasts coming from the depths of the snow-capped mountains. These 3 uninvited guests passed through the snow forest and crossed the snow-capped mountains.
They lowered their heads and hurried on their way.
They seemed to be heading somewhere, not aimlessly. After walking for 100 miles, the 3 stopped at the foot of a mountain. The bone-chilling wind could not reach here. A young man in a white robe with a simple long saber on his waist took out a map and looked at it.
The long saber on the young man's waist was covered with runes and a faint cold and fierce aura was emitted from it.
This saber seemed to be extraordinary. Hey, Dongfang Long, how far are we from the 9 underworld spring?
A handsome young man in a black robe said to the young man who was looking at the map.
Beitang-ao, be polite.
Another young man in a white robe looked at the young man in a black robe and said unhappily.
Beitang-ao looked at the young man in a white robe with disdain and said coldly, If it was in the past, I could be polite to you brothers, but now, hee. It turned out that these 3 young men were Dongfang Chen, Dongfang Long and Beitang-ao of the Beitang clan. Although Dongfang Chen was very unhappy that Beitang-ao put on an arrogant attitude in front of them, he was also a little helpless. After all, Beitang-ao's strength was higher than his and he had the right to be arrogant. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. If you wanted to gain the respect of others, you needed to have great strength. In these few years, Beitang-ao's cultivation had already broken through to the transcending mortality realm, while Dongfang Chen's cultivation stagnated in the awakening 9 heavens because of Gu Fei. The halo of a genius had long been lost. Others had long broken through, but he himself was blocked at the door of the transcending mortality realm. This made Dongfang Chen feel depressed every time he thought about it.
Beitang-Ao, if you have the guts, then go and act crazy in front of Gu Fei.
Dongfang Long put away the map and said disapprovingly. Upon hearing what was said, a hint of displeasure flashed through Beitang-Ao's face.
He said coldly, "Who said that one arrow is enough to kill Gu Fei, making this father come to this desolate place in the middle of the night?"
After Dongfang brothers heard Beitang-Ao's words, they became somewhat angry. Don't we want to kill Gu Fei? If Gu Fei doesn't die, what does it mean for our two families, don't you know? Dongfang Chen said angrily. Okay, I don't want to quarrel with you.
How far is it from here to the 9th Nether Spring?
Beitang-Ao waved his hand. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long looked at each other. They both knew that the matter at hand was more important. They still had to borrow the power of the Beitang family. It was not wise to fall out with Beitang-Ao at this time. After crossing the two snow-capped mountains in front, we can reach the land of extreme Yin. Dongfang Long said.
Then what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Beitang-Ao said coldly. The relationship between Beitang-Ao and Dongfang brothers didn't seem to be very good, but both sides didn't want to make things too stiff. So, the three walked out of the call and continued to the depths of the snow-capped mountains. Dongfang brothers and Beitang-Ao were all cultivators, so they were not afraid of the cold. They walked on the thick snow as if they were flying. Soon, they crossed the two snow-capped mountains in front of them and came to a snow valley. They stopped. They all felt a trace of uneasiness at the same time. The entire valley was shrouded in strands of black qi, and the grayish-black underworld mist floated in the air. The valley emitted an eerie and terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate, as if there was a peerless demon hiding in the valley.
The 9th Nether Spring is in the depths of the valley,
Dongfang Long said, but he didn't move his feet. He seemed unwilling to step into the valley. At least he didn't want to be the first to enter this evil place. The 9th Nether Spring was definitely not a good place. Here, Yin energy gathered. Just by standing outside the valley, one could feel the cold air penetrating into their body.
If we don't get the water of extreme Yin from the 9th Nether Spring, we can't extinguish the flame of the primordial spirit lamp.
Dongfang Chen muttered to himself. No one knew who he was talking to. The 9th Nether Spring was a secret place in the north. Here, Yin energy gathered. It was a Yin cave. 4 devil cultivators or ghost cultivators, it was a treasure land. Cultivating in the Yin cave would yield twice the result with half the effort.
The 3 of them knew that the valley in front of them was very evil.
No one was sure if there were devil cultivators or ghost cultivators cultivating in the valley. Therefore, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang-Ao hesitated. They didn't want to be the first to step into the valley. Under the moonlight, in the evil valley where Yin Qi gathered, the surroundings were very quiet. There was not a single sound. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. This kind of absolute silence made people feel incomparably oppressed, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their chests.
Should we go in or not?
Dongfang Long said softly. His breathing was a bit rapid. He couldn't calm down.
If they couldn't get the water of the 9th Nether Spring in the valley, they couldn't extinguish the flame of the primordial spirit lamp.
Dan Qingzi brought Gu Fei's primordial spirit lamp down the mountain. With the lamp as a guide, he found the northern devil domain. As long as Gu Fei didn't die, the lamp wouldn't extinguish. Because of this, Dongfang Chen knew from Dan Qingzi that Gu Fei wasn't dead, because although the flame of the primordial spirit lamp was very weak, it had never been extinguished. Dan Qingzi was still trying to find Gu Fei. If he found him, Dongfang Chen's secret would be exposed. The crime of murdering a fellow disciple was not small. What Dongfang Chen had done had already violated the rules of the sect and violated the great taboo of the Supreme Mystery Sect. If it was light, he would be crippled of his cultivation base and expelled from the sect. If it was heavy, he would be executed. He would also shame the Dongfang family. This kind of thing must not happen. The water of the 9th Nether Spring was the place where the Yin cave was located. It was the place where the Yin energy was the densest. The water of extreme Yin was the only thing that could extinguish the flame of the primordial spirit lamp. The purpose of Dongfang Chen and the others was very simple. That was to obtain the water of extreme Yin, and then secretly extinguish the primordial spirit lamp in Dan Qingzi's hands. They would let Dan Qingzi think that Gu Fei was dead. Once the primordial spirit lamp was extinguished, Dan Qingzi might give up looking for Gu Fei. During this period of time, he would find Gu Fei and then kill him. Everything would be solved.
Since we're here, we can't go back empty-handed,
Dong Fangchen said in a deep voice.
His eyes suddenly became fierce and firm. He stepped forward and was about to step into the valley filled with Yin energy.
If you don't want to die, leave quickly. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Dong Fangchen and the others. The Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao were shocked. Shua! Turning around, Xianxia saw a green-robed figure slowly walking over from the snowy ground 100 zhang behind him. That person only took 2 or 3 steps to cross a distance of 1,000 feet and arrive before them.
He seemed to be very calm and the person didn't seem to be moving very fast on the snowy ground, but he had truly arrived before the 3 of them.
Shrinking the earth into an inch? Dong Fangchen's pupils couldn't help but shrink.
He could already see that this was just a shallow Dao technique, but when this person used it, there was such a scene.
It was really shocking. Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long couldn't help but be moved.
Dongfang Long's right hand was already holding the hilt of the sword on his waist.
If the person acted strangely, he would not hesitate to draw the sword. This cyan-clothed person was wearing a purple Dao crown and a cyan Dao robe. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His face was thin, and his whole person exuded an otherworldly aura. The person's eyes were very deep.
He swept over the 3 people as if he could see the depths of their hearts.
The 3 of them all had a strange feeling of being seen through. Disciples of the Taishan sect, descendants of the Saber Emperor, Beitang Ao. The cyan-clothed Taoist slowly said, but it was the origin of the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao.
Why are you here? Seeing that the person who came must be a senior in the Dao sect, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this.
Dong Fangchen stepped forward and bowed to the cyan-clothed Taoist. Greetings, Senior.
We are here on the orders of the sect to come and collect the water of extreme Yin.
Water of extreme Yin? Strange, what do the people of the Taishan sect want that thing for?
The cyan-clothed Taoist thought for a moment and then said, You should leave quickly.
Senior, is there any danger in this valley? Beitang Ao said.
In front of this cyan-clothed Taoist, he did not dare to show any arrogance.
The cyan-clothed Taoist was about to speak. Roar!
At this moment, there was an earth-shattering roar in the valley without warning.
The sound shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire valley shook. Dong Fangchen's cultivation was the lowest. When the sound came, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly became weary. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm, but they also felt their blood boiling. Their faces became pale in an instant, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Rumble! A huge roar spread out in all directions, and there was a strange sound like 10,000 horses galloping nearby. The nearby snow-capped peaks were avalanches. Good heavens! The cyan-clothed Taoist no longer paid attention to Dongfang Chen and the others. He took a step forward and rushed into the valley like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 334. An earth-shattering roar caused the entire valley to boil. The Yin energy surged violently. A terrifying fluctuation that was like a mountain that made people have the urge to look up at it spread out from the valley. Network, outside the valley, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao immediately turned pale with fright. Beitang Ao was the first to retreat, while Dongfang Long picked up Dongfang Chen, who was on the verge of collapsing, and retreated as well. They had no choice but to retreat. Just like what the azure-robed Taoist said, if they didn't want to die, they had to leave. Inside the valley, there really was an unimaginable existence lurking. Just a roar was enough to make the 3 of them suffer a great impact. It was easy to imagine how powerful the existence inside the valley was. Boom! Another loud sound came from behind them. A terrifying energy fluctuation, like a monstrous wave, swept out from the valley, and the ground shook violently. Beitang Ao and the others who were running for their lives felt as if they were standing on a violent wave. They almost fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. This was definitely a sound that could only be caused by a peerless cultivator. Peerless cultivators were fighting inside the valley where Yin energy gathered. After running for dozens of miles, Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long finally stopped. They climbed up a mountain and gazed at the valley from afar. A battle between peerless cultivators was definitely a rare sight. They didn't want to miss it.
Waves of muffled noises kept bursting out from the valley.
Rays of strong light broke through the layers of Yin energy and rushed out from the valley, illuminating the entire world. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless talismans surging inside the valley, constantly dispersing the surging Yin energy and emitting an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. A huge demonic shadow loomed inside the valley, emitting an unparalleled ferocious aura. It constantly bombarded the countless talismans that emitted endless rays of light. The talismans drew in the energy of heaven and earth and unleashed an unimaginably powerful force, constantly bombarding the demonic shadow. That person is a powerful cultivator from the Xianxia sect. Dongfeng Chen exclaimed. Dongfeng Long had already put him down. The front of his shirt was stained with blood. The ferocious demon in the valley roared angrily, and the terrifying sound wave directly injured Dongfeng Chen. In front of a peerless expert, the Dongfeng brothers and Beitang Ao were as weak as ants. After all, Dongfeng Chen was a disciple of the Taishan sect, and the Taishan sect was one of the three great Taoist sects. With his knowledge, of course, he recognized that the Taoist in blue who rushed into the valley was using the talisman technique of the Xianxia sect. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power erupted in the valley. Then, Dongfeng Chen and the others saw a soul-stirring scene. In the sky above the valley, rays of golden light danced in the air like countless golden snakes. Then, they formed into a giant talisman that covered the entire valley. With enough energy to destroy the heaven and earth, the talisman slammed down. Rumble! It was as if countless thunderbolts were roaring above the 9 heavens. The incomparably huge golden talisman attracted the spiritual energy of the world. The moment the golden talisman was formed, the endless spiritual energy quickly gathered towards the golden talisman that shrouded the sky above the valley. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, covering the snowy region in a layer of gold. The gigantic golden talisman that enveloped the heavens and the earth sealed the entire valley. The endless Yin Qi that surged out from the valley was also suppressed. Roar! Inside the valley, there was an earth-shattering roar. The ferocious demon was roaring. The moment the golden talisman shrouded the giant demon, it instantly exploded. The first son of the Demon King is only a... The vast voice spread throughout the sky and the earth. The Taoist in blue stood on top of the golden talisman and used all his strength to activate the golden talisman. The endless Yin Qi was dispersed by the golden light emitted by the golden talisman. The Taoist in blue seemed to have the absolute upper hand. It turned out that he was making a move against Chu Gu. Chu Gu, who had caused a ruckus at Bailing Pass and slaughtered all the guards at the pass, had escaped here. It seemed that Chu Gu had awakened from his state of madness. Otherwise, he would not have found this Yin cave and wanted to use the mysterious Yin Qi to heal himself. Network. Damn it! The Yin Qi in the valley surged violently and Chu Ji's crazed roar could be heard. That day, he had fought against 2 opponents, Dan Qingzi and the peerless expert in Bailing City. In the end, he was defeated and had to escape with injuries. That day on the ancient stone bridge in the abyss of immortals and demons, Dan Qingzi had stabbed him between the eyebrows. His mud pill palace, which he had painstakingly repaired, had been destroyed and he had lost his mind. Chu Ji's demonic body, which had been modified by the blood of the gods and demons, had the ability to automatically recover. It was no weaker than Gu Fei's 5 elements martial body. After the battle with Dan Qingzi and the peerless expert, he had escaped to the snowy region. Chu Ji's mud pill palace had gradually been repaired and he had regained his sanity. The golden talisman shrouded the area and the entire valley shook violently. Boulders rolled down the mountain continuously. The endless heaven and earth spiritual qi in the surrounding area rapidly gathered and turned into rays of golden light that swam around the talisman. The golden talisman formed by the endless spiritual qi showed signs of becoming solid. The Yin Qi in the Yin cave was gradually being pushed away. The Taoist in blue wanted to suppress this place where the Yin Qi gathered by himself. Bang! At this moment, a ray of blood-red light that exuded an endless evil aura broke through the layers of Yin Qi. With an unstoppable momentum, it struck the golden talisman fiercely. The golden talisman that enveloped the area immediately shook violently. The golden light that was emitting from the talisman dimmed. The Sky Demon Blade? It is indeed extraordinary. The Taoist in blue from the Xianxia sect stepped on the talisman and continued to descend. He did not believe that the talisman, which had gathered the endless heaven and earth spiritual qi, could not withstand the sky demon blade. Using the talisman to draw the power of heaven and earth to form a terrifying attack was the specialty of the Xianxia sect. The Taoist in Blue's cultivation was extremely powerful. The golden talisman had actually successfully blocked the sky demon blade's attack. Die! Chu Gu roared angrily in the dark clouds. Suddenly, the yin qi in the valley retreated like the tide. A blood-red demonic blade emitted a blinding blood-red light that had never been seen before. The demonic blade was devouring the endless dark clouds and demonic qi. Break! Chu Gu shouted. The surging demonic qi gathered to form a demonic shadow that was hundreds of feet tall. The demonic shadow held the blood-red demonic blade and slashed upwards with all its might. Swoosh! The blood-red light from the blade shot up to thousands of feet, exuding an endless amount of evil aura. Like a terrifying blood-red ray of light, it seemed to split the void and shatter the heavens and earth. In an instant, it struck the golden talisman that was enveloping the valley. Boom! With a loud bang, golden rays of light shot out and the sky was dyed red. The blood-red light from the blade cut through the golden talisman that was enveloping the valley and struck out from the valley. The 1,000-foot-long blade of light shot straight up into the sky. This slash had gathered an endless amount of dark clouds and devil qi, pushing the terrifying might of the sky demon saber to an unimaginable level. Even the golden talisman that had gathered an endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi was cut by this slash. The golden talisman that was cut did not collapse. Instead, it quickly shrank and entered the body of the Taoist in Blue. The Taoist in Blue suffered a great impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the Taoist in Blue turned into a golden ray of light and rushed out of the valley. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared under the night sky. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle between the peerless masters, Dongfeng Chen and the others couldn't speak for a long time. It wasn't until the horrifying energy fluctuation in the world gradually calmed down that they recovered from the shock. Dongfeng Chen and the others knew that the green-robed Taoist from the Xianxia sect was defeated and the Nine Nether Spring was occupied by the terrifying demon in the valley. The demon was probably hiding in the spring and using the yin qi to cultivate. What should we do? Beitang Ao looked at Dongfeng Chen and asked. Dongfeng Chen stared at the valley that was surrounded by yin qi. After a while he said, "What else can we do? We came here for nothing." They knew very well that unless the peerless masters from their clans came, they might be able to obtain the water of extreme yin. However, they could not invite the peerless masters from their clans. To be able to invite Boss Dongfeng, Beitang Yu, and the other outstanding descendants of the two clans was already the limit of the power they could use. Just as Dongfeng Chen and the others were about to retreat, they suddenly felt a light purple figure silently appear outside the entrance of the valley in front of them. Demon race? Chu Ji's voice came from the valley. Dongfeng Chen and the others stopped in their tracks. They were very surprised. Another peerless master appeared. It seemed that many people were rushing towards the demon in the valley. One should know that peerless masters of the royal void realm were rarely seen. However, tonight, near the valley where yin qi gathered, 3 peerless masters appeared one after another. Although the mountain where Dongfeng Chen and the others were at was very far away, after all, the vision of a cultivator was extraordinary. They could still see the figure clearly. It was a young girl wearing a light purple dress. If this girl didn't have a pair of furry ears, she would simply be a human. Not only was this girl not human, but she was also a demon who could already transform. Demons who could transform were very terrifying. Not only did they have human-like intelligence, but they also had tyrannical strength. Hee. The heavenly devil blade is indeed worthy of being called the #1 devil blade of the devil path. Chu Gu, your name is like thunder piercing the ears these days. The maid-like girl said with a smile. Who are you? I know a lot of demons who can transform, but you are definitely not one of them. Chu Ji's voice was very cold, so cold that it was suffocating. The people who came here were either friends or enemies. He, Chu Gu, had no possibility of becoming friends with a demon, let alone a demon. I want to fight with you, but... The girl was a little hesitant. She didn't have any intention of making a move. Are you afraid of an unfair victory? Chu Gu seemed to know the girl's concerns. A true expert, and a confident expert, often disdained to make a move when the other party was seriously injured. This was because they had absolute confidence in their own strength. Chapter 335. The battle between demons and monsters that Dongfang Chen and others were looking forward to did not happen. The demon girl outside the valley did not attack Chu Gu, but retreated in the end. Perhaps, the demon girl really thought that if she fought with Chu Gu at this time, even if she won, it would be an unfair victory, so she retreated. Although they were demons and monsters, they were not life-and-death enemies. On the distant snowy peak, the Dongfang brothers and Beitang Ao knew that their trip tonight was in vain. The demon in the valley ahead was incomparably powerful. It was not something they could imagine. "Let's go," Beitang Ao said, and then turned to walk down the snowy peak. At this moment, Dongfang Chen suddenly said, "Wait a minute. What? Do you still want to get the extreme Yin water at this time?" "Don't dream." Beitang Ao glanced at Dongfang Chen disdainfully and said coldly, "This is not impossible." Dongfang Chen said indifferently, "Second brother, don't take the risk. The demon in the valley, even if the peerless experts of the family come, they may not be able to drive him away. If we go to get the extreme Yin water at this time, it is tantamount to throwing away our lives." Dongfang Long said with a frown, "Big brother, will I be a fool who will throw away my life knowing that there is danger?" Dongfang Chen said calmly. When Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long saw that Dongfang Chen did not seem to be joking, they couldn't help but be curious. Does he really have a way to get the extreme Yin water? Wait. If my guess is right, the demon in the valley is about to leave. Dongfang Chen seemed to have a card up his sleeve, but only he himself knew that in fact, he did not have much confidence. Okay, I will wait and see. Beitang Ao had already walked more than a dozen steps. After hearing Dongfang Chen's words, he laughed and walked back. He wanted to see Gu Fei suffer. However, at this time, Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao seemed to have vaguely thought of something. It seemed that what Dongfang Chen said was not impossible. It had to be said that Dongfang Chen's words were really accurate. After the demon girl outside the valley left, soon, a mass of demon qi rushed out of the valley, and a heart-palpitating and terrifying aura immediately spread. The mass of demon qi, like a demon cloud, rushed out of the valley and quickly flew towards the north. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared under the night sky. This. Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long couldn't help glancing at each other. They couldn't believe that the devil path expert in the valley really left. Second brother, how did you know that the demon in the valley would leave? Dongfang Long asked in shock. Dongfang Chen smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just found out the identity of the demonic cultivator in the valley." Yes. According to the azure-clothed Taoist who was defeated just now, that person seems to be called Chu Gu. Dongfang Long recalled the conversation between the azure-clothed Taoist and the fiendish Tao expert in the valley. Chu Gu, the first son of the devil monarch. I should have thought of it long ago. Really? When Beitang Ao heard this, he immediately came to a realization. The demon in the valley was the madman who had rushed out of the extreme North Devil region and destroyed the northern mountain pass. The northern region of the Northern Wei Empire was a bitterly cold place that was covered in ice and snow all year round. Under normal circumstances, no cultivators would come to such a desolate place. The reason why the northern region became so lively was because two things happened in the northern region that were enough to affect the nerves of the cultivation world. One of them was caused by the first son of the devil monarch. No wonder the demonic cultivator in the valley left. It was because his whereabouts had been discovered. It was believed that other experts would soon find this place. One had to know that many peerless experts had entered the snow region. They only had two purposes, to find the spiritual land and to kill Chu Gu. Dongfang Chen didn't say anything else. He directly rushed down the snowy peak. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao also followed. After all, the two of them were in the transcending mortality realm, so they quickly surpassed Dongfang Chen. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the valley that was surrounded by Yin Qi. This time, without any hesitation, they rushed into the valley together. This was a rare opportunity. As long as they obtained the extreme Yin water from the 9 underworld spring, they would be able to extinguish the Yuan spirit lamp in Minister Dan's hand, so that Minister Dan wouldn't be able to find Gu Fei. It's so cold. After going a few miles deep, Dongfang Chen felt that he was about to be frozen by the surrounding Yin Qi. The place where Yin Qi gathered was terrifyingly cold. Even Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao felt that it was difficult to endure. The surroundings were hazy, and all they could see was a grayish-black fog. Their vision was greatly hindered. In the valley, they couldn't see far. They seemed to have entered another world. The thick yin qi seemed to isolate the valley from the outside world. The gloomy and terrifying atmosphere filled every inch of the valley. "Second brother, you can go out," Dongfeng Long said. The closer they got to the 9 underworld spring, the thicker the yin qi and the colder the temperature became. Dongfeng Chen stopped when he heard this. He knew that he only had the cultivation of awakening me 9th heavenly layer. It was difficult for him to resist the yin qi that spread from the 9 underworld spring. He nodded, then retreated in the direction of the valley entrance. Dongfeng Long and Beitang Ao continued to move forward. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in the valley. The battle just now was extremely fierce. Dongfeng Chen retreated to the outside of the valley. He didn't wait for long before he saw Beitang Ao and Dongfeng Long coming out of the valley. They didn't say anything and directly left the valley. They got what they wanted to get. Dongfeng Chen and the others had just left for a while when a golden light flew from afar. A vague figure was wrapped in the golden light.
Riding the golden light and flying in the void, the person who came was a peerless expert.
The person directly broke through the yin qi that shrouded the valley and rushed into the valley.
Soon, the person rode the golden light and rushed out of the valley.
The golden light flashed and went far away in an instant. Under the night sky, a golden light cut through the void and flew over a snowy forest. The golden light faded away, and a middle-aged Taoist wearing a cyan robe appeared.
Chu Gu ran really fast.
The cyan-robed Taoist muttered to himself, then stood in the void and looked in all directions. The cyan-robed Taoist patted the storage bag on his waist, and a cyan light immediately rushed out of the bag. Then, a simple and unadorned ancient bronze lamp appeared in front of the Taoist. On the wick, a soybean-sized cyan light flickered as if it could go out at any time. He should be nearby. Strange. The cyan-robed Taoist held the ancient bronze lamp and tested it in all directions. He seemed to be using the ancient lamp to sense something. What the hell is going on? Where did Gu Fei go? The cyan-robed Taoist stopped. The ancient bronze lamp in his hand didn't show any abnormality. This cyan-robed Taoist was Dan Chengzi. He found this place by relying on the ancient bronze lamp's guidance.
However, what he saw was only an endless snowy forest.
There was no trace of Gu Fei. The ancient bronze lamp in Dan Chengzi's hand was the primordial spirit lamp that Gu Fei ignited on the day the virtual sky world opened. The fact that the lamp didn't go out meant that he was still alive. The primordial spirit lamp was actually a unique treasure of Taishien's sect. By igniting the lamp with blood essence, the primordial spirit lamp and the cultivator who ignited it would have some kind of connection. Gu Fei was nearby, but Dan Chengzi still couldn't find Gu Fei. It was very strange. It seemed that someone had used great magic to conceal Gu Fei's breath, so the primordial spirit lamp couldn't sense Gu Fei's exact location. Dan Chengzi held the primordial spirit lamp in his hand and flew through the air, searching back and forth within 100 miles. In the vast snowy forest, only the cold night wind blew from time to time. After an hour, Dan Chengzi stopped. He was sure that Gu Fei was within a few 100 miles, but he couldn't find him. This was very strange. He couldn't figure it out. He thought that some great figure had used great magic to conceal Gu Fei's breath, but it didn't seem like it. Gu Fei seemed to have entered another world, and his whereabouts were unpredictable, just like when he was trapped in the virtual sky world. Dan Chengzi was helpless, so he turned into a golden rainbow and left the endless snowy forest.
After Minister Dan left, ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the air above a certain snowy slope in the forest.
Then, a white jade gateway seemed to appear out of thin air, standing tall on the snowy slope. The white jade archway was surrounded by spiritual aura and shrouded in a hazy glow. It was 15 feet high. At this time, a purple figure walked out from behind the archway. This was an extremely beautiful girl who possessed the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth. She was like a fairy walking in the snow. She looked ethereal and distant. This was a truly otherworldly temperament. This girl in purple was Yen Er. Yen Er looked in the direction where Dan Chengzi disappeared and muttered to herself, "Who was that person? How did he find this place?" She pondered for a while and then withdrew her gaze. Who cares who he is? Even if he was a real immortal, it would be difficult for him to break into the Danding's paradise. I worried too much. As Yenna spoke, she walked into the white jade archway. As if passing through a layer of transparent water curtain, Yen'er's figure disappeared in the air as if she had walked into another space. Then, the white jade gateway that stood on the snow slope that was surrounded by rays of light also disappeared. On the snow slope, it was as if nothing had happened at all. There were no traces left behind. 3 days later, Yen'er came to the barren small valley again and climbed the white jade high platform in the depths of the valley. On the high platform, a huge fireball was burning. The terrifying heat emitted by the fireball seemed to distort the surrounding void. There was no sound coming from the fireball. Gu Fei seemed to have been refined in the ancient cauldron. Chapter 336. Above the white jade platform, heat waves billowed. The large fireball suspended in the air was like a sun, emitting a dazzling light. The runes around the high platform were also flashing with a misty light. Countless runes were engraved around the high platform, releasing waves of magical power. A wave of power enveloped the entire high platform, binding the heat emitted from the fireball to the high platform. Yen'er stood in front of the large fireball, and the surrounding heat waves did not seem to affect her at all. Vaguely within the fireball, a large red cauldron could be seen looming. There seemed to be fire dragons lingering around the large cauldron, and the high temperature caused the void to distort. The alchemy fire array above the primordial chaos pill cauldron gathered spiritual energy from all directions, transforming it into alchemy fire. It was not an ordinary fire, but a Taoist alchemy true fire. Although it was the lowest level of alchemy fire, not even the 3 true fire, the high temperature it emitted was enough to melt ordinary iron.
Old Gu, are you dead? If you're not dead, answer me. Yen'er stared at the large fireball suspended in the air and said with a dignified expression.
Gu Fei had been refined by the alchemy fire for 3 days and 3 nights in the primordial chaos pill cauldron. Even Yen'er was not sure if Gu Fei could survive it. This method could be said to have a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei was likely to be refined to death by the alchemy fire, but in order to expel the Xianxia ghost qi from Gu Fei's body, it seemed that only this extreme method could be used. Although Yen'er's voice was not very loud, it was mighty on the high platform. Her voice had a special penetrating power, and the person in the cauldron could definitely hear her voice. No one responded. There were no fluctuations coming from the giant cauldron wrapped in the fireball. Besides the raging fire, the ancient cauldron was silent. Gu Fei in the cauldron seemed to have been refined to death by the endless fire.
He can't really be dead, right? Yen'er could not help but change her expression.
She could no longer maintain her calm. Yen'er hurriedly formed a spiritual art and released magic power, stopping the alchemy fire array above the primordial chaos pill cauldron. The fire gradually sank into the red body of the cauldron, and the flames around the ancient cauldron began to dissipate. The spirit qi that gathered from all directions also dissipated in the void. The primordial chaos pill cauldron gradually stopped spinning and then slowly descended from the sky. With a bang, it landed in the center of the white jade platform.
On the white jade platform, there was a huge Dharma ray, and the primordial chaos pill cauldron landed right in the middle of it. The great flame on the cauldron had already been extinguished. The bright red cauldron began to return to its original color, and the runes faded into the cauldron. Hoo!
The lid of the cauldron flew up. Then, a fiery red thing flew out from the cauldron and fell on the white jade floor beside the ancient cauldron.
Pang!
The cauldron lid fell back down and covered the ancient cauldron again. Network-At was a man who was hugging his knees and curled up into a ball. His entire body was red like a giant roasted prawn. This person was Gu Fei, who had been thrown into the primordial chaos pill cauldron by Yen'er, and used as a pill to refine for 3 days and 3 nights. The clothes on his body had already turned to ash, and his long hair had already fallen off. His entire body seemed to have been roasted, and some parts of his skin had even fallen off, revealing charred flesh. Gu Fei looked extremely miserable, but he was not dead yet. Yen'er could sense an extremely weak life force from Gu Fei's body. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying torture Gu Fei had gone through in the past 3 days and 3 nights.
However, there was no doubt that he had made it through.
His will to live was very strong, and could even be considered abnormal. No one could be refined in the cauldron for 3 days and not collapse.
Good.
Yen'er heaved a sigh of relief and put down a huge stone in her heart. At the same time, she could not help but look at Gu Fei in a new light. Although his life force was very weak, he had ushered in a new life. Seeing the naked Gu Fei, Yen'er's face couldn't help but flush red. She took out a set of clothes from her storage pouch and a jade bottle. She uncorked the bottle and poured out a green pill the size of a pigeon egg. A refreshing fragrance of plants immediately filled the air. Xianxia held the elixir in her palm and used her magic power to turn it into a dark green mist. Then, she controlled the mist to wrap around Gu Fei, who was on the ground. The mist from the green pill contained a huge amount of life energy. It was a huge amount of vitality refined from the spiritual energy of the plants. This vitality constantly seeped into Gu Fei's body. Gradually, Gu Fei's body changed. His red skin began to crack and fall off. The skin that fell off was as translucent as a top-grade jade, shining with a bright luster. The green mist that enveloped Gu Fei's body gradually thinned. Gu Fei's body was like a dry land that desperately needed the nourishment of rain. For Gu Fei, spiritual energy was like rain. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the pill, the weak fluctuation of life energy in Gu Fei's body began to grow stronger. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a new head grew out. The new head was no longer snow white, but black and shiny. After injecting all the mist from the pill into Gu Fei's body, Xianxia left the white jade high platform. She knew that Gu Fei would wake up soon. After Xianxia left, Gu Fei's body began to twitch slightly, and his breathing became rapid. The spiritual energy from the pill had filled his body with vitality. His eyelids were twitching, and his eyeballs could be seen moving under his eyelids.
I'm dying of pain.
Gu Fei suddenly screamed.
He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air, waking up.
He felt a breath stuck in his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He could only desperately breathe in fresh air to relieve the suffocating feeling in his chest. After a long time, he calmed down.
Are you out?
Gu Fei slowly stood up from the ground. He looked around and felt that he was standing on the white jade high platform. The ancient bronze cauldron beside him was still emitting bursts of heat. Gu Fei looked down at his hands. The skin on his arms was as smooth as white jade. It seemed to be even more delicate than a woman's skin. Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to be a little different, as if his flesh and blood had been reborn. After 3 days and 3 nights of tempering, Gu Fei felt that his body seemed to be more powerful than before, as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. He put on the clothes that Xianxia had prepared for him and then left the white jade high platform. Just as Xianxia opened the mixed essence pill cauldron and released Gu Fei, a figure sitting in a pavilion in a courtyard in Bailing City woke up from his meditation. He patted the storage bag on his waist. An ancient bronze lamp immediately flew out from the storage bag and floated in front of him. The green-robed Taoist sitting on the stone stool was Minister Dan. What's going on? Gu Fei's life aura seems to be getting stronger. Minister Dan waited for a spark on the ancient bronze lamp and muttered to himself. The pea-sized lantern on the ancient lamp was emitting a dazzling green light. The lantern gradually turned into a flickering little flame. What's happening to Gu Fei? Why is his life fluctuating so erratically? Minister Dan frowned.
From the strength of the green lantern, he knew that Gu Fei was in a situation where he was about to die.
Minister Dan's heart was burning with anxiety. However, he could not find traces of Gu Fei. Gu Fei seemed to be in a strange place and it was difficult to pinpoint his exact location. However, Gu Fei's life aura flourished once again. This meant that his life was no longer in danger. He had taken a trip to the gates of hell and finally walked out. Minister Dan put away the green lantern, stood up from the stone stool, and walked out of the pavilion.
After a moment of deep thought, he soared into the sky and turned into a golden ray of light, disappearing into the horizon.
It was noon and the sun was high up in the sky. Bailing City was bustling with activity. People who looked like cultivators could be seen walking on the streets and alleys. Minister Dan did not hide his tracks.
Many cultivators in Bailing City saw a golden ray of light rushing out of the city and flying into the depths of the snowy forest. In the eyes of an observant person, Minister Dan's whereabouts were no secret at all.
Immediately after, a streak of green light also shot out of Bailing City and disappeared into the horizon. On a spirit mountain peak in Pill Cauldron Paradise, Gu Fei relaxed his body and sat cross-legged on a large boulder. His mind sank into an ethereal state. Soon, Gu Fei's consciousness gradually became illusory, as if he had merged with nature. He seemed to have become one with the boulder beneath him, his surroundings, and even the spirit mountain peak. Spiritual energy swirled around the spirit mountain peak, causing the flowers, grass, and trees in the surroundings to constantly tremble. Large amounts of wood power seeped out, as if there were rays of green light drifting about. The spiritual energy in Pill Cauldron Paradise was plentiful. The Spirit Mountain Peak was filled with thriving vegetation, filled with endless wood power. Tiny rays of green light were guided by Gu Fei into his body. The wood power contained an enormous aura of life. Vigorous vitality flowed inside Gu Fei's body. His flesh, internal organs, and bones seemed to be injected with endless life energy. The 18 soul-suppressing nails in Gu Fei's body had long been pulled out. After being refined by the alchemic fire for 3 days and 3 nights in the origin Pill Cauldron, his flesh and blood had been cleansed countless times by the endless fire element spirit energy. The mystic Yin ghost chi in his flesh and blood had long been expelled from his body. Countless evil souls were also completely refined by the alchemic fire along with the dissipation of the mystic Yin ghost chi. However, the mystic Yin ghost chi in Gu Fei's body had long penetrated deep into his bones. Even with such extreme methods, he still could not expel the mystic Yin ghost chi from his bones. According to Yan he would have to suffer one more time before he could completely expel the mystic Yin ghost chi from his body. Right now, Gu Fei only had one goal, and that was to make his life force exuberant. As time passed, the green vitality from all directions converged towards Gu Fei. It could even be clearly seen by the naked eye. A dense green mist swirled around Gu Fei. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed. The injuries caused by the alchemic fire had completely healed. His body seemed to have been infused with endless vitality. Energy surged violently in his body, but he still continued to cultivate. As for Minister Dan, he held the Origin Soul Green Lamp and searched the endless sea of trees for 2 days. During these 2 days, the flame from the Origin Soul Green Lamp in his hand grew even more resplendent.
Minister Dan had searched almost every inch of land within several hundred miles, but he still could not find a trace of Gu Fei.
Minister Dan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Gu Fei was in this forest, but he could not find Gu Fei. It was very strange. There seemed to be an unfathomable power that separated him and Gu Fei into 2 different spaces. Minister Dan felt as if he could not grasp or touch Gu Fei. That night, the moonlight was hazy. Beasts roared in the distance. In the endless forest, a speck of green light moved like a will-o'-the-wisp. Unknowingly, a faint mist began to rise in the forest. The mist drifted with the wind, causing the entire forest to become blurry. It gave off an ethereal feeling. The mist could not obstruct the radiance of the green light. Suddenly, without any warning, the moving green light in the mist was extinguished. Then, an angry roar resounded from within the mist. The rolling sound waves shook the forest, causing the mist in the forest to surge violently. "Who is it? Come out!" Minister Dan stood in the void.
His eyes emitted 2 sharp rays of light that were as sharp as the edge of a blade.
He angrily scanned the surroundings.
In his hand, he held an ancient bronze lamp that had already been extinguished.
He had just been ambushed.
He did not know what method the person in the dark had used to extinguish his Yuan spirit lamp.
Hee. A cold laugh rang out from the depths of the snowy forest. Then, a ray of green light broke through the mist below the snowy forest and charged out.
"How dare you!"
Minister Dan was furious. He put away the ancient bronze lamp and rose into the air, chasing after the ray of green light. He wanted to see who dared to ambush him. Once the Yuan spirit lamp was extinguished, unless Gu Fei used his own blood to reignite it, no one else could reignite Gu Fei's Yuan spirit lamp. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of light, 1 green and 1 gold, disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye like lightning. The fog that lingered in the snow forest gradually dispersed. The mist in the forest seemed to be a trick of the mysterious expert who had secretly extinguished Minister Dan's Yuan spirit lamp. There was a lot of mist in the forest. Minister Dan did not think there was anything wrong with it. Because of this, the person's sneak attack was successful. The extinguishing of the Yuan spirit lamp made Minister Dan furious. He chased closely behind that person, and from time to time, he would shoot out beams of light that bombarded that person. However, the hazy figure wrapped in the green light did not plan to fight Minister Dan. He repeatedly dodged the golden streaks that Minister Dan shot out and continuously fled forward. "Who are you, scoundrel? If you have the guts, stop and fight!" Minister Dan shouted. His voice reverberated in the air and traveled far. The person in front of him did not reply. He did not care about Minister Dan at all. The speed at which an unparalleled expert flew through the air was incomparably fast.
In a short while, 2 rays of light rushed out of the forest and into the depths of the mountain.
This book. Chapter 337. Under the moonlight, the depths of the snow-capped mountains were no longer peaceful. Beams of strong light shot out and terrifying energy waves spread out, causing all the nearby snow-capped peaks to experience avalanches. The birds and beasts that lived in the snow-capped mountains fled in shock. Peerless masters were fighting in the depths of the snow-capped mountains.
One of them was the enraged Minister Dan.
The battle did not last long before the depths of the snow-capped mountains gradually calmed down. A golden ray of light shot out from the depths of the snow-capped mountains and flew towards Bailing City. One of the peerless masters did not come out from the snow-capped mountains. No one knew where he went. At dawn, a white figure walked into a courtyard at the back of the Yunlai Inn in Bailing City.
It was a handsome young man dressed in white.
"Come in." The young man went straight to a room in the courtyard. Just as he was about to knock on the door, an old but calm voice came from inside.
The young man respectfully pushed the door open and carefully closed it.
The young man entered the room and saw that it was decorated in an antique style. A screen separated the room into 2 parts. The front was the living room, and behind the screen was the bedroom. The room was not gorgeous. The young man stood in front of the screen with his head down. He did not go into the back.
He seemed to be very respectful to the owner of the room and did not dare to act presumptuously.
"I know why you are here. Don't worry, the light has been extinguished." The old voice came from behind the screen. When the young man heard this, he could not help but reveal a smile on his face. "You can leave." The person in the room seemed to be a little annoyed. "Yes." The white-clothed young man didn't say much. After he heard the man's words, he bowed towards the screen and left the room. "Second brother, what did the ancestor say?" After the young man left the courtyard, a young man with a simple long sword on his waist walked towards him. This person was Dongfang Long, and the person Dongfang Long called second brother was none other than Dongfang Chen. "It's rare that the ancestor is willing to help. The matter has been resolved." Dongfang Chen seemed to be very happy. Dongfang Long nodded and said, "Very good, this has bought us a lot of time. The entire north is filled with our Dongfang clan and Beitang clan's eyes. As soon as Gu Fei appears, kill him. This time, don't fail again," Dongfang Chen said with a gloomy face. Dongfang Long nodded and the 2 of them quickly left. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, on the peak of a spiritual mountain, Gu Fei faced the rising sun and sat cross-legged on a large rock. For the past 2 days, it was as if he could not feel the passage of time. He seemed to have merged with nature, his body and mind condensed together with this spiritual peak, blending with heaven and earth. This was a miraculous state. He seemed to be able to hear the thoughts of the trees and flowers, understand the words of birds and beasts, and sense the pulse of the earth. He seemed to have truly blended into this vibrant world, as if he had become a part of it. The breeze gently blew, and the fragrance of all kinds of plants and flowers slowly rippled in the forest. The rising sun was not dazzling. Like water ripples, it shrouded the entire spiritual peak with a faint layer of golden gauze. Gu Fei stood up from the large rock. Looking at the rising sun, at this moment, he felt incomparably calm. He also felt the vitality between heaven and earth. Gu Fei seemed to have a feeling of enlightenment in his heart. A touch of the morning glow cut through the dawn, and rays of golden light sprinkled on the mountain forest that was surrounded by spiritual energy. Infinite vitality rippled, apes cried, tigers roared, birds chirped, and insects chirped. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and his whole body felt comfortable. As Gu Fei circulated his profound cultivation technique, his body became like a vast ocean that sucked in all the spiritual energy from the surroundings. The essence of the sun, the moon, the wood, and all the other energies that floated in the air were all gathered towards him. Streams of light, which were almost invisible to the naked eye, circulated inside Gu Fei's body, nourishing his body like sweet dew, covering his internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood with a layer of precious light. Sitting on the mountaintop for 2 days and 2 nights was not completely fruitless. His state of mind had been improved, and his body seemed to be filled with endless vitality. The essence of heaven and earth was like cold water, washing his flesh and blood over and over again. He tried to activate the pure essence of the sun that was released when the sun rose. He wanted to use the essence of the sun, the pure yang energy, to dispel the remaining ghost qi in his bone marrow. However, he seemed to have failed. The essence of the sun was not that easy to absorb, and the timing was very important. Obviously, Gu Fei did not grasp this fleeting opportunity. Standing on the top of the spiritual peak, Gu Fei breathed in and out the spiritual energy from all directions, pouring endless spiritual energy into his exhausted body. It wasn't until noon that the gathered spiritual qi drifted away. He stopped and sensed the surging energy in his body. He had to admit that the spiritual energy in the Pill Cauldron Paradise was really abundant. This place was indeed a treasure land for cultivation. When Gu Fei stopped operating the mysterious technique, a bone-piercing coldness came from the depths of his body, making him shiver involuntarily. It seemed that the ghost qi that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow was really hard to dispel with his own power. However, this was already good enough. After all, his body had regained its vitality, and the 18 soul-suppressing nails had been pulled out. His soul sense was no longer suppressed. Not only could the 18 soul-suppressing nails suppress the ghost qi in his body, but they also completely suppressed Gu Fei's soul sense inside his body, which made it impossible for him to open the space inside his body. Standing on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei carefully used his soul sense to communicate with the space inside his mud pill palace. The purple vertical scar that had disappeared between his eyebrows began to appear on his skin. Gradually, the vertical scar emitted a misty purple light. Gu Fei's soul sense had successfully communicated with the space inside his body. His real body did not enter the space, but a wisp of his soul sense had descended into the space inside. He was very worried that because of his body, the space that he had opened up would be destroyed, and even turn into a piece of chaos. However, he seemed to have worried too much. A giant cauldron that emitted an endless aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, was suppressing the center of the space. Traces of chaotic energy that were visible to the naked eye were guided by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei found that not only did his space not collapse because of the decay of his body, but it was also gradually expanding. The mountain and river cauldron refined the chaotic energy and suppressed the space. At the same time, it was also continuously pouring energy into Gu Fei's space, causing the space to gradually expand. Of course, the growth of the space inside was very slow. It had been a long time since Gu Fei moved the mountain and river cauldron from the chaotic zone into the space inside his space. But Gu Fei found that his space had only expanded to about 60 meters in radius. When he was in the virtual sky world, the old turtle once said that the inner world was closely related to a cultivator's body. As one's strength increased, the inner world would also grow. The stronger one was, the bigger the inner world would be. However, if one's cultivation level regressed, the inner world would also collapse and shrink. According to Gu Fei's situation, when his body deteriorated to the extreme, his inner world would have collapsed long ago. Gu Fei's luck was really good. There was a unique mountain and river cauldron suppressing the void in all directions in his inner world. Even though Gu Fei was seriously injured and on the verge of death, his inner world still showed no signs of collapsing. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the earth veins in all directions. It was definitely a treasure. Gu Fei found that the 5 or 6 spiritual plants planted in his inner world emitted a floral fragrance. Their branches and leaves were shrouded in a faint misty glow. The spiritual plants didn't show any signs of withering. Instead, they were growing very well. The surroundings of the spiritual plants were green and green grass grew on the ground. Gu Fei's inner world was no longer lonely and lifeless. After his divine comprehension retreated from the inner world, Gu Fei jumped down from the boulder and walked down the mountain. He wanted to find out what method Yen planned to use to dispel the mysterious Yin ghost aura that had already penetrated into his bones. Minister Dan was very angry and also very depressed. Someone destroyed Gu Fei's green lamp, which made him furious and flustered. Because without the guidance of the green lamp, it would be very difficult for him to find Gu Fei. The hopes of the elders of the sect were all on Gu Fei. Minister Dan was actually shouldering a heavy responsibility. After the trip to the virtual sky world, the elders of the 3 great Taoist sects didn't find any trace of the 9-colored longevity grass on the other disciples. In the virtual sky world, everyone saw that it was Gu Fei who took the 3 9-colored longevity grass. Because of this, the head of the Taishan sect and a group of elders used their great magical power and used the green lamp as a guide to keep an eye on Gu Fei's life and whereabouts. When the green lamp sensed that Gu Fei had left the virtual sky world, the higher-ups of the 3 great Taoist sects were alarmed. The Taishan sect immediately sent Minister Dan down the mountain to search for Gu Fei's whereabouts. Gu Fei became the disciple that the three great Taoist sects paid the most attention to. Of course, what attracted the higher-ups of the three great Taoist sects wasn't Gu Fei himself, but the things he had. In the evening, in Bailing City, a person came to the courtyard where Minister Dan was staying.
Minister Dan respectfully invited this person to a side room, then stood to the side and waited on him carefully.
Although he was already a peerless expert in the void-controlling realm, he still didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of this person.
"How did it go?"
Taoist Chao Yang, who was sitting high in the hall, asked calmly. He wore a purple jade Taoist crown, 9 suns shining in the sky, and the golden crow burning sky robe. Martial uncle, Gu Fei is missing, and the green lamp of the 9-colored primordial spirit has also been extinguished. Although Minister Dan was a little hesitant, he didn't dare to hide anything in front of Taoist Chao Yang.
What happened?
When Taoist Chao Yang heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and an invisible momentum immediately spread in the room. Minister Dan suddenly felt as if his chest was suddenly pressed down by a 1,000-kilogram boulder. He felt like he was suffocating, and his breathing became a little rapid. His forehead was also covered in cold sweat. This book was first published. Chapter 338. As night fell, a bright moon appeared in the sky, sprinkling down cold moonlight that shrouded the icy and snowy northern land in a layer of light gauze. Network. Swoosh.
A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above an endless snowy forest in the northern land as if it had teleported.
This person wore a purple jade crown on his head and a golden crow sky-burning robe of the 9 suns' brilliant sky.
There seemed to be flames flowing all over his body.
He was Taoist Chao Yang of the Shaoyang Peak of the Taishan sect. Swoosh. A golden rainbow suddenly appeared in the distant sky, like a golden bolt of lightning, cutting through the void and flying quickly toward Taoist Chao Yang. Gu Fei is nearby? Taoist Chao Yang's eyes seemed to have no spirit, but it was as if he had a magical power that could penetrate the void, as if he could see anything he wanted to see. He glanced around but did not feel anything strange. What he saw in front of him was just a common snowy forest in the northern land.
At this time, the golden light that appeared in the distant sky had already flown in front of him, and a powerful wave of spiritual power immediately spread out.
The golden light dissipated, and a figure appeared next to Taoist Chao Yang.
"Is it here?"
Taoist Chao Yang asked. The person who came in the golden rainbow was Dan Qingzi.
When he heard the question, he immediately replied, "Yes, but even with the spirit lamp in hand, I can't find Gu Fei."
Before the spirit lamp was extinguished, Dan Qingzi had tracked Gu Fei more than once, but it was difficult to find any trace of Gu Fei. Although they were both cultivators in the royal void realm, Taoist Chao Yang's strength and seniority were not comparable to Dan Qingzi, who had just broken through to the royal void realm. Even among cultivators in the same realm, there were strong and weak ones. With Taoist Chao Yang's cultivation, it could be said that it was easy to kill a peerless cultivator like Dan Qingzi. Strange. Taoist Chao Yang stood in the void, and there was a trace of doubt on his face. He could not feel any human aura nearby, which meant that Gu Fei had not appeared nearby. Taoist Chao Yang's divine will was extremely powerful. Once it was spread out, he could see everything within a radius of tens of miles like the back of his hand. It was even clearer than using his eyes to see. As long as someone was hiding nearby, they would definitely not be able to escape the detection of his spiritual force. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the occasional roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the snowy forest. Other than the birds and beasts that resided in the forest, there were no other signs of life. Taoist Zhao Yang was very proud of his own cultivation. Apart from demigods, there were only a few people in the world who could beat him. If there was something strange about this place, it would not escape Taoist Zhao Yang's eyes. If someone had really hidden Gu Fei with great magical power, and even Taoist Zhao Yang had been deceived, then this person was definitely not someone he could provoke. Yes. Looks like it's time to meet some old friends in Bailing City. Taoist Chao Yang said calmly, "Let's go back." After saying that, Taoist Chao Yang's figure disappeared in the air. Taoist Chao Yang's speed was too fast. Even Minister Dan, who was standing next to him, could not tell how he left. Minister Dan could not help but be shocked. Taoist Chao Yang's cultivation was much stronger than his. Taoist Chao Yang's speed seemed to be comparable to teleportation. Of course, the legendary magical power of teleportation could only be performed by a peerless demigod. Minister Dan did not dare to delay. He rose into the air and turned into a dazzling golden rainbow.
He flew in the direction of Biling City and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye.
Of course, Taoist Chao Yang's arrival did not go unnoticed by the old monsters in Biling City. The situation in Biling City became even more delicate. There were many undercurrents, and a storm was brewing. Compared to Biling City, the Pill Cauldron's grotto was quiet. There was no ice or snow here, and the temperature was warm. Several mountain peaks were filled with green. There was a small bridge that spanned over the flowing water, and flowers bloomed beside the stream. Cranes flew across the sky from time to time. A herd of spiritual deer chased each other on the grassland between the mountains. All sorts of spiritual herbs were planted on the cultivated slopes. The Pill Cauldron's grotto was definitely a blessed land for immortals. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a grotto in the snowy northern lands. This place was isolated from the rest of the world and was filled with spiritual energy. It was no wonder that even the old monsters who had not come out for a long time were alarmed. Unfortunately, this spiritual land already had an owner. The ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate had spent a lot of effort to set up a peerless formation to isolate this spiritual land from the rest of the world, forming a grotto. This grotto was independent from the world, but it was also closely connected to the world. The spiritual veins of the earth were the foundation of this small world. It was hard to imagine that with this grotto as the foundation, the Pill Cauldron's grotto still declined. Unless the peerless formation outside the Pill Cauldron's grotto was broken, the Pill Cauldron's grotto would never be revealed to the world. Even a powerhouse like Taoist Chao Yang could not sense the existence of the grotto. In order to help Gu Fei get rid of the Xianxia ghost qi that was entangled in his bone marrow, Yen had been busy with something for the past few days. She seemed to be making something. Gu Fei asked a few times, but Yen pretended to be mysterious and ran away. Network, Gu Fei had no choice but to find a place to circulate his mystic art and breathe in and out spiritual energy. He wanted to use the endless spiritual energy to temper his muscles and bones, using this method to get rid of the Xianxia ghost qi deep in his bone marrow bit by bit. But soon, Gu Fei felt that his method did not seem to work at all. The uncomfortable feeling of coldness coming out from his bone marrow still happened a few times a day. Every time he did it, his body would feel cold and his blood and qi seemed to be condensing. This was like a bone-deep gangrene. With his ability, there was no way he could get rid of the Xianxia ghost qi deep in his bone marrow. One morning 3 days later, Yen found Gu Fei at the peak of a spiritual mountain. "Follow me." Yen aroused Gu Fei from his deep meditation. This was the first sentence she said to Gu Fei. She seemed to be a little excited. "Where to?" Gu Fei asked. "Just follow me. Of course, if you don't want to get better, you can continue to meditate here." Yen revealed a sly smile and walked straight down the mountain. "Wait for me." Gu Fei hurriedly chased after her. Although he had vaguely guessed why Yen came to find him, he still could not keep calm. One had to know that the Xianxia ghost qi deep in his bone marrow would come out several times a day. That kind of feeling was not pleasant. Yen brought Gu Fei to an ancient altar in the Pill Cauldron Grotto and walked up. Gu Fei felt that this altar seemed to be made of purple jade. Every purple jade brick was engraved with ancient runes. The altar was 15 feet wide and emitted a misty purple glow. After walking up the altar, Gu Fei discovered that the ground of the altar was also engraved with countless runes. The countless runes seemed to form a huge formation. Gu Fei did not set foot in the formation. He could not figure out the function of the formation on the altar. Apart from the runes engraved on the purple jade ground, there was nothing else on the altar. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Why did Yen bring him here? He was about to ask, but at that moment, Yen signaled Gu Fei to stand in the center of the altar. Yen came to Gu Fei's side and took out a jade talisman from her storage bag. She handed it to Gu Fei and said, "Take it. It will be useful when we return." Gu Fei took the jade talisman and saw that both sides of the jade talisman were also engraved with runes. Moreover, Gu Fei felt that the runes on the jade talisman in his hand and the runes on the altar seemed to come from the same source. Yen's hands formed hand seals. Then, the ancient purple jade altar immediately emitted a strong energy fluctuation. The runes engraved on the entire altar gradually lit up. The ancient altar obviously contained an incomparably strong energy. Yen's hands continuously formed hand seals to guide this originally dormant power out. Rumble. The entire altar began to shake. Then, thousands of runes rushed out from the altar as if they had come to life. They formed a mysterious formation that enveloped Gu Fei and Yen, who stood in the center of the altar. This. Gu Fei was shocked. This altar seemed to be a teleportation formation. Swoosh.
There was a tremor in the void as ripples spread out from the center of the altar.
Thousands of light talismans formed an array. The instant Yen and Gu Fei were enveloped, the two of them disappeared from the altar. Thousands of light runes dissipated on the altar. The runes engraved on the altar also gradually dimmed. The energy contained in the altar also quieted down. The space was twisting. Gu Fei felt as if he had stepped into a void tunnel.
A strange feeling welled up in his heart.
This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. There was no sky, no earth. It was as if he was walking in an endless void. He had no idea where he was going. Rays of light became the only thing in Gu Fei's eyes. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt as if he was riding on the clouds, as if he was traveling at an extremely high speed. When the surrounding rays of light gradually disappeared, a gloomy void appeared in front of Gu Fei. He did not know when it started, but the surrounding space began to twist and ripples of energy spread out. Rumble. After a loud noise, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the front. Gu Fei had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the dark sky flashed with strong lights from time to time. Boom. A thunderclap sounded in Gu Fei's ears. Silver snakes danced in the sky and lightning lit up the heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. He looked around and saw that he and Yen were standing on a small hill. Under their feet was a formation engraved on a rock with a circumference of 5 zhang. The runes on the formation were very similar to the runes on the purple jade altar in the Pill Cauldron Wonderland. What is this place? Gu Fei asked. He felt that the heaven and earth were gloomy. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, illuminating the gloomy void from time to time. Apart from the small hill where he and Yen were standing, there were lush weeds everywhere. Between the weeds, there were water droplets. This place seemed to be a swamp. This is the Lightning Lake,
Yen said.
Rumble. At this time, another earth-shattering thunder came from the sky. Although the sky was gloomy, it was strange that there was only thunder but no rain. Lightning Lake? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. He knew of this place. It was a dangerous place, a place where the lightning energy of heaven and earth gathered. The Lightning Lake could be said to be one of the most dangerous places in the Tanglong continent. Gu Fei had seen descriptions of the Lightning Lake in his sex records. We've been teleported to the Lightning Lake thousands of miles away? Gu Fei exclaimed. One must know that the Lightning Lake was not in the northern lands. Although it was within the borders of Northern Wei, it was at least 3,000 miles away from the northern mountain city. Hee, that's right. You will be staying here for a few days. Yen smiled. When she smiled, she looked like a little fox who had succeeded in her evil plan. Gu Fei couldn't help being stunned for a moment before he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Yen's smile made his hair stand on end. "Let's go. Let's find a place with dense lightning." Yen didn't answer Gu Fei. Instead, she walked out of the formation and looked at the sky from the small hill. She saw thick thunderclouds surging in the east and south. The lightning in the thunderclouds was denser and more frequent than the lightning in the other two directions. Most of the thunder came from these two directions, shaking the heaven and earth. Let's go to the east. There's a grassland under the thunderclouds. It's just the right place. Yen said and rushed down the small hill. Like a purple smoke, she headed east. Gu Fei had no choice but to follow her. The swamp here was different from the deathly swamp inside the virtual sky world. This place was full of the aura of thunder and lightning, and there seemed to be a burning smell in the air. The death swamp in the virtual sky world, on the other hand, was lifeless and a paradise for the undead. Roar! Just as Yen rushed to the grassland under the thunderclouds, an unforeseen event occurred. A low and deep roar seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Then, the grassland under Yen's feet began to tremble, as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Yen quickly retreated. Pang! Bang! The grassland suddenly exploded. Soil splashed in all directions, and an unusual beast rushed out of the ground. What's that? Gu Fei, who was following closely behind Yen, hurriedly came to a halt. He stared at the exotic beast that had rushed out from the ground in shock. The exotic beast was 4 to 5 meters long and had the appearance of a huge green lion.
However, there was a single silver horn on its ferocious head.
Roar! The unusual beast looked up to the sky and roared. Its voice shook the sky. A burst of crackling lightning came out of its body. At the same time, a fierce murderous aura surged out of its body. Chapter 339. The lightning lion beast was a ferocious beast in the Thunder Lake that could control the power of thunder and lightning. It had a violent temperament and was fond of fighting. Once it sensed any beast or human cultivator intruding into its territory, it would immediately attack. 1. It was obvious that Xianxia and Gu Fei had intruded into the territory of a lightning lion. Roar! The lightning lion charged out from the swamp and let out a series of roars. Its body was surrounded by lightning, and a violent aura filled every inch of the sky. Gu Fei sensed that this lightning lion seemed to possess a powerful strength. He could feel the power of thunder and lightning in the surroundings converging toward the lightning lion floating in the sky. Swoosh! A pair of azure-colored wings extended from the lightning lion's ribs. Arcs of azure-colored lightning blossomed on the wings, crackling chaotically. Xianxia was still standing on the grass, staring calmly at the lightning lion in the sky. Even though she knew that the lightning lion was gathering its power, she did not make a move. The lightning lion was infuriated by the fact that there was someone who didn't know life from death trespassing into its territory. The consequences were terrifying. Lightning began to strike down from the thunderclouds, striking the silver horn on the lightning lion's head. This lightning lion was extraordinary, as it was able to control the powerful force of thunder and lightning accumulated in the thunderclouds. The horn on the head of the lightning lion continued to absorb the power of thunder and lightning from all directions. The silver horn began to emit a brilliant glow, and a powerful energy wave was emitted from the horn. Roar! The lightning lion let out a furious roar. Swoosh! Then, a green lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm shot out from the horn, and struck towards Xianxia below. The blue lightning bolt tore through the sky and emitted a blinding light that lit up the heavens and earth. Gu Fei stood aside and watched the scene quietly. Although he knew that Xianxia had a high cultivation, he had never seen her make a move before. Xianxia simply reached out her right hand and pressed forward. Bang! With a bang, the lightning bolt that was bombarding towards Xianxia seemed to have collided with an invisible wall. It was stopped less than 10 feet in front of Xianxia by a mysterious force. Xianxia easily nullified the attack of the lightning lion. After that, Xianxia waved her right hand lightly. Bang! The lightning lion was directly blasted flying by a powerful force. Roar! The lightning lion roared again and again as it was blasted flying 30 to 40 meters away. Only then did it stop retreating.
After that, it flapped its wings that were coiled with lightning and transformed into an azure bolt of lightning as it charged towards Xianxia. Outrageous! Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Xianxia's expression turned extremely cold. She had only sent the lightning lion flying just now, hoping that the lightning lion would know how powerful it was and leave. However, the violent lion did not seem to appreciate her kindness and charged forward in an instant. Of lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Endless lightning flashed in the void around the lightning lion, interweaving into a net of lightning power that enveloped Xianxia. Gu Fei quickly retreated and looked at Xianxia with interest. He wanted to see what kind of tricks she had up her sleeves. A powerful wave of magic power surged out from Yenner's body, and her hair started to flutter even though there was no wind. Then, dark green vines started to grow under her feet, and they started to twine around the lightning lion in the sky. At the same time, Yenner pressed her right hand upward, and the thousands of lightning bolts that shrouded the lightning lion immediately dispersed and dissipated in the sky. At this moment, the lightning lion seemed to have sensed danger and tried to escape. However, it was too late. Countless vines, like green dragons, instantly entangled the lightning lion in the sky. 2 vines entangled the wings of the lightning lion and tore them off. The lightning lion immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. A large amount of blood sprayed from the sky. The lightning lion that had lost its wings fell from the sky. Before it hit the ground, a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Muddy water splashed everywhere as the huge body of the lightning lion smashed heavily onto the turf. Then, it slowly sank into the mud beneath the turf. The powerful and violent lightning lion had been strangled to death by Xianxia. After the vines strangled the lightning lion to death, they seemed to have lost their vitality and quickly withered. Then, they turned into dust and drifted into the sky.
Wood elemental techniques? Gu Fei was a little surprised.
He could feel that Yen'er's body was exuding a vigorous aura.
It was as if she was the embodiment of the spirit of vegetation. Gu Fei was no stranger to the fluctuation of qi that was full of vitality. In the Taixuan sect, there were many people who cultivated wood elemental techniques. In the Taixuan sect, Ziyu, a disciple of the sect leader, was one of the best.
Impressive, impressive.
Gu Fei clapped his hands and walked slowly toward Yen'er. Are you praising me or insulting me? Yen'er smiled sweetly. Her beautiful face bloomed with infinite brilliance, and Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Hee. Of course I'm praising you.
How would I dare to insult you?
Gu Fei rubbed his nose and said awkwardly. He had to admit that Yen'er's smile was very lethal.
Humph. I don't think you would dare. Yen'er waved her fist at Gu Fei and said fiercely.
She was like an innocent girl, but compared to the vicious method she had used just now, she felt a little out of place. The sky was still gloomy. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dark thunderclouds seemed to be hanging down to the ground, and bolts of lightning danced wildly in the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder was endless, and from time to time, there would be terrifying lightning striking down from the sky. Gu Fei and Yen'er stopped joking. They came to a grassy area covered by thunderclouds, and Yen'er took out a big thing from her storage bag. It was a huge lamp, its four sides were covered with white cloth, and the top was also tightly sealed with white cloth. The bottom was empty, and on the iron frame at the bottom, there was an iron bucket filled with lamp oil, with a wick as thick as a child's arm immersed in it. There were talismans drawn on the white cloth around the huge lamp. Each talisman was emitting a faint spiritual energy. What's the use of this? Gu Fei asked. He didn't know what Yen'er wanted to use this huge lamp for. This huge lamp has a name. It's called the Kongming lamp. As Yen'er spoke, she took out a metal chain from her storage bag. This metal chain was at least 100 meters long.
Kongming lamp,
Gu Fei said.
Yes.
Legend has it that in ancient times, there was an almighty expert who was proficient in formations. His name was Zhuge Kongming. The Kongming lamp was created by him. Yen'er said.
I've never heard of him.
Gu Fei said with some embarrassment. I also read about the Kongming lamp in the sex book collection. The Kongming lamp can fly into the sky without using any spells or external forces. Yen'er said to Gu Fei as she tied one end of the metal chain to the lamp frame below the Kongming lamp.
Could it be?
Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed.
He had already vaguely guessed what Yen'er wanted to do.
Hee, that's right. I'm going to release this Kongming lamp into the sky and draw the power of thunder and lightning from the thunderclouds. Yen'er said proudly. As she spoke, she lit up the huge Kongming lamp.
The flame of the lamp burned fiercely, and the huge lamp slowly rose from the ground in front of Gu Fei and Yen'er.
All right, you can enjoy the baptism of thunder and lightning here. Yen'er smiled slyly and suddenly used the fixed body technique on Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly felt his body stiffen, and he was fixed on the spot. Yen'er tied the other end of the metal chain to Gu Fei's waist. Then, she took out a large stone from her storage bag and another metal chain from her storage bag. She tied Gu Fei firmly to the large stone like a dumpling. Gu Fei could not speak.
His eyes darted around and his face turned green.
The power of sky thunder was not something that anyone could withstand. It was extremely dangerous to attract sky thunder to one's body. Legend had it that when a great cultivator who had stepped into the immortal realm ascended, heaven and earth would send down a lightning tribulation. Only those who could survive the lightning tribulation could finally ascend to the immortal realm. Those who could not survive the lightning tribulation would be destroyed by the sky thunder and turned into ashes. Gu Fei did not think that with his current cultivation, he could resist the power of thunder and lightning that came from heaven and earth.
Oh, I almost forgot. Yen'er was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something.
Then, she pointed with her finger and Gu Fei's right hand, which was holding the jade talisman, was immediately able to move. All right, if you really can't withstand it, crush the jade talisman. The power in the jade talisman can teleport you back to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. After saying that, Yen'er quickly left. At this time, the slowly rising Kongming lantern was about to touch the thick thunderclouds that were pressing down from the sky. Dark clouds pressed down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. With a strong flash, lightning swam through the thunderclouds like silver snakes. Suddenly, a deafening thunder exploded above Gu Fei's head. The power of the thunder was earth-shattering. A bolt of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds and hit the flying Kong Ming lantern. A bright electric current immediately flowed down the metal chain at the bottom of the lantern. Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura and wanted to crush the jade talisman, but in the end, he did not do so. Perhaps only the baptism of sky thunder could expel the Xianxia ghost chi from his body. Wow! The power of thunder and lightning flowed along the chains and entered Gu Fei's body. In an instant, it broke the fixed body technique on Gu Fei's body. A miserable howl immediately escaped his mouth. Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of white smoke. He raised his head to look at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky and roared, "How refreshing! Let's make it more violent." Boom! Another clap of thunder boomed overhead, and another bolt of lightning struck the sky lantern in the sky. Roar! Damned heavens, come! Gu Fei endured it and shouted crazily. Bolts of lightning kept striking the Kongming lantern, and Gu Fei's roars rang out continuously, spreading far and wide. This book. Chapter 340. There was no lack of ferocious beasts in the Thunder Lake. However, none of them dared to approach a certain place. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The grass within a radius of a few hundred feet was scorched. There was an extremely crazy man who was attracting the power of lightning from the heavens and earth under the rumbling thunderclouds. His cries of agony were incessant and could even be heard louder than the sound of the thunder. On a grassy slope in the distance, a graceful figure in purple calmly watched the shocking scene unfold before her. There was no expression on her extremely delicate face. Thunderclouds loomed in front of them as tens of thousands of lightning bolts swam in the clouds. A violent aura that could shock all living beings in the heavens and earth was emitted from the thunderclouds. The Thunder Lake was a strange place in the Tanglong continent. Here, the power of thunder and lightning gathered. Dark thunder clouds hung down from the sky. Terrifying lightning struck from the thunderclouds, connecting the sky and the earth. Some of the lightning even struck the ground. There was no wind or rain. There was only thunder here and it rarely rained. However, the water in the Thunder Lake was sufficient because it was a swamp. It was difficult to see the sun in the Thunder Lake. However, terrifying lightning bolts would strike down from the sky and strike the ground. The powerful lightning bolts would often strike the soft grass and create huge pits, forming the unique landform of the Thunder Lake. Large and small round ponds were scattered across the entire Thunder Lake like pearls embedded in a piece of jade. Yen and Gu Fei were only at the periphery of the Thunder Lake. They did not venture deep into the Thunder Lake because there were unpredictable dangers in the depths of the Thunder Lake. The power of lightning there was stronger and the ferocious beasts there were stronger. Only cultivators with a high cultivation base could venture deep into the Thunder Lake. The reason why Gu Fei and Yen came to the Thunder Lake was to borrow the power of lightning to expel the Xianxia ghost chi from Gu Fei's body. They were not here for an adventure. One should know that the Thunder Lake was one of the most dangerous places in the soaring dragon continent. The power of lightning in the depths of the Thunder Lake was enough to scare even a void-controlling realm expert. The lightning energy outside the Thunder Lake was within the range that Gu Fei could withstand. Of course, if he had not been thrown into the primordial pill cauldron by Yenner and refined with hundreds of spirit medicines for 3 days and 3 nights, allowing his body to regain its vitality, his deteriorating body would definitely not have been able to withstand the power of thunder and lightning here. It's already the 98th time. Old Gu seems to be stronger than I imagined. Yen mumbled to herself on a grassy slope in the distance. She stared calmly at the scene before her without any expression on her face. Gu Fei had already been struck 198 times by the power of lightning guided by the Kongming lantern, but his voice was still loud and clear, full of energy. Hey! I want to see how long you can hold on before you crush the jade talisman in your hand. Yen watched with interest. In the distance, Gu Fei, who was tied to a huge rock, was charred on the outside and tender on the inside by the power of lightning. The clothes on his upper body had long been burnt to ashes, and only a piece of rag was left on his lower body, which barely covered his important parts. Even the huge rock behind him had cracks on it, as though it could be smashed by the next bolt of lightning at any time. It had to be said that Yenner was very thoughtful and well prepared. The Kongming lantern, the 100-foot-long metal chain, and the huge rock that weighed thousands of kilograms were all for the sake of letting Gu Fei enjoy the baptism of lightning. The fixed body technique that Yenner had cast on him had already been broken when the first bolt of lightning struck him. There was no spell that could remain unbroken under the bombardment of the power of lightning. As long as the power of lightning in the world was strong enough, it could break any spell. This was because the power of lightning represented the power of the world. The legendary god of thunder wielded the power to punish on behalf of the heavens. Of course, no one knew if the god of thunder existed in the world. However, what in the world could go against the heavens? Gu Fei did not know, but he knew very well that even a powerful immortal was just an ant in the face of the heavens. Powerful bolts of lightning were constantly guided down by the Kongming lantern in the sky, and mercilessly struck into his body. Countless bolts of lightning passed through his flesh and bones before entering the ground beneath Gu Fei's feet. This was an inhumane torture. Even though Gu Fei's body had been tempered 100 times, he still felt extreme pain, as though his skin was being fried and his bones were being torn apart. Every time he was struck by lightning, it was as though there were countless sharp swords slicing his body. It made him feel a terrible pain, as though his flesh and bones were being separated and torn apart. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to withstand such terrible torture. However, Gu Fei's willpower was incomparably firm. He would not easily succumb to any power, even if it was the power of the world. Every time a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, Gu Fei could not wait to crush the jade talisman in his hand. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He gritted his teeth and endured the inhumane pain. Traces of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The power of lightning in the world could repel all evils. It was the nemesis of the evil Yin Qi in his body. Moreover, with the power of heavenly lightning, although it was dangerous, it was very likely that an incomparably powerful heavenly lightning would descend and strike Gu Fei into charcoal. However, in the midst of danger there were also opportunities. For Gu Fei, using the power of lightning to temper his body was not entirely a bad thing. The mysterious Yin ghost Qi that had invaded his bone marrow was gradually dispersed by the power of lightning that passed through his body. Gu Fei's miserable howls were earth-shattering. Endless vitality constantly healed his body that had been burned by the power of lightning. All the muscles in his body involuntarily twitched violently, releasing waves of vitality to nourish his injured body. The strong physique of a martial artist allowed Gu Fei to recover very quickly after being struck by lightning. Yan watched from the grassy slope for a long time. She thought that Gu Fei would not be able to endure the pain of being struck by lightning for long. He would crush the jade talisman and start all over again. However, she seemed to be wrong. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Gu Fei's miserable howls were still coming from afar. His voice did not weaken at all. It was obvious that he could continue to endure it. In the Thunder Lake, black thunderclouds covered the land. It seemed as though they would never dissipate. There was no sunlight or stars in this place. There was thunder, but there was no rain. This was a strange place. It was a paradise for cultivators who cultivated lightning-based Dao techniques. However, even so, not many cultivators dared to go deep into the Thunder Lake. They could only walk around the periphery of the Thunder Lake like Gu Fei and Yan. Forget it. Let's return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise first. I wonder when he will crush the Jade Talisman. The Lightning Lake was filled with a heavy pressure that came from the heaven and earth, making Yan a little uncomfortable. Yan crushed the Jade Talisman in her hand. A ball of green light immediately spread out from her hand, enveloping her within. Shwa! The void that was enveloped by the green light trembled, and ripples spread out like water waves. The light dimmed and then disappeared completely. Yenner's figure had already disappeared along with the light. It was as though she had broken through the void. It was difficult to teleport out of the Pill Cauldron Paradise. However, one only needed to crush a jade talisman to return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Yen was not worried that Gu Fei would be in danger. This was because even if he was in danger, Gu Fei would not be so foolish as to not crush the jade talisman. It could be said that the jade talisman was actually a talisman. The jade talisman of the Pill Cauldron sect was very special. It was more convenient than the void-shifting scrolls that were sealed with spatial Dao techniques. The Dao technique scroll had to be unfolded to release the sealed Dao technique power. As for the jade talisman of the Pill Cauldron sect, one only needed to hold it in one's hand and crush it. The Dao technique power would explode in an instant and teleport the person to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. It had to be said that Gu Fei's willpower was perversely strong. It seemed like there was no pain that he could not endure. He did not know how many times he had been struck by the power of lightning from the Kongming lantern. Gu Fei felt as if he had become numb. The lightning energy washed over his body again and again, and the bone-chilling cold that would flare up several times a day gradually weakened. Under the baptism of lightning, his physical body and nerves were tempered to become stronger and more resilient. A day and a night passed. The place where Gu Fei was had become a huge, charred pit that was steaming. It was as if a meteorite had fallen there, producing an incomparably strong heat that burned everything. The boulder had long been shattered. The area within a radius of several dozen zhang had become scorched earth. Only a metal chain that seemed to connect heaven and earth remained intact. Even after being struck by the power of lightning countless times, it seemed like it would not leave a single mark on this metal chain. He did not know when it started, but Gu Fei felt that the cold in his body had stopped acting up. Therefore, he subconsciously began to accumulate the power of lightning. Although the power of lightning between heaven and earth was an incomparably tyrannical and destructive power, it was also one of the powers of heaven and earth. It could also be refined. Gu Fei began to circulate his mysterious art to refine the power of lightning. This was definitely an incomparably crazy action because the power of lightning was extremely hard to tame. If he was not careful, the powerful power of lightning could burn him into ashes. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. His cultivation had already reached the bottleneck of the third heavenly layer of the ascended realm. He wanted to borrow the power of lightning to break through his current bottleneck. He felt that this was an opportunity to break through his current bottleneck. He could not let it go. As he circulated his mysterious art, bolts of lightning began to surround Gu Fei's body. These bolts of lightning did not dissipate. Instead, they were emitted from within his body. Under the baptism of lightning, his tendons, bones, and flesh gradually transformed and became stronger. Gu Fei's physical body gradually improved under the destruction of the lightning. Bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the thunderclouds above his head. The power of lightning was gradually guided by Gu Fei to every part of his body. Tiny snake-like currents flowed through his skin. She sat with her legs crossed on a nearby grassy slope and quietly waited for Gu Fei. She knew that not only had the evil qi in Gu Fei's body been completely expelled, his cultivation base would also increase greatly after being tempered by the heavenly lightning. Bailing City, which stood in the north of Northern Wei and was close to the abyss of immortals and demons, was definitely an ancient city. No one knew when Northern Mountain City was built. No one even knew how it appeared in the northern lands. There were many unimaginable myths and legends here. Such an ancient city standing in the border between the extreme northern demon region and the central plains would definitely arouse people's imagination. Although Bailing City wasn't as grand as the Dragon Emperor City in the southern wasteland, it was still a famous city in the northern region. In the evening, two young cultivators in white clothes appeared outside the city gate of Bailing City. With a cultivator's keen sense, they could sense an ancient and vicissitude aura. Bailing City was like an indomitable giant that stood in the snowy north, guarding the land of the north. Senior brother, isn't it a bit rash for us to choose this place as our first stop for training? A handsome young cultivator with the appearance of a peerlessly beautiful woman asked. This young cultivator was like a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothing. His skin was so delicate that even women would be jealous of him. He was a young cultivator with the appearance of a girl. The other cultivator standing beside the young cultivator had an ordinary appearance. He was thin and had tan skin. He looked like a farmer in the countryside who went to work at sunrise and returned home at sunset. When the two of them walked together, one was so handsome that even women would be jealous of him, while the other had an ordinary appearance. This combination was a bit strange. What's there to be rash about? I heard that junior brother Dongfeng Chen also came to the northern lands? The unassuming young cultivator said disapprovingly. Junior brother Dongfeng? The handsome young cultivator couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. At this moment, two young cultivators in white clothes walked out of the city gate. The two of them looked similar. They both had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. They were definitely rare handsome men. However, the two of them had a masculine aura that was unique to men, while the young man with the unassuming young cultivator had a feminine aura. Speak of the devil and he will arrive. The handsome young cultivator couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the two young cultivators coming out of the city. Hee hee. Senior brother Li, senior brother Ziyu, please forgive me for being late to welcome you. Two young cultivators came out of the city. One of them walked up to the two cultivators outside the city gate. Hey! Junior brother Dongfeng, your cultivation.
The dark-skinned young cultivator with an ordinary appearance looked at the young cultivator who came to greet him.
His eyes flashed with a strange light. Little brother is stupid. It's been more than a year since I returned to the Dongfang family, but I still haven't broken through my current bottleneck. Sigh. Dongfang Chen's expression was a bit depressed and lost. The two cultivators in white outside the city gate were Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, who were walking down the mountain. The two young men in white who came out of the city were the two brothers, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long. However, there was no sign of Beitang Ao. Dongfang Chen had found an excuse to return to the Dongfang family more than a year ago. He did this to see if he could break through his current cultivation bottleneck with the help of the family. Secondly, he was preparing to deal with Gu Fei. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, there was the existence of Wang Yuanji and other spies. What happened in the sect, Dongfang Chen knew like the palm of his hand.
When he learned that the sect had sent Minister Dan with the primordial spirit lamp down the mountain to look for Gu Fei, it was difficult for Dongfang Chen to stay in the Dongfang family to cultivate.
Junior brother Dongfang, you're really well informed. There don't seem to be many people who know that senior brother Li and I have come to the north. Ziyu looked at Dongfang Chen meaningfully and said indifferently. First publication of this book. Chapter 341. The people of the three great Taoist sects began to appear in the north. Not only the three great Taoist sects, but other cultivation forces also had disciples enter the north. 1. Some of the old monsters were also alarmed. The first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu, was wreaking havoc in the north. In the world of cultivation, there was probably no force that would not be nervous.
Moreover, there was the new spiritual land.
The true experts of the Tenglong continent attached great importance to the new spiritual land.
Even the old monsters who had not been involved in the affairs of the world for a long time came out.
The demons were the enemies of all the cultivators in the world, and a spiritual land was even more attractive. With these two factors, it would be strange if the northern lands didn't attract the attention of others. The people of the Supreme Mystery Sect did not have a fixed place to stay in Bailing City. The Dongfang family booked the entire Yunlai Inn. Dongfang Chen took Li Lingfeng and Ziyu to the inn and arranged two of the best rooms for them. Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long, Li Lingfeng, and Ziyu only had a brief conversation in the room before the Dongfang brothers left. In Li Lingfeng's room, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu sat down at the table. Senior brother, why is junior brother Dongfang so enthusiastic about entertaining us? Is there something fishy about this? Ziyu said to Li Lingfeng. He did not hide his doubts. Li Lingfeng pondered for a moment, then said, there are not many people who know that we came down the mountain, and even fewer people who know that we came to the north. How does junior brother Dongfang know our whereabouts? In the Supreme Mystery Sect, as long as a disciple broke through to the realm of transcending mortality, they were qualified to go down the mountain and walk in the world of cultivation, gaining experience in the world of mortals. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were the best of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect. In the past few years, they had successfully taken that step with the help of the core condensation pill. Cultivators who broke through to the realm of transcending mortality had a qualitative improvement in their lifespan and cultivation.
Cultivators who had reached this realm could be considered to stand out among the thousands of people in the world and step onto the path of the strong.
Cultivators could condense their power, form their core, and cleanse their marrow.
After forming their core, cultivators would be transparent inside and out, and they would be reborn.
They would communicate with heaven and earth, and use the surplus of the world to make up for their own deficiencies. They would use their strengths to make up for their weaknesses, steal the sky, and begin to derive power. Network. There seems to be something strange about junior brother Dongfang. Ziyu's expression became serious. Li Lingfeng nodded and said, let's wait and see for now. Let's see what junior brother Dongfang is planning. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both smart people.
The other party seemed to know their whereabouts like the back of his hand.
They were already on guard. However, Dongfang Chen's actions made them very puzzled. At this time, in another room in the inn, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long were also talking in secret. Second brother, why did you let Li Lingfeng and the others know that you were in Bailing City? Dongfang Long, who always had his saber by his side, immediately asked after he sat down. Dongfang Chen smiled and said, I want them to know that I'm not only in Bailing City, but I also revealed something to them. What happened? When Dongfang Long heard this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. He had been with Dongfang Chen all this time, But he didn't see his second brother reveal anything to Li Lingfeng. Do you really think I'm just going to welcome them? Dongfang Chen paused for a moment, then said, I'm just doing this to let them know that their whereabouts are all under my control. This. Dongfang Long seemed to have vaguely guessed his second brother's intentions. He couldn't help but shake his head. His second brother didn't play according to common sense. In this way, even if Li Lingfeng and Ziyu originally had any plans, it would have been disrupted by Dongfang Chen's sudden move. Time passed quickly. 7 days had passed. In the Thunder Lake, dark clouds still hung over the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Roar! Suddenly, somewhere in the outskirts of the Thunder Lake, an earth-shattering roar rang out. The sound was so loud that even the thunder in the sky was overshadowed in an instant. The rolling sound waves echoed between the heavens and the earth. Then, countless dazzling lightning burst out from the place where the roar came from. Endless lightning shrouded this part of the world. Network, rumble. Silver snakes danced chaotically between the heavens and the earth. Thunder exploded, causing the sky and the void to tremble. The grass within a radius of several hundred zhang was all scorched by the exploding lightning. That roar was still echoing between the heavens and the earth. The sudden explosion of lightning that covered several hundred zhang of the void suddenly shrank back. Thousands of lightning bolts all sank into a figure. Dazzling electric currents flowed up and down this person's body. In the next moment, this person seemed to have turned into a huge bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. Haha! I've finally broken through. That person directly leaped into the sky and laughed wildly. As he waved his hand, bolts of lightning as thick as a child's arm immediately rushed out, tearing through the void and shooting out dozens of zhang before dissipating in the void. 5-element sword domain. Open. That person separated his hands. Hum. A crisp sound of a sword soared into the 9 heavens. A powerful sword chi seeped out from his body and rushed straight into the sky. Amidst the 5-colored light, 5 different colored sword shadows appeared. Each sword shadow exuded a frightening wave of sword chi, forming 5 different colored void worlds. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. It was as if 5 hazy worlds of swords were revolving around that person. This was not a single sword domain, but 5 sword domains. Each domain enveloped an area of the void, and this person was in the center of the 5 voids. It was as if he controlled the 5 worlds of swords. Within the 5 hazy small domains, one could see bolts of lightning flashing from time to time. The power of the 5 elements carried a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. His figure slowly descended. When he landed on the ground, 5 unparalleled sword chi shot out from the 5 void worlds. They stretched for hundreds of zhang and left 5 terrifying sword marks on the grass. Clap clap. A series of claps came from afar. A beautiful girl dressed in purple slowly walked over from afar. It looked like she was taking a leisurely stroll, but in just a few steps, the fairy-like otherworldly girl had already arrived in front of that person. Old Gu, congratulations. The girl in purple's voice was crisp and sweet. Thank you. That person only said this one sentence, and with a crack, the sound of something suddenly breaking came from that person's hand. Then, a ball of green light burst out from that person's hand and instantly enveloped that person. The void cracked and shook, and the next moment, the dazzling green light instantly disappeared into the void. That person also disappeared with the dissipation of the green light. This guy runs really fast. The girl in purple couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her face flushed red. She then crushed a jade talisman in her hand and a ball of green light enveloped her. Then, the green light disappeared with a flash and the girl in purple's figure also disappeared into thin air. In the Pill Cauldron Grotto heaven, the sun was setting in the west. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of the spiritual mountain. After cultivating in the lightning lake for more than 10 days, not only did the Xianxia ghost chi in Gu Fei's body dissipate, it also allowed Gu Fei's cultivation to reach a new level. Not only did the baptism of lightning strengthen his body, it was also a form of training for his state of mind. His divine sense had become much more condensed and his spiritual sense had become stronger. He had successfully broken through the barrier of cultivation and his cultivation had broken through from the 3rd heavenly stage to the 4th heavenly stage of the ascended realm. Especially the cultivation of his mental energy, it gave him a completely different feeling than before. Of course, the tempering of his body was something ordinary people couldn't imagine. The power of lightning was like a sharp blade that continuously attacked his flesh and bones. The power of lightning was destroying Gu Fei's body, but the huge amount of life energy within his body was healing Gu Fei's injuries. Destruction, rebirth, destruction, rebirth. This cycle repeated endlessly. It was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered thousands of times, getting rid of the impurities and leaving behind the essence. His flesh, tendons, and bones became more condensed and resilient. It was as though his body had truly undergone a rebirth. Gu Fei's fleshly body was advancing towards the imperishable realm. If he could continue cultivating like this, Gu Fei's body would become a true physical treasure. If he could cultivate it to the extreme, not to mention divine weapons, he wouldn't even be at a disadvantage against legendary divine weapons or saint weapons. This wasn't an exaggeration. The continuous transformation of his body would eventually be refined by Gu Fei into an incomparably powerful undying warrior body. At that time, he would become an invincible cultivator. Gu Fei believed that with his current strength, he would have a high chance of winning if he met a cultivator at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm. The baptism of lightning had elevated his mental and physical body. Even if he was at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he would be able to fight against cultivators at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm. Ordinary cultivators at the same level wouldn't be his opponent. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses in this world. Some people couldn't be measured by common sense. Xianxia, for example, had already reached the peak of the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm at such a young age. There were definitely many geniuses like Xianxia in the cultivation world. An opponent like this would be a terrifying opponent. Gu Fei knew that he still had a long way to go. After the Ascended Realm, there was still the Void-controlling realm, Demigod realm, and entering Saint realm. If he wanted to break through the barrier of life and death, he still had to pass through many heavenly moats. The Pill Cauldron Paradise was a mysterious place. Here, there were sunrises and sunsets, day and night, stars and the moon. This wasn't a projection, nor was it an illusion. All of this was real. The grand array around the Pill Cauldron Paradise isolated this part of the world from the outside world. It was difficult for the people outside to sense the existence of the Pill Cauldron Paradise, but the people inside the Pill Cauldron Paradise could see the sunrise and sunset. One had to admit that the methods of the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron School were too unimaginable. This was simply a divine ability that could move mountains and overturn seas. When night fell and the stars started to appear in the sky, Gu Fei stood up from the peak of the mountain and walked down the mountain, disappearing into the grass and trees. The profound Yin ghost qi in his body was expelled by the power of the heavenly lightning. Not only did his cultivation recover, it was also a blessing in disguise. He broke through to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Gu Fei couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't take revenge, then he wouldn't be a gentleman. Furthermore, Gu Fei knew that he wasn't a gentleman. He was a person who would repay kindness and vengeance without hesitation. On a morning 3 days later, Gu Fei appeared outside the gates of the northern mountain city. Of course, he didn't appear with his real face. With his current cultivation, he could control the muscles and bones in his body and change his appearance. It wasn't a piece of cake, it was as easy as flipping his palm. Book. Chapter 342. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei had turned into a skinny, unprepossessing swordsman who wore a grayish-white robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had asked Xianxia for this ancient sword. The style of the ancient sword was simple and unadorned, and the scabbard was engraved with ancient patterns. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a rare long sword. Gu Fei had suppressed his cultivation base to the 9th heavenly layer of Awakening Realm. Judging from the aura that Gu Fei exuded, it would be difficult to tell his true cultivation base if one was not a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei was not afraid of being discovered by the people of the Dongfang clan. He swaggered into Bailing City. The streets of Bailing City were not deserted in the early morning. The energy of cultivators was much more vigorous than that of ordinary people. Cultivators could be seen everywhere on the streets. Gu Fei noticed that there were no truly powerful experts among the cultivators. They were all very young and seemed to be the younger generation who had left the mountain to gain experience. Although Taoism was particular about tranquility and inaction, leaving the mountain to walk the Tao and enter the world to cultivate was also indispensable. It was difficult for cultivators who had not experienced wind and rain to become truly strong. The doors of the shops on both sides of the street opened one after another. The shopkeepers and workers were busy with their work. Many of them placed their goods in front of the doors to attract customers. Gu Fei went straight to the front of a restaurant. There were already many people dining inside.
Looking in from the door, he saw that most of the people dining in the lobby were ordinary people.
The restaurant only had 3 floors. Gu Fei walked into the restaurant and found that although the restaurant was not big, the interior was decorated in an antique style. When Gu Fei walked into the restaurant, a worker with a towel on his shoulder immediately came to greet him. The worker quickly sized up Gu Fei. When he saw the ancient sword on Gu Fei's back, he immediately became unusually respectful.
"Sir, this way please."
The shop assistant seemed a little nervous. He directly led Gu Fei to the stairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, the shop assistant did not stop and continued to the 3rd floor. Although Gu Fei was surprised by the waiter's attitude and behavior, he did not think too much about it. As he passed by the 2nd floor, he glanced at the lobby and realized that there were already cultivators among the people dining on the 2nd floor. The lobby on the 1st floor was very noisy because it was a place for mortals to eat, but the 2nd floor was relatively quiet. On the 3rd floor, the waiter directly led Gu Fei to a private room. On the 3rd floor, there were no ordinary people. There were only a few cultivators eating.
The food of the cultivators was usually very simple.
There was no big fish or meat, not even any fishy meat. Most of the cultivators' tables were filled with fruits and tea. Cultivators were humans too. They also needed to eat and drink. Gu Fei casually ordered a few dishes and the waiter left. The private room of the restaurant was very quiet. Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed why the waiter directly brought him to the 3rd floor. Cultivators usually liked peace and quiet.
It seemed that the waiter had served many cultivators before. Therefore, he knew how to treat these cultivators.
Soon, the dishes were served. Gu Fei began to drink by himself in the private room. His master, Xianxia, liked to drink a few cups when he was alive. Like master, like disciple. This saying was true. Whenever Gu Fei went to a place like a restaurant, he also liked to drink by himself.
Although he was in the private room, he noticed that other than the cultivators in the lobby, there were also a few subtle waves of energy coming from the other private rooms.
Ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of the ascended mortality realm, his vision, hearing, smell, and perception had all greatly improved. He felt that among the cultivators on the 3rd floor, there were no experts that could truly threaten him. It was no wonder that such a big shot would appear in such a small restaurant. Brother Chen, do you know why the people from the 3 great Taoist sects came to the northern lands? Suddenly, a sentence from the private room next door caught Gu Fei's attention.
"I don't know.
I just came to the northern lands to have some fun."
"Does Brother Song know the reason?"
Another voice came from the private room next door.
Hee, of course I know."
The cultivator with the surname Chen said with some pride.
"Hurry up and tell me."
The cultivator with the surname Song hurriedly asked. Although the 2 cultivators in the private room next door spoke in low voices, every word they said fell clearly into Gu Fei's ears.
From the sound of their voices, the 2 cultivators in the private room next door shouldn't be too old. From the aura they emitted, their cultivation seemed to be between the 8th and 9th layer of the awakening self-realm.
"Yes. A few days ago, I met a distant cousin of mine that I haven't seen for many years. My cousin is a disciple of the Xianxia sect." The cultivator with the surname Chen said. "I didn't expect you to have a relative in the Xianxia sect. It's not that easy to enter the 3 great Taoist sects." The cultivator with the surname Song said enviously.
The people from the 3 great Taoist sects didn't come to the northern lands for the rumored spiritual land or the great demon Chu Gu.
The cultivator with the surname Chen said mysteriously.
"No way.
Then why did they come?" The cultivator with the surname Song said in shock. After all, the news of the demon lord's son wreaking havoc in the northern lands and the rumor that the northern lands had discovered a spiritual land had already spread like wildfire in northern mountain city.
Humph.
The cultivator with the surname Chen chuckled. He seemed to want to whet the appetite of the cultivator with the surname Song.
"Hurry up and tell me."
The cultivator with the surname Song said anxiously. The cultivator with the surname Chen said, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you.
The reason the people from the 3 great Taoist sects came to the northern lands is to find someone."
"Find someone? Who is it that the 3 great Taoist sects sent out experts to look for them? I heard that someone saw Taoist Chao Yang of the Supreme Mystery sect in the city." The cultivator with the surname Song seemed to be very surprised. It wasn't just the cultivator with the surname Song. Gu Fei, who had been quietly listening to the conversation in the room next door, was also shocked. He had already vaguely guessed who the three great Taoist sects were looking for. Who would have thought? The people from the three great Taoist sects were all here for me. After hearing this, Gu Fei was no longer in the mood to listen. The words of the cultivator with the surname Chen shocked him. Taoist Chaoyang was the head of the Shaoyang Peak and one of the most powerful people in the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei was very confused. It made sense that the Supreme Mystery Sect would come looking for him. After all, he was a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the only successor of the Ling Chui Peak. If he died, the Ling Chui Peak would be lost. The sect leader, Taoist Shen would definitely not want to see the Ling Chui Peak go extinct. Taoist Shen wanted to maintain the legacy of the 9 great branches of the Supreme Mystery Sect. But why did the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Celestial sect come to the northern lands to find him? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out, and there was no one to answer his questions. However, the words of these two people couldn't be trusted. This kind of rumor was full of uncertainty. Perhaps it was just groundless rumors. I have to find a way to verify it. Gu Fei thought to himself. He was not an impulsive person. He had to plan before he acted. Only then could he minimize the danger he was in. As Gu Fei thought of this, he walked out of the room, paid the bill, and left the small restaurant. He didn't have any currency in the secular world, but that didn't mean he was going to dine and dash. The way he paid the bill was actually very simple. He threw a gem to the restaurant manager. When Gu Fei came out of the Pill Cauldron Grotto Heaven, he conveniently picked up a few gems and carried them with him. With those gems, not to mention a meal, they could even buy the entire small restaurant. Encountering such a forthright customer, the innkeeper of the restaurant was overjoyed. As long as he encountered a few more generous customers like Gu Fei, he would be able to enjoy his old age in advance. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Fei realized that he was being watched. Gu Fei sneered, then quietly wandered the streets, looking here and there. It was like this was the first time he had traveled far away, and he didn't know anything about the outside world. He realized that behind him, there really were two people following him. There were two people far behind him. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, the people from the Dongfang and Beitang families shouldn't have noticed his traces. He had already changed his appearance. Even if Dongfang Chen and Beitang Ao stood in front of him, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. Who are they? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. He pretended not to notice anything, and slowly walked in the direction of the city gate. At this time, it was already late in the morning. The streets of the city were crowded with people, shouting and hawking incessantly. There were even cultivators in 2s and 3s appearing on the streets. The secular world was so fresh to those cultivators who cultivated in the mountains or sects all year round. Of course, the novelty of the secular world for Gu Fei had long since disappeared. Gu Fei walked out of Bailing City without batting an eyelid. The two men were still following him from a distance. After leaving Bailing City, Gu Fei gradually went further and further away. Then, he turned into a small path next to the main road and walked into the snow forest. In the snow forest, all that could be seen was snow. The leaves of the trees had long fallen off, and on the bare branches, one could see crystalline icicles hanging down. The two people following behind Gu Fei were two young men in gray robes. They followed Gu Fei into the snow forest and continued to follow Gu Fei for a while. Suddenly, one of the two young men rushed into the snow forest next to the small path, while the other continued to follow behind Gu Fei. Soon, the person who rushed into the snow forest took a shortcut and ran in front of Gu Fei. Then, he suddenly rushed out of the snow forest and blocked Gu Fei's path. Gu Fei stopped. He couldn't help feeling a little amused. He was well aware of the actions of these two fellows. Could it be that these two fellows wanted to rob him? Kid, if you know what's good for you, then leave that treasured sword on you. Perhaps we can spare your life. The young man who blocked Gu Fei's path approached Gu Fei step by step. He was tall and thin, and his face was sallow. He looked like a patient who had been ill for a long time. However, Gu Fei sensed a powerful wave of magic power from this patient that did not match the patient's appearance. When Gu Fei heard this, he realized that these two people had their eyes on the ancient sword on his back. Chapter 343. In a remote snow forest outside Bailing City, Gu Fei was blocked by two young cultivators who were tailing him on a small path in the forest. Brother, we don't want to take your life.
Put down that sword and you can go, said a dark-skinned sturdy young man from behind Gu Fei. The man was not tall, but he was extremely strong. The aura he exuded was like that of a ferocious tiger. His skin was visible, and his muscles were as strong as a horned dragon's.
Hee, you want my sword? Come and take it if you can, Gu Fei said with a smile.
The cultivation of these two fellows was not high. They seemed to be in the 8th or 9th heaven of the awakening state. Perhaps it was because these two fellows thought that Gu Fei's cultivation was on par with theirs, and there were two of them. They dared to block the path and ask for Gu Fei's sword.
Humph. Boss, don't talk to this kid. Since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. The tall, thin, and sallow young man who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness seemed to be a little impatient. When Gu Fei heard this, he reached out and untied the ancient sword on his back.
Then, he stabbed it into the snow in front of him together with its scabbard and said coldly, "My sword is here."
Seeing how calm Gu Fei was, the two young cultivators did not dare to act rashly. They could already tell that Gu Fei did not seem to care about them at all. It should be known that a sword cultivator's abilities were all in the sword in their hands. When Gu Fei stabbed the sword into the ground, he had already revealed a message to the two young cultivators. That was, he did not need to draw his sword to deal with them. Kid, you're very arrogant. Let me see if you have the ability to be arrogant. As the sturdy young man behind Gu Fei spoke, his figure suddenly sank. His feet pushed against the ground, and the snow under his feet immediately exploded. At the same time, his body seemed to have turned into a ferocious tiger as he pounced at Gu Fei. A strong wind surged and swept the snow on the ground into the air. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young man's pounce was very similar to the close combat technique that he had learned from Xianghu. Gu Fei did not dodge or evade. His feet were firmly nailed to the ground like the roots of an old tree. In the face of the young man's ferocious attack that was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, he only met it with a punch. It was an ordinary punch. There was no dazzling light, no powerful energy fluctuations, and no intense airwaves. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch possessed the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Gu Fei's fist rapidly enlarged in the young man's eyes. Then the young man, who was like a fierce tiger, only felt his vision go black. Bang! A sharp pain came from the bridge of his nose, and he seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. The young man was depressed to the extreme. The moment he was punched, he had a strange feeling. It was as if his face was facing the opponent's fist, and he was being punched in the face. This young cultivator came quickly, but he also left quickly. He was blown away by Gu Fei's casual punch, and a few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Bang! The young cultivator smashed into a big tree more than 10 feet away. His body bounced back and then smashed into the snow under the tree. Sha! A pile of snow fell on the big tree. The tall and thin young man in front of him was immediately stunned. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It was really hard to believe that his boss was actually blown away by a punch. A layer of sweat appeared on the tall and thin young man's forehead. It was cold sweat. Although he was in a world of ice and snow, the tall and thin young man could feel that his underwear was already soaked in cold sweat. Impossible, my eyes are playing tricks on me. The tall and thin young man rubbed his eyes hard. His boss was blown away inexplicably. The scene that just happened was really hard for him to accept. Why do you still want my sword? Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the tall and thin young man in front of him with a faint smile. He said as if nothing had happened. How did you do it just now? The tall and thin young man's sallow face became even more yellow. This guy in front of him didn't seem to be simple. The sturdy young man was blown away by Gu Fei's punch and smashed into the snow. There was no more sound from him. It was unknown if he was knocked out by Gu Fei's punch or if he was killed. Gu Fei smiled and then said, "What you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. What you sense with your spiritual sense may also be fake. Do you think that my cultivation is only at this level? That is really a big mistake." The tall and thin yellow-faced young man finally realized that this guy in front of him was a tiger pretending to be a pig. "What do you want?" The yellow-faced young man said with a trembling voice. He was already ready to escape at any time. "I don't want anything, I just want to ask you a few things. Gu Fei said.
With the cultivation of these two young cultivators, he disdained to take action.
The tall and thin yellow-faced cultivator seemed to have a chance to turn the situation around. He immediately sighed in relief and said, "Ask away, I will tell you everything I know." "Very good." Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This guy was not stupid and could judge the situation. Such people often lived longer than others. "Why do you want to take my sword?" Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. The yellow-faced young man hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare to hide it and said the reason. "This. We brothers recently obtained a sword scripture and wanted to cultivate it, but we lacked a good sword." So that's how it is. Gu Fei thought that these two must be vagrant cultivators or disciples of some small sect. They lacked cultivation resources and couldn't even find a good sword. "Where are the Dongfang and Beitang families staying in the city?" Gu Fei asked again. He had changed his appearance and entered the northern mountain city to find Dongfang Chen, Beitang Ao and the others to settle the score. He was not interested in the sword scripture that the yellow-faced young man was talking about.
When the sallow-faced cultivator saw that Gu Fei didn't pursue the matter of the sword manual, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He was very straightforward and said without thinking, "The Dongfang clan has booked a large inn in the city called Guest Cloud. As for the Beitang clan, they seem to be staying at the City Lord's mansion." Guest Cloud? City Lord's mansion? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown, then he continued to ask, "How many of them came?" I don't know how many of them came," the yellow-faced young man said. With his identity, he wasn't qualified to know the movements of the two families. "Yes." Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then asked, "I know that the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect have also arrived at Bailing City.
Where are they staying?" The yellow-faced young cultivator heard this and his face immediately showed a look of embarrassment. He said, "The people of the three great Tao sects are very secretive. I don't know where the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect are." This guy didn't know anything, which made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, with this guy's cultivation level, how much could he know?
It was already rare for him to know where the people of the Dongfang and Beitang families were staying.
"Okay, you can go." Gu Fei waved his hand. He didn't want to ask anymore.
The things this guy knew were very limited.
The yellow-faced young cultivator was immediately overjoyed. He ran to his boss, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei and smashed into a pile of snow. He hurriedly carried his boss out of the snow and quickly left. "The people of the Dongfang family are at the inn, but the people of the Beitang family are at the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord of Bailing City is definitely not a simple person," Gu Fei muttered to himself. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out the ancient sword that was stuck in the snow in front of him and walked out of the snow forest. He decided to meet the people of the Dongfang family first. After returning to Bailing City, Gu Fei didn't know where the inn called Guest Cloud was located, so he asked the passers-by. There was no resident in the city who didn't know the Guest Cloud Inn because it was one of the largest, best, and most luxurious inns in Bailing City. After asking the passers-by, Gu Fei found out where the Guest Cloud Inn was. The Guest Cloud Inn was located in the prosperous area south of Bailing City. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the south of the city and found the Guest Cloud Inn. He was not in a hurry. After looking around, he found that there was a tea house opposite the Guest Cloud Arrival Inn. He walked into the tea house and found a seat facing the street to sit down.
He ordered a pot of fragrant tea and sipped it while paying attention to the movements in the inn opposite.
He noticed that there weren't many people going in and out of the inn. Moreover, some cultivators who wanted to enter the inn were stopped by a few young cultivators in white robes. It seemed that only the disciples of the Dongfang family could enter. The Dongfang family's display of dominance was bound to cause dissatisfaction among the other cultivators. As expected, sounds of quarreling could be heard from outside the inn opposite. 3 or 4 young cultivators in green robes were arguing with the 2 disciples of the Dongfang family outside the inn. Others might be afraid of the Dongfang family, but we of Floating City aren't. "You 2 watchdogs, get out of my way," the leading cultivator in green robes shouted. He seemed to want to attract the attention of the bystanders, so he deliberately raised his voice.
Sure enough, the gazes of the nearby cultivators were immediately drawn to him.
Floating City? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that this floating city seemed to be a mysterious force in the Tanglong continent. Just like the ghost palace of Plentiful City, ordinary people didn't even know where Floating City was. The people of Floating City seemed to rarely move about in the world of cultivation. I didn't think that even the people of Floating City would come to the north. Gu Fei thought to himself. He watched this scene with interest. He couldn't wait for someone to cause trouble for the Dongfang family. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. The two disciples of the Dongfang family were obviously enraged by the words of the leading cultivator in green robes. One of the disciples pointed at the cultivator in green robes and shouted, looking like he would attack if there was any disagreement. What, are your dogs deaf? Can't hear? That's right. How can watchdogs understand human language? The leading cultivator in green robes said with a face full of disdain. Roar! You're courting death. The disciple of the Dongfang family was completely infuriated. He stretched out his right hand and a cold light immediately rushed out, strangling the neck of the cultivator in green robes in front of him. Chapter 344. The people of Floating City rarely ventured into the world of cultivation. The two disciples of the Dongfang family outside the inn had no idea who the other party was. The words of the cultivator in green who had a dispute with the Dongfang family members were too harsh, completely infuriating the two disciples of the Dongfang family. One of the disciples from the Dongfang family directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a cold light shot out towards the leading young cultivator. A chilling aura immediately filled the air outside the door of the inn. Humph! The green-robed cultivator sneered. He was not afraid of the sharpness of the blade and immediately punched the incoming cold light away. His fist did not stop there, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Dongfang family disciple. Bam! His fist landed squarely on the disciple's chest. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard. The disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He fell directly into the inn behind. A series of chaotic sounds immediately came from inside the inn. It was obvious that the disciple of the Dongfang family who was sent flying had knocked over many tables. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. This person was truly audacious. He actually dared to directly attack and injure a disciple of the Dongfang family in their territory. One had to know that ever since the Dongfang family booked this inn, many cultivators had come looking for trouble, but all of them had been driven away by the Dongfang family. Could this young cultivator who claimed to be from Floating City be an exception? After hearing the news, more and more cultivators gathered there. Gu Fei, on the other hand, continued to sit quietly in the tea shop across the street, watching the scene with an expressionless face. After beating up the young, the old comes out. The experts of the Dongfang family should be coming out soon. Gu Fei thought to himself. He could use this opportunity to understand the situation of the Dongfang family. In fact, if it were not for the people of Floating City, Gu Fei would have personally tested the waters. He had a few jade talismans that he had asked for from Yen Er. As long as he crushed the jade talismans, he could instantly return to Pill Cauldron Paradise. It could be said that Gu Fei was not worried about encountering any danger because he had a life-saving talisman. Despicable! You dare wound a member of our Dongfang family? Do you know the consequences of offending our Dongfang family? Another disciple of the Dongfang family shouted at the cyan-robed cultivator with a fierce tone. Why wouldn't I? So what if I offended him? The azure-robed cultivator suddenly revealed an evil smile. Then, without any warning, he appeared in front of the disciple and sent him flying with a punch. All right. I'd like to see who dares to look down on my Dongfang family. At this time, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from the inn. A man strode out of the inn. He stretched out his hand and caught the disciple who was sent flying. He then placed the disciple to the side. Immediately, someone helped the two disciples who were injured by the azure-robed cultivator away. The person who came out of the inn was a handsome young man in white robes. He didn't hide his anger and directly walked in front of the azure-robed cultivator. The azure-robed cultivators still didn't care. They coldly looked at the white-robed young man who walked out of the inn with disdainful expressions. These people's expressions made the white-robed young man even more unhappy. Who are you people? The white-robed young man said in a deep voice. A powerful aura burst out from his body. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. The cultivators who were watching from afar immediately felt a heavy pressure. Those with lower cultivations already felt uncomfortable, as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. The white-robed young man who walked out of the inn was actually a young man in the transcending mortality realm. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. Oldly, has it been too long since the people of Floating City came out? It's been so long that the world doesn't even know of our existence. The azure-robed cultivator in the lead ignored the white-robed young man and asked another azure-robed cultivator beside him. The azure-robed cultivator called Oldly chuckled and said with disdain, "It seems that we need to come out more often." "Yes. The feeling of being forgotten makes me very unhappy." The other azure-robed cultivator nodded. "Floating City?" The white-robed young man from the Dongfang family couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Why would the people of Floating City target our Dongfang family? The white-robed young man's expression couldn't help but become serious. The Floating City and the Valley of Fallen Souls were two very mysterious forces in the Tanglong continent. No one knew where they were located. Of course, no one was willing to provoke them either. So what if you're from the Floating City? If you don't want to die, then scram. The white-robed young man said in a deep voice. These people looked down on him, but how could he look down on them? The azure-robed cultivator in the lead couldn't help but change his expression. He coldly stared at the white-robed young man and said coldly, "Very well, it's your honor to die by the hands of I, Pan Hong." Swoosh. A few figures immediately dodged. Humph. This is also what I wanted to say. It's also your honor to die by the hands of I, Dongfang Yu. The white-robed young man said coldly. At this time, seeing that the situation wasn't right, the people around them immediately dispersed and retreated to the distance. Inside the inn, 3 or 4 young cultivators in the same white robes walked out one after another. These 3 or 4 white-robed cultivators each emitted a powerful aura. Without a doubt, these people were the experts of the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Gu Fei noticed that Dongfang Chen's figure was among them. When he saw Dongfang Chen, Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract, and the teacup in his hand was crushed by him. Dongfang Chen. Gu Fei almost couldn't suppress the rising anger in his heart, and his eyes gradually became red. He remembered all of Dongfang Chen's actions, especially the scene in the virtual sky world that day. Gu Fei still remembered it vividly. Dongfang Chen almost trapped him to death in the virtual sky world. Gu Fei had never hated a person so much, and he had never wanted to kill a person so much. That person was Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen, just you wait. I won't kill you so easily. Gu Fei gnashed his teeth. He wanted revenge, ruthlessly revenge. Let's do it here, Pan Hong said. His expression also became serious. The strength of the Dongfang family couldn't be underestimated. Why not? Dongfang Yu shouted. As he spoke, he took a step forward and directly grabbed Pan Hong with his right hand. 5 divine lights shot out from the fingers of his right hand and pierced towards Pan Hong. Just an insignificant skill, Pan Hong said disdainfully. He then stretched out his right hand and gently pressed forward. A black light bloomed in his palm, like a black hole, and met the 5 dazzling lights. The 5 resplendent finger flashes collided with the black light that blossomed from Pan Hong's hand. A shocking scene occurred. The 5 finger flashes actually silently disappeared into the black light that was blocking the front. It was as if they had sunk into the void. Dongfang Yu only felt that his attack seemed to have no point of force. This feeling was like a punch with all his strength hitting the air. What kind of divine ability is this? Dongfang Yu was surprised. At this moment, the black light bloomed in Pan Hong's hand. After swallowing the 5 lights, it quickly spread out and shrouded Dongfang Yu. Pan Hong's face revealed a trace of disdain. This Dongfang Yu was not his opponent. He alone was enough to sweep away all the children of the Dongfang family present. This was not an exaggeration. This person from the Mist City did indeed have this strength. Gu Fei only needed a single glance to know that the outcome was already decided. Dongfang Yu's cultivation was only around the 2nd heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm, but Pan Hong's cultivation seemed to be between the 3rd and 4th heavenly layers. Sure enough, Dongfang Yu constantly shot out rays of dazzling lights. The magic power in his body surged violently. However, his divine light that seemed to be able to pierce through the void couldn't break through the black light curtain that enveloped Pan Hong. The rays of divine light that shot towards the black light curtain seemed to be devoured and disappeared without a sound. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. Anyone with a discerning eye could already tell that there was a great disparity between the two. Dongfang Yu was obviously not Pan Hong's opponent. Swish! The black light curtain that shrouded one side of the world suddenly accelerated and shrouded Dongfang Yu, trapping him in the black light curtain in an instant. At this moment, Dongfang Yu panicked. He desperately gathered his magic power and roared in anger, wanting to break through the black light curtain. However, after trying a few times, it didn't work. At this moment, the few youths of the Dongfang family standing outside the inn couldn't stand it anymore. A young man around the age of 27 or 28 made a move.
He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. Within the ray of light was a small bronze bell. After the simple and unadorned bell rushed out of the young man's mouth, it instantly grew to the size of a small mountain. It flew above Pan Hong's head and covered his head.
Humph! Trying to win with numbers? Suddenly, a disdainful sneer sounded from the side. Then, a green figure rushed over from the side. He jumped up and directly punched the bronze bell that was surrounded by rays of light.
Dang!
A loud sound rang out. The sound of the bell was deafening, shaking the heaven and earth. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the ancient bell. The ancient bronze bell was actually smashed apart by a single punch.
The vast sound of the bell caused the ears of the spectating cultivators to ring.
Some of the weaker cultivators were even shaken by the sound waves, causing the blood in their bodies to boil. Their faces turned pale and they hurriedly retreated further away. Chapter 345. The people of Misty City were powerful beyond compare. Pan Hong had trapped Dongfang Yu with unfathomable magical arts and divine abilities. But the performance of another young cultivator from Misty City was even more shocking. He had actually blasted away an ancient bronze bell the size of a small mountain. Amidst the deafening sound of the bell, the giant bronze bell was blasted directly towards the inn. The Dongfang family disciple who had attacked felt as if he had been struck by lightning.
His figure swayed and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
The ancient bronze bell was related to his aura. The ancient bell had suffered a great impact, and naturally, he was also shaken. He desperately wanted to call back his magical weapon, but the power of the punch from the floating city disciple was too great. For a moment, the giant bronze bell the size of a hill had actually escaped the control of the Dongfang family disciple. The ancient bronze bell was wreathed in multicolored light and emitted a vast power fluctuation. If it had hit the inn, it would definitely have destroyed the entire inn in an instant. The crowd of cultivators watching from afar could not help but exclaim. On the opposite street, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. He knew that the real experts of the Dongfang family had not come out yet. If the young ones were beaten, the old ones would naturally jump out. Sure enough, just as the ancient bronze bell was about to hit the wall of the inn, there was a bang sound. The ancient bronze bell the size of a hill was blocked by an unfathomable power. It was as if the giant bell had hit an invisible wall, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. At this time, the young expert of the Dongfang family had already recovered. He hurriedly pointed at the ancient bronze bell, and the ancient bronze bell immediately flew back towards the young expert. The ancient bronze bell shrank as it flew towards the young expert of the Dongfang family. The young expert opened his mouth and swallowed it. It was obvious that this young expert of the Dongfang family was also a martial cultivator, and had already cultivated to the realm where he could store magical weapons into his body. The magical weapons of martial cultivators were originally condensed and nourished by their own essential essence and magical power day and night. Martial cultivators with profound cultivation generally had the means to store magical weapons into their bodies. Unlike Gu Fei's weapon fusion refining technique, which could be fused into one's flesh, blood, and bones, the Dharma treasures that could be kept in one's body were not like those of Gu Fei. Instead, one had to open up a place in one's body, and then wrap the Dharma treasures with one's Dharma powers and true essence at all times, refining them into natal Dharma treasures that were closely related to one's body. Mist City's disciples, Pan Hong and the others, couldn't help changing their expressions when they saw their ancient bronze bell being blocked. Clearly, an expert had secretly taken action. However, Pan Hong didn't stop because of this. The black light that enveloped Dongfang Yu was still shrinking, and no one could see Dongfang Yu's figure for a long time. The goal of Pan Hong and the others was very clear, and that was to establish their might. However, everyone could hear Dongfang Yu's exclamations and angry roars coming from the black light screen. The black light screen was very mystical. It seemed to be able to devour and block any kind of power. Dongfang Yu was enveloped by the black light screen that Pan Hong had shot out.
He had no strength to fight back at all, and it looked like he would not be able to hold on much longer. The other young experts of the Dongfang family wanted to rescue Dongfang Yu, but those people from the Misty City were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Once they made a move, those people would definitely make a move as well. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate, and no one dared to act blindly without thinking. At this moment, a cold snort that made people's hearts tremble rang out from the inn. A terrifying pressure immediately spread out from the inn, so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. A black-haired middle-aged man slowly walked out of the inn. This middle-aged man had a ruddy complexion and a head full of jet-black hair that draped neatly behind him. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, which clearly didn't match his age.
The old one has come out.
In the tea shop across the street, Gu Fei secretly sized up this middle-aged man. He inwardly speculated that this was definitely a terrifying expert. The middle-aged man's entire body emitted an obscure aura. However, this aura made people feel as if it was surging violently. It was as dignified as a mountain, and it was bottomless.
Enough,
the middle-aged man indifferently said, before casually waving his hand. The layer of black light that enveloped Dongfang Yu immediately shattered with a chi sound. Specks of black light and black threads dissipated in the air. With his technique broken, Pan Hong's figure swayed and he took a step back. His face was flushed red, as if he was drunk.
Senior brother.
The Misty City disciples couldn't help but be startled, and they all took a step forward. The black light screen exploded, revealing Dongfang Yu inside. He was already exhausted on the ground, and the ground around him was completely shattered, with cracks spreading in all directions.
Greetings, ancestor.
The Dongfang family disciples hurriedly bowed towards the middle-aged man with abnormal respect.
I didn't think it would be an old monster.
In the tea shop across the street, Gu Fei's heart trembled, and he inwardly rejoiced that he hadn't made a move. According to his original plan, if the Misty City disciples hadn't clashed with the Dongfang family disciples, he would have done the same thing as Pan Hong and the others. He would have gone up to look for trouble and test the Dongfang family's strength. The crowd of cultivators watching from afar also began to whisper. What kind of concept was ancestor? This middle-aged man was definitely a peerless expert that was rarely seen.
Greetings, senior.
Pan Hong and the other Misty City disciples also withdrew their arrogant attitudes and solemnly bowed towards the middle-aged man. In the world of cultivation, all cultivators only valued one thing, and that was strength. The weak would not be valued, and would even be looked down upon. However, the strong would receive everyone's respect.
Humph.
The people of Misty City finally couldn't bear the loneliness and want to come out into the world? The middle-aged man coldly said, emitting an invisible pressure that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Pan Hong's forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. He didn't expect that there would be a peerless expert of the ancestor level in the inn. Senior must be joking. My Misty City isn't hidden from the world, so why would I want to come out into the world?
Pan Hong said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing.
A look of admiration flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes as he secretly nodded. This junior didn't seem to be simple. He said, I can't be bothered with the matters of your Misty City, but if you want to use my Dongfang family to establish your might and think that we are easy to bully, then you are gravely mistaken. I will remember senior's teachings. When I return, I will definitely pass on this message to my masters so that they can understand senior's intentions.
Pan Hong said.
Impudent.
How dare you?
The young experts of the Dongfang family couldn't help but berate Pan Hong's rudeness. Pan Hong's words actually contained a hint of threat, which made the Dongfang family furious. The middle-aged man smiled and said disapprovingly, the disciples of Misty City are indeed extraordinary. If the disciples of Misty City were all like you, it wouldn't be impossible for Misty City to become the overlord of the Central Plains. The middle-aged man's words carried a deeper meaning. Pan Hong and the disciples of Misty City couldn't help but change their expressions.
They knew that the middle-aged man was clearly praising them, but he was actually saying it for the surrounding cultivators to hear.
Overlord of the Central Plains? Don't even think about it. For thousands of years, who knew how many amazing characters had appeared in the cultivation world, but no one had ever been able to unify the cultivation world. Wouldn't the middle-aged man's words push Misty City to the top of the storm and become the target of public criticism? Although Misty City was powerful and ambitious, it didn't dare to openly challenge the entire cultivation world. Senior,
we will take our leave. I hope that we can spar with the experts of the Dongfang family in the future. Pan Hong knew that he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits today, so he wanted to leave.
A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him.
This ancestor-level old monster could probably squash them to death with a single finger, and it wouldn't be any more than they were dead. Very well, you are welcome to spar, but I hope that something like today won't happen again, the middle-aged man said indifferently. He seemed to have some misgivings and didn't want to make things difficult for the disciples of Misty City. Pan Hong quickly left with his junior brothers. They didn't seem to want to stay in Bailing City any longer, so they headed straight for the city gate. The surrounding cultivators quickly made way for them. The middle-aged man also turned around and walked into the inn. The commotion disappeared just like that. The surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed. I didn't think that such a terrifying expert would come from the Dongfang family. I'm afraid the northern lands are about to fall into chaos. An old cultivator in the tea shop sighed. Gu Fei wasn't the only one in the tea shop opposite the inn. Several cultivators were also chatting in the tea shop, talking about what had just happened in low voices. Old Su, don't say any more. An expert of that level isn't someone we can talk about.
Be careful that the people of the Dongfang family hear us and cause trouble, a middle-aged cultivator opposite the old man whispered.
That's true. The old cultivator called Old Su nodded and didn't say another word. Gu Fei realized that the cultivation of these two cultivators wasn't high. They hadn't even broken through the awakening self stage. The path of cultivation was like 10,000 people crossing a single log bridge.
Those who could achieve anything were few and far between, especially those who were rogue cultivators.
This was especially true for some rogue cultivators. They didn't have a good way to cultivate, nor did they have a source of cultivation that they could use. Those who could become successful were few and far between. Judging from the clothes of these two cultivators, they should be rogue cultivators. Gu Fei paid for the tea and walked out of the tea shop. He had changed his appearance and wasn't afraid that Dongfang Chen would recognize him. At this time, Dongfang Chen's figure had already disappeared from the inn. Today, Gu Fei had gained a lot. He knew that an old monster of the ancestor level had come to the Dongfang family. This kind of peerless expert was very terrifying. Things seemed to have to be replanned. After all, there was an old monster in the inn. He was afraid that the moment he entered the inn, he would be discovered by this peerless expert. In front of this kind of peerless expert, he only had one choice, and that was to escape. If he couldn't escape, there was only one outcome, and that was death. Chapter 346. The people of Floating City had left through the South City Gate. Gu Fei did not have to expend much effort to discover Pan Hong and the others' whereabouts. He carefully followed behind them. The South Road was the way out of the northern lands and into the Central Plains. For Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers to leave Northern Mountain City at this time seemed a little strange. Gu Fei followed behind Pan Hong and the others. He was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to establish a powerful enemy for the Dongfang family. Misty City was undoubtedly a very good choice, because the conflict that happened in front of the inn today was witnessed by everyone. If the people of Floating City were to be attacked at this time, everyone would naturally think of the Dongfang family. It would be best if the people of Floating City were to clash directly with the Dongfang family. That way, he could take advantage of the chaos between the two families and reap the benefits. Very soon, Gu Fei realized that Pan Hong and the others were not planning to leave the northern lands. Instead, they seemed to have left the city to welcome someone. They had arrived at a small town less than 20 kilometers away from Northern Mountain City, and had checked into an inn in the town. Pan Hong and the others' every move was under Gu Fei's surveillance. When Gu Fei saw Pan Hong and his 3 junior brothers enter the inn, he began to wander around the vicinity of the inn. He observed the surrounding terrain and tried to sense if there were any powerful cultivators in the inn. Once he was certain that there were no powerful cultivators from Floating City in the inn, Gu Fei walked out of the small town. He found a spot in the nearby snowy forest that was away from the wind and sat down cross-legged. He was recuperating his spirit as he waited for the arrival of night. Time trickled by and the surroundings were silent. Only the occasional sound of human voices and other noises could be heard from the small town in the distance. Gu Fei sat cross-legged behind a large rock in the snowy forest. He was as still as a stone statue and no longer showed any signs of life. Several hours passed and the sun gradually set in the west. Just as the last ray of sunlight disappeared beneath the horizon, Gu Fei opened his eyes. Gently shaking off the snowflakes on his body, he silently stood up from behind the boulder. Gu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, exceptionally bright in the gloomy snow forest.
"It's time to meet those fellows from Floating City," Gu Fei muttered to himself, before looking up at the sky and striding out of the forest. This small town was not far from Northern Mountain City, and it was also the only way to leave the northern lands and head to the central plains. Hence, even though it was already night time, it was still bustling with activity, and the streets were still filled with people. The figure of the cultivator riding the strange beast appeared above the town. There were only 2 decent-sized inns in the town. Because of the recent events in the northern lands, cultivators from all over the world had flocked to the northern lands. The 2 inns in the town were now overcrowded. Gu Fei entered the inn where Pan Hong and the others were staying, then sat down in a corner and ordered a few dishes. He was in no hurry to attack Pan Hong and the others. When others saw Gu Fei's appearance, they knew that he was a cultivator. Hence, even though he had taken a table by himself, no one dared to sit with him. Moreover, he did not hide his identity as a cultivator. With the ancient sword on his back, he only needed to release a slight wave of sword energy, and it was enough to intimidate ordinary cultivators.
With Gu Fei's cultivation base at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he could clearly sense the aura of Pan Hong and the others upstairs. Cultivators and mortals belonged to 2 different worlds. Cultivators usually kept a low profile, unwilling to have too much contact with mortals. They would not easily reveal themselves in front of mortals. Gu Fei sensed that Pan Hong and the others were eating in the private room upstairs. Gu Fei's cultivation base was higher than Pan Hong and the others, so Pan Hong and the others had no idea that they were being watched. Gu Fei's meal lasted for half an hour. After he was full, he paid the bill and went upstairs. On the 2nd floor, he went straight to the private room where Pan Hong and the others were. "That friend is here to visit? Why don't you come in for a while?" Just as Gu Fei arrived at the door, Pan Hong's voice was heard from the private room. "Humph." Gu Fei did not reply. He sneered and the powerful aura of the Ascended Realm suddenly exploded from his body. Pang! With a bang, the wooden door of the private room exploded, turning into thousands of wood shavings that shot into the private room. A few exclamations could be heard from the private room. A few figures quickly moved to avoid the shards of the wooden door. Gu Fei strode into the private room. "You're courting death." Pan Hong's voice rang out once again in the private room.
A black light suddenly burst forth in the private room, and the thousands of broken wood shavings immediately disappeared without a trace, as if they were swallowed into the void.
Not even a speck of dust fell. At the same time, the black light quickly condensed into a large black hand.
It emitted a powerful wave and grabbed towards Gu Fei, who was striding into the private room. "Gu Fei."
Gu Fei moved his finger like a sword and pointed it forward. Chi! A dazzling 5-colored sword radiance shot out and pierced forward.
The chilling sword aura immediately filled every inch of the void in the private room.
If one looked closely, they could see that the 5-colored sword radiance was surrounded by hair-thin lightning. The 5-elemental sword aura carried a trace of the power of lightning. Without any suspense, although the large black hand seemed to have the ability to swallow everything, it could not swallow Gu Fei's 5-elemental sword aura. The sword aura directly pierced through the large hand and stabbed towards Pan Hong's chest.
"Damn it!"
Pan Hong was shocked and quickly retreated.
Bang!
He directly smashed through the wall behind him and fell out of the private room. This sudden turn of events happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Only when Pan Hong broke through the wall and fell out of the private room did the other 3 Misty City disciples react.
Clang!
A golden saber shadow flew out from one of them and slashed towards Gu Fei. Suddenly, a golden rainbow swept across the sky and split the sky. The entire private room was covered in a layer of golden light. A powerful and incomparably sharp saber chi spread out in all directions. "Humph! It's just a small trick." Gu Fei sneered. He was unparalleled.
In the face of the sharp saber light, he not only did not dodge, but also took a step forward and directly met it with a punch.
Gu Fei's fist collided with the dazzling saber light like a golden rainbow. There was a metallic clang, and the golden saber shadow was shaken away. Swoosh! At this moment, a dark green whip shadow, like a dragon coming out of the sea, wrapped around Gu Fei's waist. A stone seal that emitted a gray light also smashed towards Gu Fei's head. The people of Floating Mist City had good cultivation, and their reactions were even more agile. The two of them joined forces and actually sealed off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Good. Gu Fei growled. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the dark green whip shadow. At the same time, he punched upwards with his left hand. Bang! His fist fiercely hit the stone seal that was smashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone seal was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch.
It directly smashed through the top of the private room and flew out.
I'll break your arm. The young man who had wrapped the dark green whip around Gu Fei's right hand shouted. He suddenly pulled with force, wanting to tear off Gu Fei's right arm. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's body was extremely tough.
It had been tempered by him to the point that it was comparable to a cultivator's magic treasure.
Even if a divine weapon slashed his body, it would not be able to hurt him at all. Gu Fei was like a huge mountain.
Under the pull of that cultivator, not to mention Gu Fei's arm, even Gu Fei's body could not be moved at all.
The young cultivator couldn't help but be shocked.
The long whip in his hand was a powerful magic treasure.
As long as it was wrapped around something, he only needed to pull and pull to break it in two. The entire whip was like a sharp blade.
Shameless boasting!
Gu Fei shouted. He pulled with his right hand and directly pulled the cultivator over. Then, he punched the cultivator in the chest and sent him flying. Who are you? At this time, Pan Hong, who had been forced through the wall by Gu Fei, had already jumped in from the outside. He just happened to see Gu Fei beating up his 3 junior brothers.
Weren't you very awe-inspiring during the day?
Gu Fei said coldly as he looked at Pan Hong. You're from the Dongfang clan? Pan Hong was startled. When did the Dongfang clan have such a powerful young expert? Weren't the people he saw during the day the elites of the Dongfang clan? Pan Hong's thoughts rapidly changed and his expression changed several times. The powerful aura exuding from his opponent caused him to feel a great pressure.
If you have the guts, then come with me. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly rushed out of the roof that had been smashed by the stone seal, and then headed towards the snowy forest outside the small town.
At this time, their fight had already alarmed the people in the inn. The noise they made was too loud. Not only did they break through the wall, but even the roof of the private room was broken. All the cultivators in the town sensed the energy fluctuations and headed towards the inn. Preposterous! I want to see just what kind of divine being you are. Pan Hong was infuriated, and he too leapt out. In just a few short exchanges, his 3 junior brothers had been defeated, and this made him furious. The other 3 young cultivators also put away their magic treasures and chased after them. Among the 3, only the young cultivator who used the whip was punched by Gu Fei and suffered internal injuries. The other 2 cultivators used magic treasures to attack Gu Fei, so they weren't injured. As for the other cultivators, other than a few who were at the transcending mortality stage and above, none of them were willing to follow because they didn't have the ability to protect themselves. If they were to be caught in the crossfire, they would be out of luck. After everyone left, the inn owner saw that his inn was almost destroyed by those people. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire snowy forest shook. Gu Fei and Pan Hong moved quickly in the snowy forest and fought fiercely. Large areas of the snowy forest collapsed and the snow on the ground was swept up into the sky. It had to be said that Pan Hong was very strong. Among the young cultivators, he was definitely one of the best. However, it was a pity that he met Gu Fei. The battle didn't last long. Pan Hong's spells and divine abilities were broken one after another, and he was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. His 3 junior brothers hurriedly went forward to fight with Pan Hong against Gu Fei. The green whip shadow soared into the sky. As if it had turned into a green dragon, it crazily attacked Gu Fei. The golden saber chi traversed hundreds of feet, constantly slashing towards Gu Fei. A huge stone seal the size of a small mountain emitted a misty gray brilliance, bombarding towards Gu Fei. Chapter 347. Bam! Gu Fei sent the mountain-sized stone seal flying with a punch and pointed with his finger. Chi! Then he swept away the green whip with a whip kick and sent the golden divine saber flying. He displayed great combat strength that made people's hearts palpitate. Master of the Void, I am supreme! Destroy! 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 Pan Hong bellowed. A vast amount of energy surged out from his body. 2 balls of chilling black light erupted from his hands, as though 2 black holes had appeared in his hands. 2 balls of black light instantly spread out and shrouded Gu Fei. The terrifying fluctuation of the void seemed to be able to annihilate everything in its path.
Snow and trees, as long as they were shrouded by the two balls of black light, disappeared in an instant as if they had vanished into thin air.
Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Humph. Sword breaks all things. Kill. 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 Gu Fei was like a reincarnated god of war. His long hair danced wildly. As he shouted, a 10-meter-long 5-colored sword radiance burst out of his hands. Like two 5-colored rainbows, they pierced through the two balls of black light. Rumble! The earth trembled and the trees fell. Two rays of dreadful sword chi instantly pierced into the two masses of black light that were spreading out. The other three ethereal city cultivators hurriedly dodged to the side. No one knew better than them how terrifying their senior brother's magical powers were. If they were shrouded by the black light, they would be annihilated in the void in an instant. Not even a speck of their remains would be left. What Pan Hong cultivated was a forbidden magical ability of floating city, a black demonic light that could obliterate everything. Even the magical treasures of martial cultivators would be obliterated. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's 5-elemental sword chi was almost tangible and carried a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning could intimidate all things and was difficult to destroy. Even though it shot into the black light curtain, it was not destroyed. The two forces collided violently. The terrifying light curtain formed by the two balls of black light shook violently and was actually shaken. The pitch-black light was like the light of death from hell, but it could not destroy the power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's 5-elemental sword chi blocked the light curtain of death that enveloped him. Boom! With a loud bang, the void violently trembled. Then, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out as the two black light curtains that had enveloped the void exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. The earth violently undulated like waves. Large swathes of trees fanned outwards. The accumulated snow on the ground was swept up high into the sky. The 3 young cultivators who had already escaped were also inevitably affected, and they cried out in alarm as they fled even further away. Roar! Pan Hong roared angrily as he flew backward. 2 5-colored sword rainbows with traces of thunder and lightning power pierced through the power of his forbidden divine ability and chased after him like 2 bolts of lightning. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 soft sounds, the 2 5-colored sword rainbows instantly pierced through Pan Hong's shoulders. Blood splattered everywhere. In the air, it was impossible for him to dodge. Senior brother. When the 3 young experts from Ethereal City saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. One of them hurriedly leaped forward and caught Pan Hong, who was falling from the sky. The other 2 young cultivators controlled the golden divine saber and stone seal to slash at Gu Fei, who was chasing after them. Humph! Weren't you very arrogant during the day? Why aren't you arrogant now? Gu Fei sneered. Facing the fierce attacks of the 2 young experts, his expression remained unchanged as he strode forward. Bam! The stone seal that was surrounded by gray light was punched away by Gu Fei. With a point of his finger, the golden saber chi that spanned hundreds of meters immediately collapsed in the air, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating in the void. Gu Fei was unparalleled and displayed his unparalleled combat strength. With every step he took, the earth shook. Bam! Bam! The 2 young cultivators who attacked Gu Fei coughed out blood and flew backward. Their golden divine sabers dimmed and one of the stone seals returned to its original form, its light fading away. Ethereal City? That's all there is to it. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He instantly arrived in front of Pan Hong and the cultivator who used the whip. Pan Hong was in an extremely sorry state. He no longer had the demeanor of a young expert who looked down on everyone during the day. Both of his shoulder joints were pierced, and his hands hung limply by his side. Blood flowed out of the wounds, and he had lost the ability to move his arms. Pan Hong stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "I have to admit that you are very strong. However, in Ethereal City, my strength is only above average. There are many people stronger than me." "Is that so? Then call the experts of your sect to come find me. Of course, the result will not change. They will all be defeated by me," Gu Fei said coldly. "I'll fight you to the death." The young cultivator who was supporting Pan Hong let go of him and fiercely swung the whip in his hand. The whip immediately turned into a dark green dragon and swooped towards Gu Fei. "A little spark dares to compete with the bright moon?" Gu Fei chuckled disdainfully and pressed his right hand forward.
A dazzling golden aura immediately surged out of his palm and rushed forward. With a casual palm, he attracted the power of metal in all directions and shook the heaven and earth. The golden aura surged like a golden wave. The dark green dragon was instantly annihilated in the golden wave of energy. Pan Hong and the young cultivator were directly sent flying 200 to 300 feet away and vomited blood. All of you remember that my Dongfang clan isn't one to be bullied. Gu Fei left behind an afterimage on the spot after he spoke these words, and then he vanished on the spot. Damn it! The Dongfang family. After a long while, Pan Hong and the junior brother who had been sent flying by Gu Fei supported each other and stood up from the ground. In the battle with Gu Fei, the 4 young cultivators of Floating City were all defeated by Gu Fei. Pan Hong's eyes were about to spit fire. To him, Gu Fei's contempt was even more infuriating than his defeat. The cultivators who had followed the trail from the small town and were watching the battle from nearby witnessed the battle. Soon, news of the battle began to spread. Senior brother. After the other 2 young cultivators found the magic treasures that had been sent flying by Gu Fei, they gathered towards Pan Hong. Everyone could not help but feel a wave of dejection. Gu Fei's strength made them feel a sense of helplessness. Humph. We are only the vanguard to scout ahead. When the experts of the sect arrive, the Dongfang family will pay the price for what happened tonight, Pan Hong said coldly. Gu Fei had achieved his goal. What he needed to do now was to wait and see how things would develop. Just as the old ancestor of the Dongfang family had predicted, the people of Floating City wanted to reappear in front of everyone as experts. But now, Gu Fei had taught them a harsh lesson. If the people of Floating City did not get back at him, people would say that they were afraid of the Dongfang family. For an ambitious sect that wanted to make a name for itself in the cultivation world, this was simply a blow to the head. If they did not do something, Floating City would lose all face. Gu Fei returned to Bailing City that night and found a small inn near the Yunlai Inn where the people of the Dongfang family were staying. The night passed uneventfully. Other than sitting cross-legged in the guest room and cultivating, Gu Fei paid close attention to the movements of the Dongfang family. Early in the morning, Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, began to wander around. He had changed his appearance again and suppressed his cultivation to the 5th or 6th layer of the awakened heaven. He did not carry the ancient sword on his back, but left it in the guest room. To him, that ancient sword was dispensable. Last night, when he fought with Pan Hong, he did not draw it at all. He did not walk the path of a sword immortal. His sword was in his heart, his body, and the surging 5 elemental yuan qi all over his body. After being struck by lightning for more than 10 days in the Thunder Lake, Gu Fei's 5 elemental yuan qi had fused with a trace of the power of thunder and lightning. He felt that his strength seemed to have undergone some kind of change. However, it was only a feeling. He did not know why he had such a feeling. The disciples of the Dongfang family rarely went in and out of the inn, so Gu Fei did not see Dongfang Chen again. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk again. Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance again, sat in the tea shop opposite the Yunlai Inn in an ostentatious manner and sipped tea as if nothing had happened. Of course, although he looked like he was sipping tea, he was actually paying attention to the movements on the opposite street. Suddenly, he noticed a few cultivators coming from the direction of the city gate. The few cultivators headed straight for the guest cloud arrival inn. When Gu Fei saw the appearance of these cultivators, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. Among the cultivators, he found a familiar figure. The burly middle-aged man who shot him with an evil bow shrouded in ghostly aura outside Bailing Pass and almost killed him, as well as the middle-aged man with a strand of silver hair on his forehead and a black saber on his back, were among them. These guys. Gu Fei couldn't help but clench his teeth. These people were too despicable. They were a bunch of sanctimonious bastards. One must know that these people were from the older generation, but they disregarded their status and ganged up on a young cultivator like him. This was too much and could not be forgiven. Gu Fei thought that with his cultivation at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he should be able to fight against these people. However, he wouldn't act rashly, but if he did, he would kill them in one strike. He didn't feel any guilt killing these people because they wanted him dead, so they had to be prepared to be killed by him. He couldn't be lenient to his enemies. There was an old saying that was right. Being kind to your enemies was being cruel to yourself. Gu Fei would never make such a low-level mistake. After watching those people enter the inn, Gu Fei was still leisurely sipping his tea.
A few batches of people from the Dongfang family came back one after another. Their expressions were very solemn, and they didn't talk much. They all walked into the inn in silence. It was a peaceful day, and nothing happened. The people from the floating city didn't come to the Dongfang family to punish them. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could it be that the experts from the floating city haven't reached the northern lands yet? Chapter 348. As night fell, Bailing City gradually calmed down. Gu Fei had long left the tea house, but he did not go far. He continued to keep an eye on the Cloud Arrival Inn. Time to transcending mortality stage cultivators was only a number. They had a lifespan of 500 years, but to young cultivators who had already broken through to the transcending mortality stage, it was not enough for them to worry about prolonging their lifespan. Gu Fei had gone through all kinds of hardships. His heart was as strong as a piece of godly steel. He was like a ferocious beast hunting its prey. If anyone from the Dongfang family came out alone, or if they were alone, he would make a move. However, it was a pity that he didn't get such an opportunity. The Dongfang family seemed to be very cautious. No one moved alone, and no one was alone. In Bailing City, where powerful cultivators gathered and the situation was complicated, the Dongfang family would undoubtedly protect themselves. After a day and a night, Gu Fei did not find a worthy opportunity to make a move. When it was late at night, Gu Fei quietly sat on the roof of a pavilion a few hundred meters away from the inn. He hid his body in the shadows as he quietly watched the inn under the night sky across from him. Are the people of Floating City strong in appearance but weak in reality? Are they afraid of offending the Dongfang family? Gu Fei could not help but doubt the strength of Floating City. Gu Fei was not impatient. On the contrary, his state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He sat on the roof for a few hours. When dawn was about to break, Gu Fei thought that there was no chance for him today and was about to leave. But at this moment, a figure silently flew out of the inn across from him. In a flash, it disappeared into the darkness before dawn. Gu Fei was instantly invigorated. He immediately stood up and jumped down from the pavilion like a phantom. He silently chased after the figure. You're unlucky. I'll start with you, Gu Fei thought. Soon, he caught up to the figure. Looking at the figure's back, it seemed to be a young cultivator. The young cultivator ran quickly above the houses, sometimes leaping onto the streets. He seemed to be very careful, stopping from time to time and hiding in the shadows for a while to see if anyone was following him. Then he would continue forward. However, his tricks were useless against Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a veteran in stealth and had rich experience. How could he be fooled? As the young cultivator was thinking about heading towards the southern part of the city, Gu Fei did not want to recklessly take action. Thus, he kept a certain distance from the young cultivator, neither too far nor too close. That person didn't seem to notice that someone was following him. Soon, the young cultivator arrived at the southern city wall. He jumped onto the wall and jumped over it. For cultivators, it was not difficult to climb over a city wall that was dozens of feet tall. Gu Fei was very careful. He did not follow them immediately, but waited in the dark for a while. Sure enough, a head suddenly popped out from the city wall and looked around. This guy is too paranoid, Gu Fei thought to himself. If he had jumped over the wall just now, he would have been caught red-handed by that person. The person on the city wall saw that there was no movement in the surroundings, so he jumped off the wall. Only then did Gu Fei come out from the dark and leaped onto the city wall. He looked outside the city and saw a figure quickly disappearing into the snowy forest outside the city. What is that guy trying to do? Why is he so careful? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. The person in front was definitely a disciple of the Dongfang clan, but why did he leave the city alone? Swoosh! Gu Fei jumped down from the city wall and landed on the ground like a feather without making a sound. After he landed, he immediately used his extreme speed 8 steps movement technique and rushed into the snowy forest, leaving no traces in the snow. That person's cultivation doesn't seem to be low. Gu Fei noticed that there were no obvious footprints in the thick snow in the forest. After walking for about a mile in the snow forest, a pavilion appeared in the snow forest. Gu Fei carefully walked towards the pavilion. From a distance, there seemed to be 2 figures standing in the pavilion. When he was only 20 to 30 meters away from the pavilion, he was shocked. He actually knew the 2 people in the pavilion, and one of them, Gu Fei didn't expect to see him here at this time. The young cultivator who had come out of the guest cloud arrival inn was indeed a disciple of the Dongfang clan. This young cultivator had once been defeated by Pan Hong. Dongfang Yu, why did you ask me to come to this place? A crisp voice with a hint of anger came from the pavilion. A slender and elegant woman in white was glaring angrily at the young cultivator. Hee. Do I need a reason to see my fiancé who is about to marry me? Dongfang Yu said with a smile. His eyes were constantly moving around the white-clothed woman's body. Humph. Who said I'm going to marry you? Don't think too highly of yourself. The woman in white said coldly, her face as cold as frost. Li Mengyao, Junior Marshal Sister Li. You still don't understand the situation? Marriage is an important matter. It's decided by the parents and the matchmaker. How can you just say no? Dongfang Yu said proudly. She is Dongfang Yu's fiancé? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The woman in the pavilion was Guangqing's junior martial sister Li Mengyao, who he had intimate contact with in the virtual sky world. Back then in the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and Li Mengyao accidentally entered the Valley of Passion Flowers. They were enchanted by the fragrance of the Valley of Passion Flowers and had sex with each other. Today, when Gu Fei suddenly saw Li Mengyao, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Dongfang Yu, don't be delusional. The reason why I came to see you is to make it clear to you that I'm wholeheartedly cultivating and comprehending the Tao. I'll never get married, Li Mengyao said. Dongfang Yu smiled frivolously, then said ambiguously, Mengyao, don't reject me. Those who cultivate and comprehend the Tao are not allowed to get married. In this world, who knows how many immortal couples there are who cultivate and comprehend the Tao together. Dongfang Yu. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be angry. She pointed at Dongfang Yu with her trembling hand. Outrageous! You want to marry my woman? The conversation in the pavilion passed into Gu Fei's ears. Gu Fei couldn't help but be furious. Gu Fei didn't want to listen anymore, so he walked out from the darkness. Dongfang Yu immediately sensed something strange. He turned around abruptly and shouted in Gu Fei's direction, Who is it? Li Mengyao also looked at Gu Fei's direction cautiously. She was very surprised that someone was nearby and she didn't notice it at all. There was only one possibility, and that was that this person's cultivation was higher than hers, much higher. Swoosh! Gu Fei took one step forward, leaving an afterimage on the spot and directly appeared outside the pavilion. His movement was so fast that it was like teleportation. Dongfang Yu and Li Mengyao who were inside the pavilion were shocked again. Swoosh! A green light flashed, and a 1-foot-long green spear rushed out from Dongfang Yu's body. It shot towards Gu Fei who was outside the pavilion like a green lightning. Dongfang Yu! Li Mengyao quickly shouted. She wanted to know the situation before making a move. You should know that the northern land right now was definitely not peaceful. She didn't know how many cultivators had entered the northern land. Dongfang Yu was really too rash. He rashly attacked someone. If the opponent's cultivation level was lower than his, it would be fine, but if the opponent was an expert, the consequences would be unpredictable. At this time, Gu Fei had moved all the muscles in his body. Not only did he change his appearance, but he also changed his figure. Li Mengyao didn't know that the person who suddenly appeared in front of her was the person who had the most intimate contact with her in the virtual sky world. Dongfang Yu had already made his move, so the result couldn't be changed. A grim smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He stretched out his right hand and caught the green spear that was shooting towards him. In an instant, he forced himself in front of Dongfang Yu and punched Dongfang Yu's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Dongfang Yu let out a blood-curdling scream and flew out of the pavilion while vomiting blood. Bang! He smashed into the snow outside the pavilion. Everything happened too quickly. Gu Fei's movement technique was extremely fast. In just a single exchange, he had already heavily injured Dongfang Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to spare Dongfang Yu's life, Gu Fei's punch would have killed Dongfang Yu. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be stunned. The opponent's attack was extremely ruthless, and his cultivation level seemed to be extraordinarily high. She couldn't help but be greatly shocked. She immediately opened her mouth and spat out a sword light to protect herself. You're courting death. Gu Fei deliberately lowered his voice. He then grabbed the green spear and took another step, directly passing through the pavilion towards Dongfang Yu. Be lenient. Li Mengyao exclaimed. Although she hated Dong Fangyu very much, she couldn't just watch him die and watch him be beaten to death. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to her and directly arrived in front of Dong Fangyu, who was rolling in the snow. He stretched out his left hand, grabbed the clothes in front of Dong Fangyu's chest, and lifted him up from the ground. "Excuse me." A light shout came from behind. A sword light rushed out from the pavilion like a dragon coming out of the sea, and slashed towards Gu Fei's waist. Gu Fei didn't want to fight with Li Mengyao. After grabbing Dong Fangyu, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 20 feet away. Swoosh! The sword light swept across in an instant. Several big trees were immediately cut in half and fell down from the sky. Snowflakes suddenly flew in the snow forest, making it a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gu Fei carried Dong Fangyu like a dead dog and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Li Mengyao wanted to chase after him, but after chasing for a few hundred feet, she lost the trace of Gu Fei. Gu Fei carried Dong Fangyu and quickly went through the snow forest. Soon, he got rid of Li Mengyao's pursuit and entered the depths of the desolate snow forest. He carried Dong Fangyu and came to a piece of snowland. Then, he threw Dong Fangyu on the snowland. Cough, cough. Dong Fangyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, then gasped for breath and said, "You! Who the hell are you?" Gu Fei's punch was extremely heavy. With just a single punch, it had already shattered Dong Fangyu's sternum. The force of the punch even penetrated his internal organs and caused serious injuries to Dong Fangyu. "Who am I? Hasn't your Dongfang family been looking for me?" Gu Fei said coldly. Then, the muscles on his body began to return to their original position, gradually revealing his true appearance. You. Dong Fangyu's eyes gradually widened as if he had seen a ghost. In his excitement, he spat out another mouthful of blood with a wah sound. "Do you know who I am now?" Gu Fei said with a chuckle. After Dong Fangyu saw who the person in front of him was, he was scared out of his wits. He was almost scared to death. His already pale face became even paler. "You're Gu Fei." Dong Fangyu's entire body was ice cold. He collapsed powerlessly on the snowy ground. First publication of this book. Chapter 349. Although Dong Fangyu hadn't really seen Gu Fei, it didn't mean that he couldn't recognize Gu Fei, because all the young masters of the Dongfang family had seen Gu Fei's portrait. The person who has enmity with you is Dongfang Chen. If you want to take revenge, you should look for him. Why did you attack me? Dong Fangyu still had a glimmer of hope. However, when he saw the incomparably cold smile on Gu Fei's face, he knew that he didn't even have a glimmer of hope. Dongfang Chen? I will look for him, but now. Gu Fei grinned at Dong Fangyu, who was paralyzed on the snow. His snow-white teeth were so conspicuous in the dark. But in Dong Fangyu's eyes, it was like the smile of a devil. What do you want? Dong Fangyu panicked and hurriedly struggled to shrink back. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to involuntarily groan in pain. Gu Fei took a step forward, looked down at Dong Fangyu, and sneered, "What do you think?" Then he grabbed the short spear that was surrounded by green light, and with a poof sound, he fiercely stabbed it into Dong Fangyu's right thigh. Wah! Dong Fangyu screamed, and blood suddenly splashed from his thigh. Blood dripped down, and in just a short while, his clothes were soaked. The short spear that was surrounded by green light was the magic tool that Gu Fei snatched from Dong Fangyu. It was extremely sharp, and directly pierced through Dong Fangyu's thigh, nailing him to the snow. Hee, I just want to collect some interest from the Dongfang family first. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He didn't have any pity for the people of the Dongfang family. Roar! Those who go against the Dongfang family will absolutely not have a good ending. My family will definitely avenge me. Dong Fangyu's handsome face was extremely twisted in pain, and he roared fiercely. Saying that, Dong Fangyu suddenly slammed his head against a big tree next to him. He wanted to kill himself, so that he would suffer less. Bam! Gu Fei kicked Dong Fangyu away. This kick directly landed on Dong Fangyu's face, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. A few of his teeth fell out. His handsome face immediately swelled up. Dong Fangyu's thigh was nailed to the ground by the short spear. When he was kicked by Gu Fei and rolled to the side, the wound on his thigh immediately burst open, turning into a bloody mess. But because of this, Dong Fengyu was freed from the pain of being nailed to the ground by the short spear and unable to move. Gu Fei did not intend to kill Dong Fengyu immediately. Therefore, the strength of that kick was just right, only injuring Dong Fengyu, but not killing him. Kill me now. Dong Fengyu felt dizzy from Gu Fei's kick, but as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately rushed towards Gu Fei and roared loudly. Blood splashed out from Dong Fengyu's mouth along with his muffled voice.
I will kill you, but before that, I have to properly greet you,
Gu Fei said in an understated manner. These plain words, in the ears of Dong Fengyu, had a different feeling. Dong Fengyu's swollen face suddenly turned green, and his whole body involuntarily trembled. Killing is not too much. Please give me a quick death. Dong Fengyu said to Gu Fei in a pleading tone. Give you a quick death? That's impossible. Gu Fei said disdainfully, if you want to blame someone, blame Dong Fengchen. In fact, I really don't want to attack you. Who told you to be a member of the Dongfeng family? Roar. Gu Fei, you will die a horrible death. Dong Fengyu threw caution to the wind and cursed at Gu Fei, wishing he could roar out the most vicious words in the world. Humph. I want you to die a horrible death now. Gu Fei's face sank, stepped forward, and stepped on Dong Fengyu's thigh with a short spear. Kacha! The creepy sound of bones breaking immediately came from Dong Fengyu's thigh. There was no doubt that his thigh bone was broken. Blood splashed out from the wound pierced by the short spear, and the blood shot out several meters away. Dong Fengyu's cursing immediately turned into a scream. Dong Fengyu screamed, suddenly made up his mind, put his tongue between his teeth, and then fiercely bit it. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his mouth, and his tongue and blood were spat out on the ground. Biting my tongue to commit suicide? Gu Fei was stunned, let go of his right foot that was stepping on Dong Fengyu's thigh, and then said coldly, You idiot, you actually bit your tongue to commit suicide? Haha, what a joke. Gu Fei laughed. Dong Fengyu's move was really stupid. The physique of a practitioner was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he would absolutely not die. In the period of time before Dong Fengyu died because of excessive blood loss, it was enough for Gu Fei to torture him to his heart's content. Gu Fei wielded his palm like a knife, and a bright aura rushed out of his palm. Puff, 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 puff. 4 soft sounds sounded, and blood burst out. Gu Fei directly cut off Dong Fengyu's limbs. Don't you want to marry that fairy-like woman? I don't believe that the elders of that woman will marry her to a stick. Woo-woo. Dong Fengyu bit his tongue and could no longer speak. He stared at Gu Fei fiercely, and his eyes became blood red, revealing endless resentment. Remember, the reason why you have such an end is completely thanks to Dong Fengchen. Gu Fei had no mercy, because he was dealing with the enemy, and there was no mercy for the enemy. Just when Gu Fei was about to continue to torture Dong Fengyu, a long roar suddenly came from the distance. Woo-woo. When Dong Fengyu heard that long roar, he suddenly became excited. He wanted to shout and tell the people in the distance that he was here, but unfortunately, his tongue was gone, and he couldn't shout. Hearing the roar, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown.
He looked in the direction of the roar and muttered to himself, So fast.
Should I kill or not? Gu Fei immediately looked down at Dong Fengyu, who had turned into a bloody person. His expression changed several times. He raised his right hand and put it down again. In the end, he didn't directly kill Dong Fengyu. However, before leaving, Gu Fei stepped on Dong Fengyu's crotch.
Dong Fengyu's eyes suddenly bulged, and the sound of balls breaking came from under Gu Fei's foot.
In the mortal's palace, I heard that there are people who are neither male nor female, called eunuchs. It's not good to kill you, it's better to make you a eunuch. Gu Fei's words before he left angered Dong Fengyu so much that he vomited blood and passed out. After a while, in the snow forest, there were a few long roars. It seemed that there were experts searching for traces of Dong Fengyu in the nearby forest. Dong Fengyu was seriously injured and taken away. Although the process was short, Li Mengyao saw it all. Obviously, Li Mengyao sent out a message to inform the people in the city. Swish! A white figure appeared nearby. This person was tall and had a mighty appearance. He was an expert of the older generation of the Dongfeng family, eldest brother Dongfeng. He followed the smell of blood in the forest and found Dong Fengyu. When he saw Dongfang Yu's miserable state, his eyes turned red. In the snow forest, there was a roar of grief and indignation. Gu Fei didn't go far, he watched everything in the dark. Swish! 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 Very soon, a few figures appeared nearby after Boss Dongfang roared. Every single one of them emitted obscure energy fluctuations. Not a single one of them was a weakling. Gu Fei decisively retreated.
Although his cultivation had broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended mortality realm, he knew that it would be difficult to deal with these experts at the same time.
He was like a ghost, silently traversing through the snow forest. From time to time, angry roars could be heard behind him, but he turned a deaf ear to them. Gradually, the voices behind him could no longer be heard. Gu Fei walked a big circle in the snow forest, then returned to Northern Mountain City.
Without anyone noticing, he entered his inn and returned to his room.
Tonight, he finally got his revenge. Although the other party wasn't Dongfang Chen, it made Gu Fei feel a sense of satisfaction after taking revenge. Knowing that not only did he not die, but he also came back, the Dongfang family should be panicking now. Although Dongfang Yu's limbs were cut off and he killed himself by biting his tongue, the Dongfang family would still know through Dongfang Yu that it was him who did it. The reason why Gu Fei had revealed his true appearance in front of Dongfang Yu was because he had planned to torture Dongfang Yu before killing him. However, Gu Fei had changed his mind. He wanted Dongfang Chen and the others to panic so that he would have a chance to make a move. Ever since he left the mountain, Gu Fei learned a lot of things. His heart became harder and his methods of dealing with enemies became more ruthless. The cultivation world was cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. Only by being more ruthless than others could he live longer. Dongfang Chen wanted to put him to death again and again, completely disregarding the friendship between him and his fellow disciples. There was nothing more to say. The hatred between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen had reached an irreconcilable point. Either he dies, or I die. After returning to the inn, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Ever since his cultivation broke through to the transcending mortality realm, Gu Fei rarely slept. The time he rested was the time he meditated. Closing his eyes to adjust his breath instead of sleeping was the most basic difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. A cultivator in the transcending mortality realm was gradually breaking away from the habits of ordinary people. When Gu Fei returned to the inn that was booked by the Dongfang family in the distance was boiling. In the darkest period before dawn, the guest cloud inn was brightly lit, and from time to time, there were people from the Dongfang family coming in and out of the inn. The attack on Dongfang Yu really made the people of the Dongfang family panic. They didn't know who was against them. Of course, they had a suspect, and that was the Misty City. However, those who knew the inside story were even more terrified, because they were about to face a disaster. Book. Chapter 350. In the Dongfang family, there weren't many people who really knew about the grudges between Dongfang Chen and Gu Fei. Only a few people from Dongfang Chen's branch knew. 1. The Dongfang family was a big family with several branches. It was a big force in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the Dongfang family wasn't as united as it seemed on the surface. The various branches fought openly and covertly, all wanting to rise to the top. The people of the various branches all wanted to control the entire clan. Only Dongfang Chen's branch came to the northern lands. The other branches of the Dongfang family didn't appear in the northern lands. Dongfang Yu was one of the few young experts with the most potential in this branch. His cultivation had already reached the second sky of the ascended mortality realm. He was one of the few people in the family who were qualified to enter the family's secret place to cultivate. Unfortunately, he was crippled by Gu Fei. Not only did Gu Fei cut off his hands and feet, even his balls were crushed by Gu Fei, turning him into a eunuch. This was a great humiliation to the branch of the Dongfang family that Dongfang Yu belonged to. As a result, Bailing City was in an uproar. Before the sun rose, the people of the Dongfang family began to move. The ancestor of this branch of the Dongfang family used his great divine ability to read Dongfang Yu's memories and drew 2 portraits overnight. Then, he ordered the disciples of the Dongfang family to search the city with the portraits in hand. They sent out all the people they could and rushed into all the inns and restaurants in the city, trying to find the person in the portraits. However, the higher-ups of the Dongfang family knew that Gu Fei had the ability to change his appearance. The possibility of finding him was very low. The people of the Dongfang family searched the entire city in an incomparably strong manner. They made a ruckus in the city for a whole day, causing the cultivators in the city to complain. However, there were only a few people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family. Of course, Gu Fei was one of the people who dared to ignore the Dongfang family.
As a cultivator, he had already cultivated to the extent that he could move his muscles and bones at will. Although there were limitations to changing the shape of his body and he couldn't really change the position of his bones, there was no limit to changing his appearance. He moved the skin and flesh on his face and changed his appearance. In the eyes of others, Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, looked like a sturdy, fair-skinned young man. At dusk, he walked into a restaurant near the Yunlai Inn, ordered a few dishes and drank by himself at a table by the window. The people of the Dongfang family came in and out of the Yunlai Inn. Even the restaurant where Gu Fei stayed was searched several times by the disciples of the Dongfang family. However, no one was able to recognize Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance. Gu Fei was right under the noses of the Dongfang family members. But the Dongfang family members were still searching for Gu Fei throughout the city. Apart from the city governor's mansion, the Dongfang family could be said to have turned the entire Bailing city upside down. However, no one would have expected Gu Fei to be drinking alone near the inn they were staying at. The Dongfang family was a place with a high status in Bailing city. Even the Dongfang family didn't dare to step into it easily. In a courtyard behind the Yunlai Inn, many disciples of the Dongfang family gathered. In a guest room in the courtyard, a young man with an abnormally pale face was sleeping on the bed. In front of the bed stood a dark-skinned middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man was the ancestor who scared away Pan Hong when the people of Misty City came to cause trouble. Behind the middle-aged man, a burly man stood with his head lowered. This burly man looked mighty and his muscles bulged under his clothes like a horned dragon, giving off a strong sense of oppression. This man was the Dongfang eldest brother who saved Dongfang Yu. That person is too ruthless. After a while, the ancestor turned around, walked to a nearby chair, and sat down. Ancestor Yu, can you recover? Dongfang eldest brother said in a trembling voice. In front of this middle-aged man, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous.
Even if he was angry and excited, he could only suppress it. Network. The middle-aged man frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Freeze his limbs and keep them safe. When we return to the family, maybe we can ask for elixirs and medicines to reattach them." Thank you, ancestor. Dongfang eldest brother was overjoyed. As long as his limbs could be reattached, Dongfang Yu still had a glimmer of hope. His cultivation would not be wasted. But, the broken limbs can be reattached, but the damage to his lower body will be difficult to heal. He may completely lose the ability to reproduce.
The ancestor's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it was about to drip water.
This Dongfang eldest brother couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He was Dongfang Yu's second uncle, and his eldest brother only had Dongfang Yu. If Dongfang Yu became a eunuch, then wouldn't his eldest brother have no descendants? Hey, Gu Fei. Dongfang eldest brother's eyes were red, and his whole body was surging with murderous intent. Right now, he couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei to pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Even if that little guy is from the Supreme Mystery Sect, I will still kill him. The middle-aged man said coldly. It was obvious that he was also angry. Pass down the order. If you find that little guy, don't hesitate to kill him. The middle-aged man's eyes were like cold lightning, flashing with a threatening cold light. Yes. Dongfang eldest brother quickly accepted the order, then turned around and walked out of the room. At the same time, in a courtyard in the east of Bailing City, several people were sitting in a pavilion, whispering about something. Everyone's expression was very serious. Brother Li, why is the Dongfang family looking for Brother Gu? Do they have the same purpose as us? A young man in white sitting at a stone table asked a dark-skinned, unprepossessing young man. I don't know. The Dongfang family is Brother Dongfang Chen's family. He may know why the Dongfang family is also looking for Brother Gu, the unprepossessing young man said indifferently. In the pavilion, there were 4 young cultivators in white sitting around. They were all disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The unprepossessing dark-skinned young man sitting in the seat of honor was the eldest senior brother, Li Lingfeng. The other 3 were Zi Yu, a disciple of the head of the Supreme Mystery Peak, Song Ruochen, a disciple of the Tongtian Peak, and Qin Daoyun, a disciple of the Taishu Peak. The actions of the Dongfeng family are very strange, Ziyu said thoughtfully. Could it be
Brother Dongfeng actually told the secrets of the sect to the people of the Dongfeng family?
Song Ruochen said in surprise. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the Dongfeng family was looking for Gu Fei. The Dongfeng family had made such a big move in the city that it attracted the attention of all the major forces. Li Lingfeng and the others were surprised to find that the Dongfeng family was only doing this to find 2 people. Among these 2 people, one was actually Gu Fei. Although Li Lingfeng and the others were disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect like Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng and the others never imagined that the 2 people the Dongfeng family was looking for were actually the same person. These 2 people were both Gu Fei. Humph. Brother Dongfeng shouldn't be going so far as to betray the sect, Li Lingfeng said in a low voice, and his eyes shot out 2 cold lights that made the hearts of 2 people palpitate. When everyone heard this, they could not help but fall silent. They all knew very well what the consequences of betraying the Taishan sect were. Any disciple who betrayed the sect would be crippled of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. If it was serious, they would be killed by the law enforcement disciples. Betraying the sect was a great taboo in the world of cultivation. It was an act of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Just as everyone was silent, a figure silently appeared outside the pavilion. Li Lingfeng was the first to notice the person. He hurriedly came out of the pavilion and then respectfully bowed to the person. Greetings, Uncle Dan Chengzi. The others in the pavilion also hurriedly came out and bowed to the person. Li Lingfeng, take a few of your juniors and go out for a walk. Dan Chengzi waved his sleeves and did not say much. He directly ordered Li Lingfeng. Yes. Li Lingfeng hurriedly accepted the order. After Dan Chengzi gave the order, he gathered his spiritual power and turned into a golden rainbow that shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. No one knew where he went. Senior brother, what does Uncle Dan Chengzi mean by this? Ziyu asked Li Lingfeng. Could it be that Uncle Dan wants us to go find junior brother Gu? Qin Daoyun, who was standing next to Ziyu, said aloud. Li Lingfeng rubbed his chin and lowered his head to think for a while. Then he said, since Uncle Dan wants us to go out for a walk, then let's go out for a walk. As he said this, Li Lingfeng walked straight out of the courtyard. Ziyu and the others looked at each other. Although they did not understand what was going on, they still hurriedly chased after him. The sudden action of the Dongfeng family not only alerted the people of the Taishan sect, but also the other 2 major Taoist sections. The Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect also sent out disciples to understand what was going on. The ancestor of the Dongfeng family probably did not know that they had already crossed the bottom line of the 3 major Taoist sections. The masters that the 3 major Taoist sects sent to the north were not to kill the first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu. They only had one goal, and that was to find Gu Fei. In other words, the reason why the people of the 3 major Taoist sects appeared in the north was to find Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei had a very important thing that the 3 major Taoist sects wanted. No matter what, the 3 major Taoist sects would not let Gu Fei fall into the hands of the Dongfeng family. As the person in question, Gu Fei had no idea that he had become a delicious cake that everyone wanted a bite of. He was still drinking alone on the 2nd floor of the restaurant near Ku Yun Lai. From the window, he could clearly see the front door of the Ku Yun Lai Inn in the distance. He could also see the bustling crowd on the street. Gu Fei ate until the lanterns were lit. Only then did he pay the bill and leave the restaurant. However, when he walked out onto the street, Gu Fei saw 2 young cultivators walking toward him. When he saw the 2 young cultivators, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. A look of surprise flashed across his face. The 2 young cultivators walking toward him were actually people he knew. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu? I didn't think I would meet them here, Gu Fei thought. At this time, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu walked over slowly. They did not recognize Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, and walked straight past Gu Fei. Book.